It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-210, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ and tissue donors, standing in the name of Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber, seconded by Mr. Atchison, moves that Bill C-210, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ and tissue donors, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an absolute honour to finally rise again in this House and speak on my private member's bill, Bill C-210. I first introduced this bill exactly 4 years ago, almost to the day, Madam Speaker, back in October of 2016, so it's been 4 years. The bill back then, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-316, or Madam Speaker, passed unanimously at every stage of the process. Unfortunately, in spite of the widespread support of the bill, it died in the Senate when the 2019 election was called. It was incredibly disappointing, of course. A lot of people worked on this bill with me, a lot of our stakeholders, a lot of friends back home. It was incredibly disappointing, but what can you do? You know, it's just the way it is. It's the way the cookie crumbles, as my daughters would say. You just have to move forward. So now fast forward to December of last year and the PMB lottery date. And I remember it clearly. I was watching the draw, and the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Member from Simcoe North, walked into the room with the robe on. It was really quite formal, and sat in the chair, and there was this big cookie jar there, and inside were all our names. And the Speaker stood up, picked up a name, and sure enough, it was my name. And I was just elated. It was fantastic. Coming from Calgary, I yelled out a Yahoo, Calgary Stampede. It was a good feeling. Clearly a divine intervention, don't you think, Madam Speaker? So I knew then that I had to reintroduce this bill. So Bill 316 has now been reincarnated or resurrected, whatever you want to say, to now Bill C-210. And here we are today in second reading, and we have this rare opportunity to repass this legislation and get this done to hopefully and certainly save some lives. For those who may not already know, I have been a long-time advocate of organ and tissue donation here in Canada. In fact, several years ago, I passed a bill in the Alberta legislature as an MLA, resulting in the creation of the Alberta Organ and Tissue Donation Registry. The bill also put in place some strong and robust education and awareness programs that included adding donor hearts to our Alberta driver's licenses. However, the reality is, Madam Speaker, that 4,600 Canadians are still awaiting a life-saving transplant, and we need to do more to find those critical matches to save lives. This is an issue that transcends political lines and offers us, as parliamentarians, the opportunity to make a difference in every corner of this country. What is disappointing, Madam Speaker, is that while over 90% of Canadians say that they support organ donation, only 20% of them have actually registered on their provincial or territorial registries. Every year, this country sees hundreds of people dying waiting for a donor. And sadly, Canada has one of the lowest donation rates in the world. A single donor, Madam Speaker, can save the lives of up to 8 people, and a single tissue donor can help up to about 75 individuals. My bill, Bill C-210, proposes a very simple, very effective method to increase the size of the organ donor base here in Canada. It would also help update and it would help update existing databases, but most importantly, of course, again, it will save lives. What I am proposing is that we use the annual income tax form to ask Canadians if they would like to register as organ donors and if they consent to have this information passed to their provincial government for addition to its existing organ donor registries. That's it. It's a very simple bill, adding a very simple question to our income tax forms. The federal government would simply be collecting the data and passing it on to the provinces. We would not be encroaching on provincial jurisdiction because we are not setting up a federal registry. That was already tried once in this House back in 2015 by the honourable member from Edmonton Manning in his PMB. He wanted to create a national organ and tissue donation registry, but it failed in this House due to the fact that the government cited jurisdictional encroachment, so the bill did not pass. So what this bill would provide is the information to the provinces, Madam Speaker, and the provinces would use that information as it sees fit. The provinces would still maintain their own lists. We would just be supplying them with that data. Now, the tax form, Madam Speaker, the tax form by law, it is restricted to collect data for the purposes of taxation only. And that is why it is required to amend this legislation to allow for this common sense approach to a national problem. I modeled my bill on the successful inclusion on the income tax form of the question asking Canadians if they want Elections Canada to be kept informed of their current information. That question is on the first page of the form, Madam Speaker, the Elections Canada question. My bill has been crafted in keeping with that successful precedent. Madam Speaker, this proposal is so simple and could be implemented so quickly. The federal government, via the Canada Revenue Agency, already successfully shares data every day with all the provinces and territories via encrypted networks with strong and reliable privacy safeguards. In addition to the existing, in addition, Madam Speaker, the existing infrastructure at the CRA would support this change at virtually no cost. The CRA already shares dozens of data fields of information on every taxpayer with the provinces and territories, and this would simply be one more data exchange. The income tax form is a way to update this information annually via a legally binding document. Thus, it would allow for provincial lists to remain current and relevant year after year after year. Before I go any further, I would like to thank the 20 members of Parliament from all parties in this House who have stepped forward to officially second my bill. That is a rare occurrence indeed, and it's happened twice. It happened in my last bill as well. That was not successful. This extraordinary, nonpartisan approach demonstrates how a sensible idea can bring us together as a House to improve the lives of Canadians. This collaborative approach has also extended to the Health Committee, Madam Speaker. The committee from last Parliament that I served on, along with 9 other colleagues of mine, one looking over here right now, giving me a big smile, and anyway, they have been extremely supportive of improving the organ and tissue donation situation here in Canada. The committee conducted a study and tabled a report on organ donation with several recommendations. The committee specifically wanted to know what role the federal government could play in strengthening Canada's organ donation and transplantation procurement system. One of the key recommendations in that report deals directly with the debate that we are having here right now. If this bill is passed, it would fulfill that key recommendation. I also want to thank the government for taking the rare and possibly unprecedented step of allocating funding for this initiative before it has even passed in this House. That is a fact, Madam Speaker. We have the will, we have the funding, and now all we need is our reapproval here in this House. This is not a political issue. It is a human issue. Any one of us could be in need of donor organs or tissues at any time. Just asking this simple question could increase the number of donors. Donor registration, in fact, jumped up 15% in British Columbia when drivers were asked directly at licensing locations across their province if they wanted to be donors. They're also doing it in Alberta from the bill that was passed there as an MLA when I was there. Imagine what we can do on a national scale with the income tax form. Now, as I mentioned, the CRA, the Canada Revenue Agency, has already been allocated the funding for this purpose, but needs the law changed so that they can proceed. While some methods used by provinces and territories, such as driver's licenses and healthcare cards, help register donors, none has as far a reach as the income tax form. The existing voluntary online method of registering is neither proactive nor fully effective. For example, those who move from one province to another rarely update their information. The income tax form approach overcomes these common problems. And the stakeholders, Madam Speaker, the stakeholders, they have been universally supportive of the bill, and the thousands of affected families with loved ones on waiting lists will welcome this additional help. One stakeholder, the Ontario Trillium Gift of Life Network, is the largest registry in Canada. And its CEO, Ms. Ronnie Gavsey, said, and I quote, "We would support creating an opportunity for Canadians, when filing their income tax returns, to register their consent for organ and tissue donation. The online income tax return becomes a gateway and an annual reminder to drive Canadians to organ and tissue donation registration. We share with you the goal of substantially improving awareness of organ and tissue donation and improving the health for Canadians by increasing the number of life-saving transplants." Thank you, Ms. Gadsey, for sending that through the chair, of course. Also, Madam Speaker, the federal agency responsible for organ donation is the Canadian Blood Services, and its Vice President, Dr. Israel Levy, said, and I quote, "Just like our colleagues, we support a transactional touch point that will raise the awareness, especially if it leads to the conversation. But for sure, this is something to be welcomed." And Elizabeth Miles of the Kidney Foundation of Canada wrote to the Prime Minister expressing the Foundation's support for its change. And Dr. Amit Garg of the Canadian Society of Nephrology, it's a society of physicians and scientists specializing in the care of kidney disease, and also Dr. Laurie West of the Canadian National Transplant Research Program in Edmonton, have also expressed their strong support for this bill. And the list goes on, Madam Speaker. Support for this legislation reaches far and wide across the country and into every community. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would just like to say that we have the opportunity to leverage the resources of the federal government to help our provincial and territorial partners improve their registries. I hope we seize the opportunity and we run with it. I, and most importantly, the 4,600 Canadians awaiting a life-saving transplant, hope we can count on all the MPs for this support. We have shown leadership in the past by passing this bill unanimously at all stages. So I call on the members of this House to do the same. This bill got a rare second chance, and I hope we can pass it so that people in dire need for the gift of life can get a second chance as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I applaud the member on the initiative that he has taken. It's been an issue that I too over the years have followed from the Manitoba legislature to here in Ottawa, and I was disappointed in regards to the Senate when you get it to a certain point. And for some reasons, you have the other body here ultimately not doing what it is that the House of Commons actually wanted to see done. And having said that, I do see the value, and I think that the support that the bill received in the last Parliament demonstrates that members of Parliament from all sides of the House are in fact encouraged by the legislation, and ultimately we will look forward to it going to committee, as I suspect that in due time after debate it will hit that committee stage. More of a...
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
I'd like to thank you, honourable member, for that comment, and absolutely yes, it is disappointing that we have to go through this stage again, go through the second hour of debate here, and then into committee, then from committee off to back here to be voted on, and it is laborious, it's time-consuming. The second hour of reading is not until the end of January, for example, to be back in here to have this second hour of debate. And it is frustrating because there are people out there waiting for organs, and we need to get this on the income tax form as soon as possible. There is a deadline, honourable member, through the Speaker, there is a deadline to get this bill passed so that they can get it on the next income tax forms. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for reintroducing this bill. It's interesting, though, because Lou Sikora was a Liberal from 1999 in the year 2000 who introduced this bill, followed by Judy Washley-Solis for the NDP in 2002, 2003, 2008, then Malcolm Allen in 2009 and 2013. The most recent efforts have been very much appreciated and received in this House. I'd like to ask the member, though, we've had majority governments during that time. We've had a lot of opportunity. So does he feel confident that we'll hopefully have learned long lessons in this chamber going to the original mover, Mr. Sikora, back in 1999, that it's time to act and to throw away the irresponsible delays that have taken place?
For Calgary Confederation.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member for your comments. Yes, there has been many attempts to get either an organ donor registry put in place here in this country, a national organ donor registry, or your quotes on the number of individuals who have come through this House to try to pass a bill. I do need clarity there through the Speaker, of course. If the honourable member is referring to actually getting that question put on the income tax form or not, all these individuals, I was not aware of that, but I'm certainly feeling very confident this time around that this bill will pass upon the kindness of this House to pass this bill, because it is required to save some lives here. So, thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for... I'm going to try not to mess this up. Oh. The Honourable Member for yes, please.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and certainly to the member from Calgary Confederation. As a fellow Albertan, I know what his passion is in this particular area. I also understand the frustration, as I had a private member's bill that ended up being lost, but the opportunity for it to then come back in the next Parliament, it was on the personation of a police officer in the commission of an offence. And, it's all the work that is done by your staff, and it's done by those people that have worked with you over the years, and I look forward to having this discussion. One of the things that you had mentioned in your speech was that there will be an annual reminder on the income tax form. So my question is, would the fact that one has done that once and mean that it would continue to be on there, or is there a possibility that that would be something that one would have to do continuously? So I wonder if you could comment on that, please. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Well, thank you, honourable member, through the chair. I always have that problem of talking directly to the individual, Madam Chair, so I'll stare at you when I answer this question. But a very good question. the way I see it, and with my meetings with the CRA in the past on the implementation of this onto the tax form, is that the question will be there every year for the individual to either mark the yes, I am willing, or just leave it blank. If you leave it blank, it would stay on there from your last request, the last form. Once you change in the future, if you decide to, you just have to mark it on the income tax form as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start by congratulating and applauding the member for Calgary Confederation for his tireless efforts on improving organ donations across Canada, first in Alberta and now here in the House of Commons. He has reached across party lines. This is a bill that has support not only across party lines but across the country. And his way of working in the House of Commons is one that we could all take lessons from, because he's one of the finest MPs that we have here in the House. I gave a speech to support this bill in the previous Parliament, but sadly it didn't get passed in the Senate. This speech is much the same as the one I gave then, because unfortunately organ donation rates across the country remain, quite frankly, pathetic. Here in Ontario, more than 85% of residents are in favor of organ donation, but only 1 in 3 Ontario residents has registered his or her consent to donate. This trend is similar across the country. There's clearly a disconnect between people's wishes and their actions. And sadly, without an individual registering in advance, the family is often faced with this decision at a time of crisis, dealing with the loss of a loved one when so many emotions are in play. Too often, we have not discussed our wishes with our loved ones. We know that healthcare delivery is a provincial responsibility, and I applaud the member for finding an elegant way to engage the federal government in this important issue while still respecting our constitutional jurisdictions. This bill would make it easier to gather information, a simple check mark on one's income tax return, and voila, the information is passed on to the province of residence. A province can choose not to participate in the program if it so wishes. This is so important because while our provincial counterparts have made tremendous strides to raise awareness and registration rates, we are still not seeing organ donation registration rates rising as they should. In 2012, when I was an Oakville Town Councillor, I was part of a group of Oakville residents who formed Oakville Be a Donor. It grew out of a call from then Oakville resident Jennifer Malabar, who challenged the mayor and council to register as organ donors. Jennifer developed a kidney disease while pregnant with her first child, Aria. Facing an 8-year wait for a kidney transplant or the prospect of dialysis, Jen was the recipient of a kidney from her husband, Hitesh Patel, on their wedding anniversary, no less. Hitesh later joined me for the Courage Polar Bear Dip, wearing a Be a Donor t-shirt to raise awareness for organ donation. They later welcomed their second child, Sage, and the family continues to thrive. Through the Oakville Be a Donor group, I met the most amazing people. Bev Cathro, who donated her kidney to her young daughter, and Ron Newman, affectionately known as the dialysis dude, who received a kidney transplant and lived dialysis-free for many years, but as of late 2016 was back on dialysis as he waited for another donor. Julie Pahar, whose experience was a different one, came to our group having lost a loved one and having made the decision to donate his organs. Sarah Taylor and Keith Childerhose is a love story that played out as Keith struggled to breathe. In need of a lung transplant, Sarah took to social media to publicize Keith's challenges. They appeared in the news as Keith waited for a double lung transplant. Keith was failing quickly and was on life support. He'd been living with diffuse panbronchiolitis from the age of 25 and had been fighting the disease for 15 years. This severe and rare disease caused fluid to continually build up in his lungs, similar to cystic fibrosis. On life support, the news came that Keith was heading into a 10-hour surgery as a donor had been found. In one of the most touching pictures I've seen, Keith was hooked up to an IV and tubes looking into Sarah's eyes. Keith touched Sarah's nose as she touched his hand. The good news is that the surgery was a success and brought much needed attention to the need for organ donation. In a lovely twist to the story, the two were engaged, then won a wedding package, and were married in 2013. But as wonderful as Keith and Sarah's story is, sadly, across our country, there are too many stories like Keith's that do not have a happy ending. Our Oakville Be a Donor group gathered together the Interfaith Council of Halton, community leaders and politicians to raise awareness across town. But despite our efforts to raise awareness, registration rates across Canada are dismal. I want to share some stats from the Ontario Be a Donor website. In Ontario, there are still over 1,500 people waiting for a life-saving organ transplant, and that number hasn't changed since I gave my speech in the last Parliament. This is their only treatment option, and every 3 days someone will die because they did not get their transplant in time. As the member for Calgary Confederation mentioned, one donor can save up to 8 lives through organ donation and enhance the lives of up to 75 people through the gift of tissue. Age alone does not disqualify someone from being a donor. The oldest organ donor was over 90, and the oldest tissue donor was over 100. There is always the potential to be a donor, and it should not stop someone from registering. Anyone over the age of 16 can register. Current or past medical history does not prevent someone from registering to be a donor. Individuals with serious illnesses can sometimes be organ or tissue donors. Each potential donor is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. All major religions support organ and tissue donation or respect an individual's choice. Organ and tissue donation does not impact future funeral plans. An open casket funeral is possible. In Ontario right now, there are 1,100 people waiting for a kidney, 252 people waiting for a liver, and 46 of those on the wait list under the age of 17. When we register, we give hope to the thousands of Canadians waiting for a transplant. Those on the transplant wait list are often living with organ failure, like my friend Ron Newman. Tissue donors can enhance the lives of recovering burn victims, help restore sight, and allow people to walk again. Transplants not only save lives, they return recipients to productive lives. I want to remember my friend Bob Hepburn. Bob was a kind and generous soul, a teacher librarian who was a role model for hundreds of students at Abbey Park High School in Oakville. Bob was generous beyond words, so much so that he was twice a living donor, once donating his bone marrow and another time his kidney. Bob died quite suddenly a short time ago, and those to whom he had given the gift of life came to his funeral. And last but not least, I want to recognize my friend Tim Batke, who donated his kidney to his brother over a decade ago. These selfless acts by Hitesh, Bob, and Tim have changed lives, but they also highlight the need for more people to register as organ donors. Madam Speaker, I want to thank again my colleague across the floor, the member for Calgary Confederation. I know this is an issue he has been committed to for years. I'm proud to call him a friend, and even prouder to have been asked to once again be a seconder of this bill. It is my sincere hope that this bill receives swift passage so that Canadians will soon have another simple option to register as donors on their income tax returns, thanks to his private member's bill. Those who are watching today should talk to their loved ones about their wishes and go online and register today. In Ontario, you can go to beadonor.ca right now. It only takes 2 minutes to register. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are here today to debate the matter of this bill, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, organ and tissue donors. This bill was introduced for the first time by our colleague for Calgary Confederation in 2019. I just want to make sure that the microphone is working. We're not hearing quite right. Okay, please go ahead. This bill was introduced for the first time by our colleague for Calgary Confederation in 2019. At the time, it was named C-316, and it reached the Senate. The bill seeks to authorize the Canada Revenue Agency so that it can enter into agreements with Quebec, the provinces, and territories. To authorize it through tax returns authorizations that will enable organ donation to be automatically registered in a system. The bill also seeks to ensure that the CRA, if authorized by an individual in the tax return, again, authorizes the CRA to communicate to the province or territory where the individual resides the information gathered under the agreement. We support this bill, we in the Bloc Québécois, although it is unlikely that the government of Quebec will desire to create an agreement with the CRA because Quebec already has its own income tax return. As you know, and as the government of Quebec has said several times, the Quebec government wishes to create a single tax return managed by Quebec. So ultimately, this bill would not affect what we wish to implement. Once again, what is good for Quebec is good for the Bloc Québécois. But even if Quebec wished to have an agreement, the information sharing is not an issue for us. Quebec is free to either sign an agreement or not. Why, Madam Speaker? Well, this bill doesn't commit Quebec to anything and it doesn't impose any condition on Quebec. Because the imposing of conditions is something that generally bothers us viscerally. But in this case, there isn't a condition imposed. To enable the CRA to collect information after an agreement with the province in question and transmitting information to the provinces is not an issue for our party. In fact, it's a smart way to do things because the CRA is the organization that manages all tax returns outside Quebec. Over the last 10 years, transplants have increased by 33% in Canada. But despite this, there is still an organ shortage. According to the most recent data published by the Canada Health Information Institute, in 2018, 4,351 Canadians were on the organ wait list. I'll repeat that, a huge amount, 4,351. In 2018, again, 2,782 organ transplants were done in Canada. The rate of Canadians suffering from kidney failures have increased by 32% over the last decade, which partially explains the increased need for organ transplant. According to the annual report of the Canadian Organ Transplant Register, (1,706) individuals have received 1 or 2 kidneys, 533 a liver transplant, 361 a lung transplant, 189 heart transplant, and 57 for the pancreas. And I'd like to thank all of those organ donors who signed their card or who consented to donate their organs. In fact, giving an organ is one of the most noble things that you can do. But it's not always an easy choice. I'd also like to thank specialist health professionals who are familiar with transplants in Quebec and Canada. But more must be done. On the 31st of December 2018, there were 3,150 patients waiting for a kidney, which is double the amount that was offered. 527 people waiting for a liver, 270 a lung, 157 a heart, and 156 for a pancreas. We should be willing to envisage any method to reduce this lengthy wait list. As 223 Canadians died in 2018 while they were waiting for a transplant. That's 223 Canadians too many. Each new initiative gives new hope to patients and can save lives. In our Sovereignist family, we have had the honor of having an extremely brave, generous, and committed activist, Tommy Richard Leboeuf McGregor, who sadly left us nearly 2 years ago today on November 19th, 2018, at the age of only 32. Only 32. From birth, Tommy had cystic fibrosis.
A degenerative lung disease. He had the opportunity to change his life and be saved in 2013 thanks to a double lung transplant. He had a love of life and giving to others, and he fully committed to ensuring that the organization, he was fully committed to the organization Living with Cystic Fibrosis, which seeks to promote and improve the quality of life of people living with this disease. He was, in fact, the Director General. He was a strong activist for Quebec sovereignty. He was involved in the Parti Québécois and the Bloc Québécois. He even ran for the Parti Québécois in 2014 and for Project Montreal in 2017. One of his goals was, in fact, to promote organ donation. I want to tell him today, and his brother Jonathan, his spouse Eric, his grandparents, and his two greatest prides, his nephew Alexis and his niece Sarah Joan, that we will proudly continue to speak for him and fight his fight. For all these reasons, Madam Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of this bill, tabled by our colleague from Calgary Confederation, which seeks to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act with regard to organ donation on behalf of all these courageous individuals who are waiting for a transplant and their families. And for you, Tommy, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak to this bill, Bill C-210, and also want to commend the work from Calgary Confederation for the bill. There's no doubt that it's been around several times. This most recent effort is commendable, given the fact that this Parliament is on an extended tour at the moment from just the week before, where we had confidence votes. Hopefully we'll see something take place this time. I would disagree, though, that this is a political issue. If it wasn't a political issue, it would have been done ages ago. If it wasn't a political issue, it would have been completed in the Senate, as opposed to the Senate finding other business to do when there was plenty of time to get that done. If it wasn't a political issue, the former Minister of Health actually voted against Jane Philpott this bill, saying it was provincial district, and the Cabinet voted against this, saying it was provincial jurisdiction. And that's where I think that there needs to be some recognition. I think the Bloc's intervention was very strong today on this matter, because this is about giving provinces some actual control and some capabilities and enhancement of responsibilities. It allows them now, through the Canada Revenue Agency, to enter into an agreement that would be responsible for their citizens. It doesn't make anything have to happen. It provides the course, the window, the opportunity, and most importantly, the hope for organ donation in this country to go up. We've heard from a number of different members here is that we do have a low rate. And we have a low rate because there hasn't been enough education. I don't think it's been a normal custom in Canadian society, and it's been a struggle for us to get this at hand. In my municipality as well, too, where there's been some really good work with the Windsor Regional Hospital and the Be a Donor campaign and the Trillium Group, but at the same time, we rank very low. And I come from an area that has high cancer rates, high industrial contaminants related to pollution, and the type of work that we did that actually causes sickness and illness that's actually beyond some of the actual norms across this country and North America. And so we would be a recipient of this, but still we struggle to get that message out, Madam Speaker. So the member from Calgary Confederation deserves credit to bring this back in a parliament that might have a shortened life experience in general because of the conditions of minority parliament, but it does provide an opportunity for us to get work like this done. But let's not ignore that this bill did pass most recently in this chamber, and it went to Health Committee, and it actually got good support there, and then it moved back to the chamber and ended up in the Senate again. We need to find a way this time to be extra determined if there is going to be all-party support for this on the surface, but the surface doesn't always say that the real thing is behind the scenes. There could be other things taking place, and hence that's why we saw the bill in the Senate die last time, because it was not seen as a priority. And I know this because I actually have seen many private members' bills, some that I've been the custodian of, that actually have gone to that place, and it's not good enough for the government to say that, and blame, like the parliamentary secretary did, the Senate, when the mere fact is that their work is moved forward quicker and faster, and that's why we have an abysmal record in this chamber of private members' businesses dying the death in the Senate because it didn't get dealt with. And it's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, because there's some very excellent senators that we have. Regardless of my feelings with regards to the other chamber and whether it should be democratically elected or not, there are strong, capable individuals that have been appointed. There's strong, capable individuals who have won their election for the few cases that have been. There's been strong, capable individuals in the most recent selection process that are working on behalf of Canadians. But the reality is that there still is political partisanship and games with regards to the ordering and a system in the Senate that has several layers of committees and groups breaking apart. So we can't ignore that. So how do we actually fix that situation, Madam Speaker? Is that we then unify even stronger in this House and we pass it quickly at committee, we get it back here in the chamber, or we could actually move it through unanimous consent. I'll leave that for the member from Calgary Confederation to decide if that would be the appropriate way to go. I know I would support that because it already had its due diligence and had its day here most recently. And it's been really well recognized, and I will give the government credit for this. There's money sitting right now that could help people, and it's been funded. So just as I'm critical, I'm also very encouraging and also respectful of the fact that we have money that's actually available for a program. And in my 18 years here, I don't know of many programs like this that would come through as a private member's bill and already have funding sitting on the shelf somewhere, and it just can't be triggered by legislation. I don't think I've ever run across something like that before. And I think that shows that there's actually a sound support structure from even the public institutions and our bureaucracies to move this along, and the way that this has been done is well respected. So the real holdup, Madam Speaker, at the end of the day is us. The real holdup is Parliament through process. The real holdup is the Senate. What's behind the times and lagging and failing people right now is us as an elected body and the other place that will have to deal with this, and finally royal consent to actually get this done. Everything else has been done to save lives. They count from everybody that's 2-year-old to 30, 40-year-old, and I can see these cases because I served with them when I was a former employment specialist on behalf of persons with disabilities. When somebody got an organ transplant, I saw what it did for their life. Not only did it give them hope and opportunity for themselves and immediate circumference of their friends and family, it also led to what I did as an employment specialist, help them find employment out in the community. And there needs to be some extra work and recognition of that, because that actually benefited not only just the individuals, but all the new people introduced to a life that had a second chance and a full life at that, when we actually had the employment added to their actual curricula of activity that they were doing. And they become taxpayers, Madam Speaker, and they contribute back. And you see these people not only just with regards to a recognition of what they've actually got from the community, but the unconditional love that is provided when somebody fills out a form and gives the gift to them is a gift that they respect. You see that not only through their emotions and their eyes, but the gestures that they do. Most recently, we had in this country the kidney walk. Now, with COVID-19, we can't do the walkathons that we would normally do because of social distancing. And so what they did is they set up a process in place where you actually got your shirt like I did and your pin that you put on with your number, and then you went out wherever you wanted by yourself and you did that. And you went and found your walk, and it was fun. It was different because you reflected on it, and I've done a lot of walkathons over the years, but this was really different. I was out by myself and just thinking about it, and they said, pick your time, whatever. Canadians raised over $600,000 just a few weeks ago on that alone. Despite everything, and when you look at the people that are involved, they're often people that actually had an organ transplant, or their family members, or somebody associated to them. So the legislation that's being presented here, as I noted earlier, has been around for many, many years. And I noted the Liberal member that originally put forth a bill related to this, and that was Mr. Lou Sikora. And it was 1999 in the year 2000, just prior to myself coming to this chamber. And to suggest that we have unanimous support for this and we actually have no politics behind it is not right, because it never got done. And I don't want to go back on a blame train with regards to why it didn't take place with Judy Washer-Lees or Malcolm Allen, and most recently Liberal members that actually introduced it and had the cabinet vote against it. What I do want to do is recognize that, because that is a potential pitfall we face going forward to getting this done. Let's not ignore that. We can have these moments in this chamber where we feel good about coming together and speak about it, but if we don't get the job done, you're part of the problem, not the solution. If we keep talking about this with a real human existence connection to it amongst children, adolescents, and also seniors, then we have an obligation to follow through with the words to make sure that the deed is actually done. And again, giving the government credit to the fact that there's money on the shelf waiting for this and actually can help people right away. And we've seen the results. When you look at Australia, Belgium, Spain, when they move to a system like this where there's a discussion about it and there's also inclusion, then their numbers go up. Their numbers for organ donation go up because people feel better educated about it. They know that there's been a full vetted process through their parliamentary system and their democracy. There's been inclusion and consultation like we've had at the Health Committee before. But again, if we don't actually move on it, if we just give it lip service here and we don't have a plan to get it done, especially in a parliament that has a limited time potentially, maybe this parliament goes on, I've been in some with minority parliaments that went on for years, and that could happen here. Maybe it doesn't, but we all know the terms and conditions that we have right now. So, Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I want to thank the member from Calgary Confederation again. I want to thank all the members that intervene here, but it's only worth something if we get it done. If not, we don't get it done this time, then we have just been part of the problem going back to 1999. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my friend and colleague, the honourable member for Calgary Confederation, for sponsoring this bill. I want to thank him for his perseverance through our legislative process. And I want to thank him as well for his lifetime of advocacy and action on the issue of organ and tissue donation. I am honored to second Bill C-210, a bill which will improve organ and tissue donation registration in Canada. Organ and tissue transplants improve life, extend life, and save life.
Just a moment, please. There's no interpretation. Est-ce qu'on peut essayer?
Can we try to see whether there is interpretation?
Can you hear? No, ça ne marche toujours pas. Can we try again? Is it working now?
Yes, it's working.
The honourable member for Parry Sound.
Merci, Madame Présidente. Tissue transplants improve life, extend life, and save life for thousands of Canadians every year. In fact, one deceased donor can potentially save up to 8 lives through organ donation and improve the lives of 75 more through tissue donation. This incredible field of medicine that Canadians wholeheartedly support. In fact, 90% of Canadians indicate they support organ and tissue donation. Madam Speaker, Canada has been a world leader in the development of transplant surgeries, having performed the world's first successful heart valve transplant in Toronto in 1956, the world's first successful lung transplant in 1983, and the world's first successful double lung transplant in 1986, all performed right here in Canada. Yet, despite Canada's pioneering role in transplant medicine, despite the undeniable success of these life-saving procedures, and despite the overwhelming support of 90% of Canadians, merely 20% of Canadians have registered for organ and tissue donation. Sadly, Madam Speaker, the impact of this gap between intention and action can be measured in lives lost. In 2019, there were 4,527 Canadians waiting for transplant surgery. Of those 4,527 people, 710 either withdrew from the list or died. Those 4,527 Canadians do not tell the full story. The Kidney Foundation of Canada reports that of the 22,000 Canadians whose kidneys have failed, only 16% of them are even on the transplant wait list. Why the discrepancy in the face of such need and also such support? In testimony before the Standing Committee on Health in 2018, Ms. Ronnie Gavsey, the President and CEO of the Trillium Gift of Life Network, explained that the variety of reasons for this discrepancy include misconceptions about donation. Some people think that their age or health may prohibit them from being a donor, or that becoming a donor would affect their care in the hospital. Another factor is quite simply procrastination. Ms. Gavsey also explained that in 10 to 15% of circumstances, organ donor registrants' wishes are overturned by their loved ones at the time of their death. Remarkably, Madam Speaker, the most common reasons for the gap in organ donor registration could be solved with a conversation. Canadians need to be reminded of their intention, and Canadians need to be encouraged to have a conversation with their loved ones about organ donation. Public education, awareness campaigns, and greater opportunities to register can most certainly help. And as we have heard, tragedies have spurred Canadians to register as donors as well. Madam Speaker, an option to register for organ donation on the federal income tax form will spur the conversation, and it will save lives. Among the witnesses the Standing Committee on Health heard from while preparing its 2018 report on organ donation in Canada was Lori Blackstock. Lori arrived home one day to find her husband unconscious and suffering multiple seizures. He was rushed to the hospital, where he then suffered a heart attack. The medical staff at the Ottawa Hospital brought him back to life, but he was transferred to the intensive care unit and put on life support. After 2 days in the intensive care unit, they knew that her seemingly healthy 57-year-old husband, Stephen, would not survive. Stephen had told Lori that he had checked the organ donor registry, and the doctors knew that Stephen was a registered donor. Lori, along with Stephen's mother, met with the Trillium Gift of Life coordinator in the hospital, and the decision was made. Through their despair, they knew that potentially 8 families could be spared their grief and pain, that their loved ones could be saved and live a much healthier life. Many weeks later, Lori received a thank you note from a young man who had been the recipient of both Stephen's lungs. She described in the note that he wrote that he thinks of his donor family every time he breathes, and that the word grateful could not begin to describe his feelings. He thanked her and her family for saving his life. Lori went on to say, "I'm here to emphasize that organ and tissue donation doesn't just help the recipients and their families. It doesn't just reduce the tremendous cost of long-term kidney treatment. It can also be an incredible gift to the bereaved families like mine, because when presented gently and ethically at the right time, when there's little or no hope of a loved one's survival, it is a gift. Knowing that 5 people's lives probably improved dramatically with Stephen's lungs, kidneys, and corneas doesn't change his death and the intensity of our grief, but it gives us moments of relief. Stephen lives on through those 5 people. What an extraordinary gift." Today, Madam Speaker, all members of Parliament have an opportunity to come together and give the gift of life. We have a chance to work together in a nonpartisan way to help our constituents. Let us rise to this opportunity. Let us show Canadians the best of this Parliament. For the sake of thousands of Canadians who desperately need an organ donation, I ask all members to support Bill C-210. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council, 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the comments both by the mover, and no doubt there's a number of seconders that are out there, Madam Speaker, because they believe from their heart the importance of the legislation. And in my question to the mover of the legislation, I pose the issue in regards to the House has reflected on the legislation where it received unanimous support. Members of all political parties see the merit and the strength of the legislation. And I think that there was a certain level of sadness when it didn't pass through the Senate. There was an expectation. I don't know to what degree or the understandings, the in-depth thinking that would have gone on in that particular chamber. But much like this legislation, we could talk about legislation that the government just introduced just a few days back in regards to sexual assault, something in which the then leader, the Conservative leader, Rona Ambrose, had brought to the floor of the House, where we had expedited its passage. I think that the opportunity is still there for us within this Parliament. I really and truly believe that. And given the member's manner in which he's presenting the legislation and his willingness to work with members on all sides of the House, I'm actually encouraged that we will, in fact, see the bill get through the House of Commons. I'd love to see it get through before the end of December, and if there's ways in which I can assist, I'm prepared to do that. But I do want to be able to allow, at this time, for ongoing debate on the legislation, and I hope the member will understand. And I'm more than happy to sit down afterwards to have.
La période prévue pour l'étude des affaires.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day. Government orders. Government bills. Commons. Second reading study of Bill C6, an act to amend the Criminal Code, conversion therapy.
Deuxième lecture.
Second reading of Bill C6. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moves that Bill C6, an act to amend the Criminal Code, conversion therapy, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate.
Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to commence second reading debate on Bill C6, which proposes to criminalize conduct related to conversion therapy, a cruel exercise that stigmatizes and discriminates against Canada's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirit communities. Bill C6 is identical to former Bill C8, which I introduced on March 9th, 2020. Bill C6 and former Bill C8 signal our government's continuing commitment to eradicating a discriminatory practice that is out of step with Canadian values.
Our government has undertaken to protect the dignity and equality of members of the LGBTQ2 community by putting an end to conversion therapy in Canada. This bill keeps this promise and is added to other measures, including former Bill C-16, that provide increased protection to transgendered people under the Criminal Code and the Canadian Human Rights Act.
I am pleased, Madam Speaker, to present another initiative that will further protect LGBTQ2 people from discriminatory practices. So-called conversion therapy refers to misguided efforts to change the sexual orientation of bisexual, gay, and lesbian individuals to heterosexual, a person's gender identity to cisgender, or to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. Conversion therapy can take many forms, including counseling, behavioral modification, and talk therapy, and may be offered by professionals, religious officials, or laypersons.
This practice is a manifestation of the myths and stereotypes around LGBTQ2 people, in particularly
the myth that sexual orientation that is non-heterosexual and gender identity that is non-cisgender can and should be fixed. This type of discriminatory message stigmatizes LGBTQ2 individuals, harms their dignity and their right to equality.
Conversion therapy has also been discredited and denounced by many professional associations as harmful, especially to children. For example, in its 2014 position paper on mental health care for people who identify as LGBTQ2, the Canadian Psychiatric Association stated that it opposes the use of conversion therapy, given that the practice is based on the assumption that LGBTQ2 identities indicate a mental disorder, and that LGBTQ2 people could or should change their sexual orientation or gender identity. The Canadian Pediatric Society has also identified the practice as, quote, clearly unethical. And the Canadian Psychological Association, in their policy statement on conversion therapy, opposes the practice and takes note of the fact that, and I quote, scientific research does not support its efficacy.
The position of these professional associations and many others, both Canadian and international, reflect significant scientific evidence that people subjected to this practice have to deal with the aftermath, which includes distress, anxiety, self-loathing, depression, suicidal ideas, and suicide attempts.
Studies indicate, Madam Speaker, that children are particularly susceptible to these negative effects. For example, research shows that negative mental health outcomes among youth who have been exposed to conversion therapy include, in addition to the negative impacts I have already mentioned, high levels of depression, lower life satisfaction, and less social support and lower socioeconomic status in young adulthood. But what do we know about conversion therapy in Canada? Thanks to the community-based Sex Now survey, we have a better picture of who is most affected by conversion therapy. The survey's most recent results, 2019-2020, indicate that as many as 20%, 1 in 5, of respondents had been exposed to the practice. So we know that this harmful practice is currently happening in Canada. Moreover, a recent Canadian Journal of Psychiatry article that interpreted the Sex Now survey's previous results indicates that transgender, Indigenous, racial minority, and low-income persons are disproportionately represented among those who have been exposed. It also notes that transgender overrepresentation, and I quote, may be explained by the double stigma experienced by those who simultaneously occupy sexual and gender minority social positions. These data, Madam Speaker, are significant cause for concern. Not only does conversion therapy negatively affect marginalized persons, it negatively affects the most marginalized within that group.
Considering the inherent cruelty of conversion therapies and the evidence not only of harmful but also discriminatory effects on the most marginalized among us, Bill C-6 proposes amendments to put an end to this practice. First of all, the bill would define therapy conversion for the purposes of the criminal code as a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual, or their gender identity to cisgender, or to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior.
I note that Bill C-6's proposed definition of conversion therapy is restricted to practices, treatments, or services that are aimed at a particular purpose, that is, changing a fundamental part of who a person is. Accordingly, practices, treatments, or services designed to achieve other purposes would not be captured by the definition, such as treatments to assist a person in realizing their choice to align their physical appearance and characteristics with their gender identity, and therapies that assist a person in exploring their identity, known as gender-affirming treatments. However, out of an abundance of caution, the bill contains a for greater certainty clause, which clarifies that the definition does not capture certain practices, services, or treatments, specifically those that, and I quote the law here, relate to a person's gender transition or a person's exploration of their identity or its development. This clause comprehensively responds to any concern that the definition could be misinterpreted to include legitimate gender-affirming practices that help people explore their identities or realize their choice to gender transition. It is also consistent with the 2009 report of the American Psychological Association's Task Force on the Appropriate Therapeutic Responses to Sexual Orientation, which describes affirmative therapeutic interventions for those experiencing distress, for example, because of same-sex sexual attraction. Specifically, the report notes that legitimate interventions involve exploring and countering the harmful impact of stigma and stereotypes on the person's self-concept and maintaining a broad view of acceptable life choices. To be clear, legitimate gender-affirming interventions do not share the same purpose as treatments that are designed to change or suppress who a person is.
Accordingly, the offenses set out in Bill C6 do not cover recognized therapies because gender-affirming treatments do not have as their goal to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual, nor to confine a person's gender identity to cisgender. Neither do recognized therapies attempt to reduce or repress sexual attraction or behavior. But just in case it isn't clear enough, the legislation specifically proposes that these types of practices are not included in the definition of conversion therapy. Since it seems so important to the opposition leader, I'd like to reassure him explicitly. This bill does not ban conversations between an individual and their parents, a family member, a spiritual leader, or anyone else, conversations about their sexuality. The legislation before us today does not ban conversation. It criminalizes a hateful practice that has no place in this country.
Building on its clear definition of conversion therapy, the bill will also create 5 new criminal code offenses that will criminalize: first, causing minors to undergo conversion therapy; removing minors from Canada to undergo conversion therapy abroad; causing a person to undergo conversion therapy against their will; profiting or receiving a material benefit from the provision of conversion therapy; and finally, 5th, advertising an offer to provide conversion therapy.
This approach will protect all minors who are disproportionately affected by conversion therapies, whether those therapies are provided in Canada or abroad. No one will be able to offer conversion therapy to minors, and no one will be allowed to take children who normally reside in Canada abroad to undergo conversion therapy.
The approach will also protect persons who are at risk of being forced to receive conversion therapy. No one would be allowed to cause another person to undergo conversion therapy. The approach will also protect all Canadians from the commercialization of conversion therapy. No one will be allowed to profit from the practice, regardless of whether it is provided to minors or adults. And finally, the approach will protect all Canadians from public messaging suggesting that a person's sexual orientation or gender identity can and should be changed. No one would be allowed to advertise conversion therapy, regardless of whether a fee is charged for it. Courts would also be authorized to order the seizure and forfeiture of conversion therapy advertisements or their removal from the internet, which is similar to existing powers with respect to hate propaganda. I cannot emphasize enough that telling someone that they cannot be who they are is wrong and needs to be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The balanced approach in this legislation factors in the interests of every implicated person. To be clear, the bill's main purpose is to protect the equality rights of marginalized people in Canadian society. We know that conversion therapy not only causes individual harm to those subjected to it, but also harm to all of society by sending the message that a fundamental part of who a person is, their sexual orientation or gender identity, is a transitory state that can and should be changed. Such messaging is anathema to Canadian values, as reflected in our Charter, which protects the equality rights of all Canadians, including LGBTQ2 people. Respecting equality means promoting a society in which everyone is recognized at law as equally deserving of respect and consideration. This starts with promoting a society in which everyone can feel safe to be who they are. The law must provide the same protection for LGBTQ2 people as it does for others. Promouvoir.
Promoting these values means that the law should discourage and denounce a practice which is harmful to LGBTQ2 people and propagates myths and stereotypes about them. As the preamble of the bill states, it's our duty to discourage and denounce conversion therapy, considering its harm to society and to individuals. It's our duty to protect the human dignity and equality of all Canadians, and that is precisely what we're doing with Bill C-6.
We recognize the proposed amendments limit certain choices. For example, mature minors. We made this policy decision because research shows us that all minors, regardless of their age, are particularly vulnerable to conversion therapy's harms. Moreover, if mature minors were allowed to consent to receive conversion therapy, it would be the providers who would have to determine whether the child is mature enough to consent. But most so-called conversion therapy providers are not medical professionals and are not in a position to assess whether a minor is truly capable of making their own treatment decisions. That is why we have drawn a hard line at 18 years of age. That is the best way to protect the most vulnerable among those who are at risk of being subjected to this abhorrent practice. We also recognize that criminalizing profiting from conversion therapy means that consulting adults will be prevented from accessing conversion therapy unless it is available free of charge. This is because deterring this harmful practice requires placing limits on its availability, and these limits assist in avoiding psychological harm to the individuals who may be subjected to it, as well as harm to the dignity and equality rights of a marginalized group. Criminalizing advertising conversion therapy furthers that same important objective and reduces the presence of discriminatory public messaging. But significantly, nothing in this bill limits a person's right to their own point of view on sexual orientation and gender identity, nor their right to express that view, including, for example, in private conversations between an individual struggling with their sexual orientation or gender identity, and counselors, family members, friends, or religious officials seeking to support that individual. Ensuring everyone's ability to express their point of view is fundamental to a free and democratic society, and this is true regardless of whether there is agreement on that point of view.
Now that I've described the proposed amendments, what they will prevent and what they won't prevent, I'd like to commend the leadership of former Senator Joyal on this issue. He tabled the previous bill, a private member's bill in the Senate, S-202, an act to amend the Criminal Code Conversion Therapy, formerly Bill S-260, which was sponsored by Senator Cormier once Senator Joyal retired.
The proposed offenses in this legislation fill a gap in the criminal law because we currently have no offense directly targeting the heinous practice of conversion. Together with existing offenses, the new offenses would create a comprehensive criminal law response to the harms posed by conversion therapy. And let us not forget that criminal law responses would complement existing provincial and municipal responses as well. 3 provinces, Ontario in 2015, Nova Scotia in 2018, and Prince Edward Island in 2019, have enacted legislation under their responsibility for health-related matters. This legislation specifies that conversion therapy is not an insured health service and bans healthcare providers from providing conversion therapy to minors. And significantly, other Canadian jurisdictions are following suit. Earlier this year, both the Yukon and Quebec introduced bills that would implement similar reforms. Although Bill C-6 is an exercise of criminal law because it amends the criminal code, it is consistent with provincial health regulation.
Some Canadian municipalities, including Vancouver, Calgary, and Edmonton, have also prevented companies from providing conversion therapy within city limits. In Canada, it's clear that all orders of government have a role to play in putting an end to this harmful practice. I had the pleasure of receiving the support of my provincial and territorial colleagues when we met in January to discuss reforms to the criminal code regarding conversion therapy. Madam Speaker, there is no reason for any member in this place to oppose this bill.
We are proud that so much is being done in Canada to address this destructive practice. Our efforts place us at the vanguard of the international community. For example, Malta is the only jurisdiction known to have criminalized various aspects of conversion therapy. Their approach criminalizes conversion therapy to vulnerable persons, which is defined as persons under the age of 16 years, persons with a mental disorder, or persons considered by the court to be at risk. Malta also criminalizes advertising conversion therapy as well as involuntary conversion therapy. L'approche que nous proposons va plus loin.
The approach we propose goes further. We propose to protect all children under 18 from conversion therapy offered in Canada or abroad. We also propose to protect all Canadians from negative messages associated with publicizing this harmful practice and those who profit from it.
And we hopefully will be joined by others soon. For example, in March of 2018, the European Parliament passed a resolution condemning conversion therapy and urging European Union member states to ban the practice. Shortly thereafter, in July of 2018, the United Kingdom government announced that they intend to bring forward proposals to ban conversion therapy. I understand that work is ongoing. In short, there is growing recognition worldwide of the destructive nature of this practice and acknowledgement that the criminal law is an appropriate way to address that harm.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In response to the minister's speech today, I believe there's direct consequences of the fact that the definition of conversion therapy is flawed. This bill restricts freedom of choice and expression for all Canadians, actually including the LGBTQ2 individuals. I just want to quote Lee. Lee is one of many young transgender individuals who has detransitioned, and she says, she realized some important truths of her detransition. She says, quote, "There were all these red flags, and I honestly wish that somebody had pointed them out to me, and then I might not have transitioned in the first place. If only I had realized that somebody with a history of eating disorder, a history of childhood sexual abuse, a history of neglect and bullying for being a gender nonconforming female, a person with internalized homophobia and misogyny should not have been encouraged to transition. I wish that somebody would have tried to stop me. Transition did not work for me," end quote. Lee reflects, Speaker, on her realization that with all of her issues, she should not have been encouraged to transition, but rather wished that somebody would have tried to stop her, as transition did not work for her. Does the minister affirm that C6 would take away Lee's rights to have conversations of her choosing with anyone of her choosing in private or in the public square to change the outcomes of what she recognizes as, in her case, her regrettable transition?
Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for giving us precisely an example of where the law as drafted intends to protect the legitimate conversations that a person would have with a healthcare provider, with a parent, with a religious mentor or other person in the legitimate exploration of one's identity. Madam Speaker, I repeat, nothing in this law bans these kinds of legitimate discussions about one's identity or finding one's identity. Rather, it is banning a practice that says something about your identity is wrong and therefore needs to be changed. That's what we're banning, Madam Speaker, and it's critically important that we do so.
Des commentaires, question, l'honorable député de Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate the Minister of Justice for this bill that we're debating today. It's important for people who have undergone these infamous practices. It's important to see that we are addressing the problem. And I am surprised to hear my conservative colleagues saying up till now that the bill is not clear. I think it's very clear. Conversion therapy is forbidden for minors, and it is also forbidden to force someone to non-consensually undergo conversion therapy. I think it's very clear, and we will certainly support this legislation. My question: this bill addresses certain hateful, and I would even say barbarous, practices that are based on certain extreme religious positions. So, I would like to know if this government intends to address other barbarous practices that have to do with other extreme religious traditions, such as Sharia law in some courts, or female genital circumcision.
Donc, je remercie
the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question and for his support for this bill. We need to work together on this. As a Quebecer and Canadian, I am proud that my Quebec counterpart, Minister Joël Barrette, announced a few weeks ago his intention to move forward with a complementary measure in his area of jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, it is important to speak about this bill today. It's a bill that is important for the LGBTQ2 community in order to protect their rights and I will let the bill frame my response today.
Esquimalt Sanish Suk.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by thanking the Minister for introducing this bill and assure him once again that New Democrats will be supporting C6 at second reading. My question to the Minister is very simple. Survivors of conversion therapy have been outspoken in their concern that this bill falls short of a total ban on conversion therapy and that its language may not be comprehensive enough to capture all the current practices directed at transgender and non-binary Canadians to try to force them to deny their true selves. Will the Minister confirm that he is open to both these kinds of changes at Justice Committee to address these concerns?
Well, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I thank the honourable member for his not only his support but his leadership on these very, very important questions. Madam Speaker, it is true that this doesn't represent a total ban. He is correct in his reading of the legislation. There will be a charter statement that I will table very soon in this House that explains our reasons for not going further. That being said, Madam Speaker, and I want to reassure the honourable member publicly, as I have in our private conversations, that I am open to all good faith attempts to improve this bill. And if he believes there is a way in which we can explore a larger definition, I'm always prepared to consider that.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as the honourable member for Fredericton has already put on the record, the Green Party is also very much in support of a complete ban on conversion therapy. I join the member for Esquimalt Saanich in thanking the minister for bringing forward Bill C6. And I would ask him only this: how open will the government be to amendments that, without violating the charter considerations, provide moves towards a more complete ban on practices that amount to this monstrous, well, it can't be called therapy. It's so destructive. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
I thank the honourable member for her question. I agree that one ought to put therapy in quotation marks when discussing this practice, and I agree that it's a horrific practice. As I've just assured the honourable member from Esquimalt Saanich, and whatever rest of his riding is called, I apologize, that I am open to all good faith amendments that seek to clarify or work within the confines of the Charter to extend the parameters of the legislation. I am, Madam Speaker, we want Canada to be leaders on this, and therefore I'm willing to work with members across the aisle to make it better.
The Honourable Member for Spadina East York.
Thank you very much. Much of the healthcare system of this country is governed by provincial and territorial jurisdiction and governments, and I'm curious as to what conversations the minister has had with his provincial counterparts to make sure that there is no backdoor access to a practice we're seeking to severely limit and restrict.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member for his question. As I said in the main body of my remarks, I have raised this with my provincial and territorial counterparts. There was widespread support. A number of those jurisdictions, I mentioned Quebec most recently, but other jurisdictions have already moved to make sure that this isn't and I'm again put this in quotation marks, a healthcare service that is given at the provincial level, healthcare being within the jurisdiction of the provinces. And they also regulate the medical profession and other healthcare professions, and there are movements within those professions to make the conduct unethical, according to the code of ethics, or the code deontologique of these various professional bodies. Municipalities can also work with us by banning the practice as a business practice within their jurisdictions. So I would assure the honourable member that there's a great deal of cooperation across the levels of government across Canada, and I'm very proud of that.
Very, very short question from the member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And unfortunately, my question was maybe slightly longer than very short, but I'll try and keep it brief. Two very quick questions. I noticed that and for me, the devil is in the details on all of this. And for the Honourable Minister, I just had a quick question, two of them actually. On the CPA policy statement, which they link to on the Justice website, they list prayer as being a part potentially of conversion therapy. And so again, in the context of broad definition, would the wrong types of prayers be criminalized under this? And one follow-up question on this same CPA policy statement, they only mention...
Sorry, but I think we'll have to stay with one question. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. As is clear in the legislation, as was clear in my remarks, what we are banning is a practice. There's a great difference whether one is in discussion or whether one is praying. There's a great difference between trying to determine who someone is on the one hand and telling someone that who they are is problematic or wrong, and then trying to change it to something else. We're trying to...
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am pleased to rise today as the first speaker here at second reading from our caucus on Bill C6, an act to amend the criminal code regarding conversion therapy, formerly C8, before COVID changed our model here and we lost a few months on this legislation. I'm honored to stand in the House of Commons today to provide some comments and feedback on this bill, and at times a personal perspective, as we all share a common goal: to eliminate the harmful practice of conversion therapy across Canada. I want to start off on a personal note about the debate in this chamber. In the last few weeks, many colleagues have stood and asked questions and commentaries and debates around C7, medical assistance in dying. And I just want to commend, as I've mostly watched that from my office on the television, I have to say the tone and the civility of the debate, the questions and the debate going back and forth have been very civil and constructive, and I think very worthy of the House in the debates that we hope to have similarly on a piece of legislation such as this. I want to start off by acknowledging the work of our partners. The minister just before me had acknowledged some of the provincial jurisdictions that have done
Has the microphones on? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge the work of the provincial partners, as the minister did mention in his comments, that have done work before we were dealing with this piece of legislation in Ottawa in provincial jurisdiction. In Ontario in 2015, a law was passed, Manitoba 2015, and in Nova Scotia 2018. And I want to, maybe a bit biased perhaps being from Ontario, but I want to acknowledge the work that was done at Queen's Park and the provincial legislature, where not only it was the first, my understanding, in Canada, but all the parties worked together to get unanimous support for that bill that proceeded to ban conversion therapy in the province of Ontario. That shows how legislatures and parliamentarians from different parties can work together on issues of common concern. And I believe we can achieve the same goal here in Ottawa. We all agree with the common goal, calling out conversion therapy for what it is: a terrible, inhumane, dangerous practice against the LGBTQ community, and that needs to be eliminated in Canada. As I start my comments here today, I want to acknowledge the many organizations that have worked for years to raise awareness of this issue. As we debate and discuss the details of this legislation, we need to always remember the stories and the scars of those who have suffered through some form of conversion therapy. There are many who have come forward to share their stories, to help educate us and bring light to this issue. But unfortunately, there are some who've not been able to share their stories with us because they're not with us anymore. The torture, the pain that they faced was too much to handle. Many suffered in silence. Too many have taken their lives because of the harms that conversion therapy caused them. We often talk in this House about making our Parliament more diverse and reflective of Canada, by gender, by race, by profession, by sexual orientation, by lived experiences. As we debate this legislation, this is exactly why we aspire to that goal: to bring perspective from across the country and to share stories and experiences that can help guide us all. I want to do that today for a few moments. Madam Speaker, I've said a few times in the last year, I've talked more about my sexual orientation in the last year than I have my entire 33 years. I'm a proud gay man that lives in rural Eastern Ontario, and I've come to realize that my story matters. If I can get personal here for a moment, I want to talk about my story and my coming out. It was back in 2017 in my hometown of Winchester, Ontario. Small town, lots of churches, lots of mix of bedroom community, people work into Ottawa, people that have called a rural community their home for their entire life. People coming out maybe wasn't as common as it would be in downtown Ottawa or downtown Toronto and other places. But I served as a mayor of my community at that time. I was out to my family and friends, and I had decided that it was important for me to let my community know that I'm a proud gay man, that I could live my life openly, happily, and freely. I did a letter on a Sunday morning about 9 o'clock and posted it on Facebook, and it went viral. I was not expecting the reaction. It was the lead story on the news channel the next day, and it went viral on Facebook. And what I was hoping from that was indifference, that people would just move on and not care, but in a good way, showing how far we've come. But what I got was the absolute opposite. The love and the compassion and the support that I got from people was overwhelming. People from all different backgrounds, different life experiences. And I find the more and more people that share their story, it becomes a degree of separation. So I went to bed that night, Madam Speaker, very happy and on a high. Unfortunately, it did not last too long. A couple of days later, a community just south of my hometown, a young gay man only a couple years younger than I was, took his life. What that high I felt that night was equally emotional a couple of days later in the struggles that he had faced, a variety of struggles. But if that wasn't enough, there was a degree of separation further that broke my heart. A friend of mine had let me know that a friend of his was a closeted gay man that had married a woman but was actually gay and struggling with a sexual orientation. He was nervous about coming out to his family, to his friends, his community, and he hid it. And he suffered and suffered and suffered in silence until he couldn't take it anymore. I share these stories not because that I know of any of them were subject to conversion therapy, but it shows the struggles that people still face. From my positive experience that I had with my family and friends and community, we need to acknowledge that's not the same for everybody else, and not everybody. We need to show compassion and care and understanding, whether it's coming to terms with their sexual orientation or their gender identity. Adding something on like conversion therapy to a child, any sort of therapy in that regard, to change somebody, how devastating it would be for them to go through what they would have to go through, what they are subject to. It is so fundamentally wrong and dangerous. Subjecting a child to change them to be who they're not is wrong. It's dangerous, and it must end. I want to talk about the first speech our new leader gave here in the House when the opportunity was to speak on this legislation when it was tabled by the minister. I have to say I'm really proud of his response, his compassion, and his understanding of the issue. He spoke of his military service. He spoke about how a fundamental part of his job, of that service, was to defend the rights of all Canadians, wherever his service took him. He did that proudly in our military, and he's done that as a member of Parliament here in this chamber when legislation has come forward. And then the NDP legislation and the bill a few years ago on gender identity was a key example of that. I want to reflect, and I want to put back in the record again a quote that our leader said that day that really stuck with me. He said, "I understood and counted for rights that day. As a parliamentarian, I'm here to secure the rights of every Canadian, including those in the LGBTQ community, and to build an inclusive and prosperous country for all. Now, as leader of the Conservative Party, I pledge to continue this work." Madam Speaker, Conservatives agree that conversion therapy is wrong and should be banned. No Canadian should be forced to change who they are, whether it be their sexual orientation or their gender identity. We know that too many Canadians have been harmed by this practice. And as parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to protect the most vulnerable in our society. That includes members of the LGBTQ community who have been the target of degrading and dehumanizing practices in an effort to change their sexual orientation against their will. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. This legislation amends the criminal code, among other things, to create the following offenses. A, causing a person to undergo conversion therapy against the person's will. B, causing a child to undergo conversion therapy. C, doing anything for the purpose of removing a child from Canada with the intention that that child undergo conversion therapy outside Canada. D, advertising an offer to provide conversion therapy. And E, receiving a financial or other material benefit from the provision of conversion therapy. I just want to talk briefly in the details of the legislation, and something where I've been able to speak with many colleagues on different sides of the House, and even my constituents at home, back home in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, as they have questions and comments about the legislation. Regarding the words, and I'll use a specific quote, it's repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior as part of the definition of conversion therapy. I want to talk about the difficulty sometimes, in my opinion, and my own life experiences, the difficulty of trying to come up with a definition of conversion therapy that acknowledges how what conversion therapy is has changed over the years. Many people think of it as electroshock therapy, a terrible, horrible practice that I hopefully believe, and I believe is mostly eradicated in our country. Not saying it's completely gone, but there's been an evolution over the years of what conversion therapy it is, from that visual of electroshock therapy to what it is more of as a repression, is some sort of therapy session to suppress feelings. It's okay to be gay, but just don't act on it. It's okay to have a different gender identity, but just don't act on it. That suppression of that thought is equally as damaging as anything else. So I want to acknowledge when we talk about that is the latest unfortunate trends, I believe, and those that promote conversion therapy or offer it, is not so much this thing of envision of what we have of something you would see decades ago, but something more where it's treated as a therapy, when in fact it's anything but. As we move forward on the debate in this legislation, and when the bill hopefully gets to second reading and into committee where we can study and discuss this further, our Conservative team has noted we will be proposing a reasonable amendment that I believe will bring even more support to this legislation. I believe it to be fair, to be reasonable, and to be bipartisan, and should have the support of the government. That is because I believe we can simply add the words of their own news release back earlier this year to confirm what the minister has said before, but we can put emphatically, and I believe as not a legal expert, I believe for greater certainty is the words that the minister acknowledged in his comments that could be put into the legislation, to say that private conversations are not subject to criminal prosecution. And I'll just use the quote because I believe it. It is the intent of this legislation, and I believe the legislation would be better off if it were in here from the news release into the legislation. Quote, these new offenses would not criminalize private conversations in which personal views on sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity are expressed, such as where teachers, school counselors, pastoral counselors, faith leaders, doctors, mental health professionals, friends, or family members provide support to persons struggling with their sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity, unquote. I believe that to be the intent of this legislation from my own personal view, and I think it would be reasonable, and I think it would be appropriate that if we could work, as the minister said, in good faith attempts, which he does have from myself and members of our party, to bring forward and to get that included. I'm happy to see that Parliament is tackling the issue of banning conversion therapy. The sooner that we put a stop to it, the more lives we will save, and the better quality of life and promising future we can give a young member of the LGBTQ community. I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, I don't talk often, or I've talked a bit more often about my sexual orientation and being a proud gay man. But one of the other things I've talked less about is my faith. And I know for many Canadians in every part of this country, their faith guides them in the decisions and the values that they have. As I reflect on my own personal faith, I will say this. My faith and the values my church taught me has not guided me away from this legislation, but the opposite. It has taught me to support it, to stand up for vulnerable neighbors and friends, to show empathy and compassion, to be there and stand up for those who can't do it on their own. That's what my faith has taught me. That's where it has guided me, and is guiding me to being behind this legislation and seeing it enacted as we work together through committee, through third reading, and eventually on to the Senate. I will end my comments today not with debate on the specific legislation, but with a message to a young gay or trans child. It is okay to be gay. It is okay to be trans. It is right for you to live your life who you are and be who you are. Canadians know that subjecting anyone to conversion therapy is wrong, and we must protect those who are vulnerable. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for the time today to offer my support for ending conversion therapy, for working together here in second reading, in committee, and in the Senate to make this happen and get the job done together. We need to do this for the young children that I mentioned and for those who are tragically not with us anymore. We must act on their stories and their struggles to do better. Let's continue this work and let's get it done for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Spadina East.
I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for what can only be described as a beautiful speech. And beautiful speeches often have a shadow of pain to show the contrast that creates that beauty. And I just want to thank him for sharing his thoughts with us today and his experience with us. It makes us all better to know each other that way and to understand where we've come from and where we're trying to get to. And I truly wish to express my gratitude for his good words today. He talked about words he has for young people who are struggling as they emerge into their sexuality and their gender. But he also comes from a community where there are older people who have seen the world change. If you go back 10 years in this House, you'll see a debate around same-sex marriage, which was not quite so beautiful and had some very painful moments for all of us who have family members who have benefited from the changes that we've lived through. What are the words that he would use to share with the older people in his generation who have seen this in his community, who have seen this change, to give them comfort that their best interests and their loved ones are being cared for with this legislation?
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundon, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question and the kind words. I've used a line, I used this a few days after I came out. I'd done a Facebook post to say thank you. And the line that I've used many times since then to talk about that is every person that shares their story opens up new hearts and new minds. And that's where I believe we've made a lot of progress in our country in the last 10, 15 years. It has been a more comfortable environment, albeit not a perfect one, for more people to come out with their gender identity, with their sexual orientation, to live their life the way they were born and to do. So what I've tried to do in my service here in Ottawa as an MP and before that as a mayor, with just somebody from a small rural community where maybe that degree of separation of not knowing somebody that's there all the time, is that this legislation, I believe, can send a message to say that conversion therapy is wrong because a person does not need to be converted. Regardless of their sexual orientation, regardless of their gender identity, they can live and be free of who they are, but also we have to acknowledge that for the progress that we've made, there's still a long ways to go. It's not as easy for everybody and in their circumstances. So I believe this legislation goes in the right direction, and it takes away what I feel is such a negative force in somebody's life if they were subject to conversion therapy. If we can ban that and get rid of that practice, take it right off the table, I believe it gives more young people, whether it be with their sexual orientation or their gender identity, a better hope for a better future and better support from their community and their parliament.
The Honourable Member for Terrain-Blainville. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, I did not hear you. To the member, I would say that I am sending you a virtual applause for your testimony. Of course, the Bloc Québécois is behind the bill. I think it is a fundamental issue related to dignity and equality for LGBTQ2 individuals. I would like to ask you this question. You insisted on the fact that there were amendments that should be made to the bill, and I would like to know what amendments, because the conversations between family members and a child would not be prohibited, but To what extent do you want to see these amendments made?
Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
And I thank my bloc colleague for the question. As I mentioned in my speech, I believe we're going to be proposing what we feel are reasonable amendments. And I think, and I used in my comments, a bipartisan approach to this of the words and I know many of my colleagues were the same when they read the news release from the Department of Justice back in March with the comments about what this does not entail. It was worded better, but I think was parts that weren't in the legislation. So simply taking what was in the government's own news release with their own intent and their own clarification, I believe for greater certainty, if we put those words in the legislation, I believe we're going to have even more support for this and can give further clarity. So to me, I say is if there's comfort in the government putting those words in their news release, there should be comfort in putting that for greater clarity in the legislation itself. I believe, and I take the minister at his word, goodwill, good intentioned amendments. This is one of them, and I firmly believe we can send an even stronger message in this Parliament with that amendment and with more support.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to start by thanking the member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry for adding a diverse voice to this Parliament. And I thank him for standing up and very bravely sharing his story with us. And of course, I thank him for his strong support for this bill. There are many things that we may share as out gay men, and there are many things we will probably agree on. But I have to say that I have some concerns about the kind of amendment he's talking about because conversion therapy in Canada goes on in the shadows. And I think we have to be careful to bring it out of the shadows and ban it. But my question for the member is a more difficult question. Since he has said that Conservatives believe conversion therapy is wrong, and he has stressed that he sees it as an attack on fundamental rights of my community, our community, then how is it that he sees that a free vote is appropriate, allowing his colleagues to vote against fundamental rights and freedoms for members of our community and to vote against our right to be protected against harmful practices like conversion therapy?
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
I want to thank my colleague for the NDP for his first question, and I want to begin by acknowledging his work that he's done in his time in Ottawa, for the leadership that he's shown and paved the way for people such as myself to follow in his shoes as we talk about LGBTQ issues and legislation. Our party, a fundamental building block of the Conservative Party of Canada, is free votes on these types of issues. I would not want to be subject to vote for something that I don't want to on something like this. I am proud to be able to, on issues that come forward for free vote, to be able to vote the way that I want. But I will say to my colleague is that as we work together and as we talk and debate this legislation here, as we get to committee, as our leader said, there's many, many members that want to get to yes on this, that want to get that greater clarification and look at that and study some of those details of the bill. So I think from our Conservative Party, the comments that our leader has made and many of our colleagues have raised, there is good intention here to get to yes, to understand what conversion therapy exactly is and wanting to ban it. So I am proud to be able to have a free vote. That goes for myself on a myriad of different issues in our caucus. That's a fundamental building block of our party, and I think makes our party stronger.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his great speech and sharing his personal story. My question is, and actually I just want to thank you for the amendment that you're proposing, because I think a lot of us would welcome that if it were included into the legislation. My question to you would just be, through you, Madam Chair, would just be, if there are no amendments to this bill, are you concerned that it'll suffer the same fate that the medical assistance in dying bill faced when it was struck down in court and is now back in front of us in the House of Commons yet again?
Well, member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
I've been a member of Parliament for 1 year, and I'm getting the legal hang of things bit by bit, but I won't presuppose what may happen if the amendment's not there. What my focus is right now, I'll say to my honourable colleague, is working with my colleagues that are on the Justice Committee as we get to second reading and talking about, as the Minister had just said in his speech, he is open to good faith amendments that can, I think, improve and strengthen the bill. I believe right now, let's focus on that. We have an opportunity here, and my colleagues from the bloc had said in that comment as well, what it is not. I agree with what it is not. So let's put it in for greater certainty. So I don't want to presuppose what may happen. My goal is that we can work together here in Parliament, support a reasonable amendment like this, get a very large number of members on third reading to support this, which two things I think builds on the strength of the legislation and more importantly sends a strong message to all of the country, whether you are a member of the LGBTQ community or a supporter of, that this Parliament strongly supports the rights of the LGBTQ community and sends a strong message in ending conversion therapy.
Questions and comments very quickly.
Richmond Hill, a very short answer. A question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague across the aisle. To you, great speech. A quick question on the positive impact of this bill on mental health of those individuals who were previously exposed to this type of treatment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very brief answer from the member from Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
I think what this legislation does is corrects for the future subjecting children to this dangerous practice, so it would eliminate and go there. And I also think, as I said in my comments, this is a testimony and a tribute to those that have been victims of conversion therapy, that although we could not have stopped it in the past, we send a message here today that it is wrong, that their stories do matter, and they've made a difference on future members that may not be
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle. Just a minute. Okay. Go ahead. Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to share my time with my honourable colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House? Yes. Okay. So let's proceed. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be with you today to speak to an important bill, Bill C6, an act to amend the criminal code in relation to conversion therapies, a bill that I believe should be passed quickly in order to gain the respect that LGBTQ2 people deserve. This bill proposes to amend a series of sections of the criminal code to create offenses, all of which relate to the practice of conversion therapy. It's identical to Bill C8, which was introduced in March 2020 before Parliament closed. It's my hope that it will be passed by all members of this House in this 43rd Parliament. Historically, Madam Speaker, Quebec has been a leader in the protection of rights, given that the Quebec Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms has recognized sexual orientation as a prohibited ground of discrimination since 1977, and that the Quebec National Assembly instituted civil union in 2002 by Mr. Landry's government, the PQ government, thereby allowing same-sex couples to join together. Equality between citizens is a fundamental Quebec value and an inalienable right. Practices that deny the right to exist with respect for one's deep identity must be denounced. But what is conversion therapy? It's a practice, a treatment, or a service that aims either to make a person heterosexual or cisgender, to repress or reduce any non-heterosexual attraction or behavior. That's appalling, Madam Speaker. I invite you to put us in the position of a vulnerable person, to appreciate the extent of the violence that this can bring to their identity and the distress it can cause them. It's inconceivable to me that even today, this type of treatment exists in order to please non-acceptance from parents or groups or organizations, In Quebec, respect for gender identity and sexual orientation of each and everyone is such a value to which the practice of conversion therapy does violence. Who are we to judge what is good for another person to the point of convincing them that they should be different in our society that is so inclusive and respectful of human rights? Madam Speaker, the experts say so. Conversion therapies are pseudoscience. Not only are they dangerous and degrading, many studies have shown them to be completely ineffective. Of course they are. According to the World Health Organization, these practices constitute a serious threat to the health and rights of those affected. Also, according to the Canadian Psychological Association, conversion or restorative therapy can have negative consequences such as distress, anxiety, depression, negative self-image, feelings of personal failure, difficulty maintaining relationships, and sexual dysfunction. This is very serious, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, it's happening here in silence. I myself was shocked to learn that these practices still exist in 2020. I'm ashamed. Let's look to courageous Gabriel Nadeau, a former member of a Protestant Pentecostal community who has spoken publicly about 3 conversion therapies that he sadly was forced to undergo. Allow me, with all due respect, to describe what he experienced. Gabriel described the sessions as follows. 4 people held me physically while the prophet shouted in my ears for half an hour, asking the demon to come out. And I was made to drink holy olive oil. He added, in the group I was with, there was the belief that homosexuality was an evil spirit, a demon. I was aware of that. I believed it myself. And it was their practice to perform exorcisms. And as to the consequences of these therapies for him, he said, I think that was the most difficult phase for me, even beyond the exorcism. It was, in fact, the rejection of myself that followed, of being completely disgusted with myself and wanting to change absolutely and being desperate every day. It was really awful. I have shivers down my spine, Madam Speaker. It's terrifying. As a mother, it breaks my heart. This has to change. And as soon as possible, Madam Speaker. Fortunately, Canadian and Quebec society, as distinct as they may be, we have much in common, especially in terms of values. And it can be said that on a number of subjects they agree and share the same principles which go in the direction of advancing rights. That's why, as the Bloc Québécois critic for diversity and inclusion, I'd like to highlight the government's initiative to promote the development of a common vision of the rights of women. The Quebec Justice Minister is on board with putting an end to conversion therapy. In closing, Madam Speaker, in July 2019, Gabriel Nadeau said in an interview, I began to accept myself, and I discovered that it wasn't always necessary to conform to what others want or think, whether it be for my sexuality or for anything else. It's extraordinary. I would never go back to that religious prison. I'd like to tell him and everyone else who's watching, no matter what your gender identity or sexual orientation is, you are seen, you are loved, and you are beautiful. I'm pleased to say that the Bloc Québécois has always been resolutely committed to the protection and promotion of the rights and freedoms of the people of Quebec, and I'm very proud to belong to a political party that shares my values and has always been an ally in the fight against discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender. For all these reasons, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is of the view that the various amendments to the criminal code provided for in Bill C6 are appropriate, and we will be supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I really do appreciate the tone of the discussions. As you know, it would seem that members from all sides of the House recognize the importance of the legislation that is before us. And conversion therapy has been an issue for a great deal of time. And it's encouraging to be able to see it get to the stage we're at today in terms of the second reading. And I'm wondering if the member from the bloc has any sense in terms of specific amendments that the bloc would like to see to the legislation, or is it more so waiting for it to go to a committee before they provide any further comment with respect to amendments?
L'honorable député de Laurentides.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that question from my colleague. Given everything we have on our plate right now, given that this bill was tabled back in March, it's urgent to go ahead with it. And that's what I was saying before in my speech. We need to act swiftly with everything else we have on our plates right now.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to say thank you to my colleague who just spoke, the example she gave of a very serious and inappropriate intervention, which I would definitely identify as conversion therapy. And that's why comments from individuals who've been exposed to this type of thing are important. And I just want to share, Carrie spoke to her own experience when she was prescribed hormones after 4 sessions of therapy. She notes that no attempts were made at these therapy sessions to process personal issues that she raised. She notes that no one in the medical or psychological field ever tried to dissuade her from her gender transition or to offer any other option than to maybe wait till she was 18. Speaker, this revelation of medical and psychological professionals not providing balanced options to Carrie would be validated by this legislation with its current definition of conversion therapy. Is the member concerned that medical and psychological professionals are being prevented from providing individuals with other options because of fear of being penalized within their own field? As an example, Ken Zucker, a Canadian world-renowned gender expert, was fired from CAMH for his watchful waiting approach with young gender dysphoric youth, and today could possibly also be prosecuted as well. Thank you.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. I'd like to come back to the need to have an option whereby there are no cases of what Mr. Nadeau went through. Nothing involuntary should be happening. This bill should make it possible to set out all the restrictions we need so that subsequently, it's 2020, we'll be able to look at whether there are other issues. But for now, let's focus swiftly on eliminating conversion therapy, which is still around today in 2020. Thank you.
West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank my colleague for her intervention. Just last year, I know of a case where a young male was brought into the workplace receiving government assistance, this workplace was, where he was confronted about being gay and asked to convert to keep his job. These situations are still real. I'd like to ask my member what she feels about someone like that now having to walk away from the job. They're pursuing it in other ways now, but how do you say something to that, to a youth who has to go to work, to a dream job that he has, and then have to actually face that circumstance and leave the job?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. It's awful, it's dreadful to imagine that not only is there discrimination from parents or religious organizations, but there's even still discrimination in the workplace from employers. And what I hope will happen with this amendment to the criminal code, I hope that it will be enforced. And when I say it's important to be respected and loved for who we are, I think this is a good step, a step in the right direction in 2020. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to take the floor today to speak to Bill C-6 on behalf of the Bloc Québécois and the voters in Berthier-Masquinongé, my constituents. And it's no surprise, we're in favor of this bill. If only out of respect for the LGBTQ2 community, if for no other reason. It's out of respect for them. But I have mixed feelings, Madam Speaker, because I should be delighted to see Parliament passing this type of legislation in 2020, but those feelings are mixed because it's 2020. It's a shame this hasn't already happened. And I'd like to say, for the benefit of my 337 other colleagues, let's pass this as quickly as possible, as my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle was saying. We have a duty to protect the equality of all people. We have to make it illegal to discriminate against people, particularly because of their sexual orientation. This practice does not respect a person's deep identity. That conversion therapy runs counter to people's individual dignity. In Quebec, we have included sexual orientation as a prohibited ground of discrimination. We have recognized civil unions. So historically, we have already taken great steps. But if you have done some reading on this issue, some of the testimonies we've heard, all these conversion therapies are a form of violence. And in the Bloc Québécois, we condemn all forms of violence without exception. Conversion therapy is one of these forms of violence, Madam Speaker. It's pseudoscience. It's dangerous. It's ineffective. And it's promoted by minority groups. I would even say tiny minorities, on the pretext of supposedly of some belief systems. But of course we should respect belief systems and faiths, but that should go hand in hand with respect for individuals and their freedoms. There are limits that we should not go beyond. The government of Quebec is preparing to legislate along the same lines, but I'm glad that the House of Commons is doing the same. I'm delighted that the government of Canada, with this bill, is saying that it is justified in a society to affirm values and to denounce values that run counter to the values being upheld. So forcing someone to undergo therapy against their will, this type of therapy, and it even is forced on children and minors. They're forced at times to go to another country to undergo this therapy. So banning this therapy and banning anyone who would facilitate this type of therapy, those are all things accomplished with this bill. It's the duty of any society that claims to be civilized to ban this type of torture. Before I was a member in the House of Commons, I was a high school teacher working with near adults, and I'm very aware of the importance of a climate of acceptance, of listening, and of support For 25 years, Madam Speaker, I had a front row seat on a high period of time of change in a adolescent's life. As you know, change is not always easy, and I always found this a fascinating transition, a fascinating time in the life of a young person. So for all those questioning their profound identity and their sexual orientation, each and every one of us at some point in our lives has had to ask ourselves questions. People have doubts, they have fears, people have a desire to be normal, quote unquote, to be popular, to be accepted by others. Imagine how traumatic it must be not to be accepted by one's own parents, and to have one's own parents inflict this type of violent therapy on you. So this is a time in a person's life where there's a lot of social pressure, a lot of questions, a lot of frustration. People often feel alone in the world and understood by none at this period in their lives. So it's only natural for people to have questions. Sometimes parents find their teenagers moody and that they have bad attitudes. Well, try to look at it as a positive thing. It's only to be expected. They're asking questions. They're going through a difficult time. Imagine how traumatic it would be at this critical point in a person's development to inflict conversion therapy on them. The danger of suicide or depression, or if ever this conversion pseudoscience had some appearance of initial success, imagine the life of a person not leading their life according to their true identity and maximizing their potential. And it's not just the individual that loses out in a situation like that, it's society as a whole. Live and let live. I'll finish up there with my experience as a teacher over the past 25 years. I have had the pleasure of seeing mentalities, mindsets evolve. I've seen same-sex couples form without social condemnation, and it's marvelous to see. Today, I'm saying let's take one more step. Let us provide for individual freedoms. The case of Gabriel Nadeau was mentioned earlier. He tells of 4 people holding him down while a prophet screamed into his ears, and they made him drink holy olive oil. Other testimonies talk about people being inhabited by the Holy Spirit and freeing the afflicted individual in the name of Jesus from the demon that's possessing them. It's incredible. With all due respect for religious belief, young people have the right to have their youth protected. It's a right. It's a duty that we have. When you hear about these stories, it makes no sense whatsoever. It's horrible. These people are charlatans. It's our responsibility to do something about it.
So I see that, as usual, I don't have much time left. I'll just speed up. We are responsible for protecting young people, regardless of their sexual orientation. Let us adopt this bill with broad support. And let's recall the statistics. 47,000 men have undergone this type of so-called therapy. Many organizations offer it. The World Health Organization recognizes that these practices are a menace to health. The Canadian Psychological Organization has recognized the serious and harmful effects of this, suicide, depression, etc. The UN High Commission states that these practices are abusive. In fact, practically all major world organizations identify these practices as being completely unacceptable. Quebec's Arc-en-Ciel organization published an eloquent report on this topic. There are various statements here about assault, physical and emotional abuse, kidnapping, parents who failed in their duty to protect their child from all of this abuse, both physical and emotional abuse, when they knew that these third parties were going to, well, torture their children, because that's what we're talking about, and we must call a spade, torture their children. Now, as you know, and as the Bloc states, Quebec and Canadian societies are distinct, but we do share many common values. And one of those values is the protection of individual rights, protecting diversity, protecting individuals. So I'm very pleased to see both the Quebec and the Canadian parliaments, for once, be on the same page. That's good. To say to the whole world, whether you're gay, lesbian, or any other group, transgender, any other group regarding your sexual orientation or gender identity and expression, whatever the case, it's okay and it's normal, and it's not something that we should subject to debate in the Parliament. Sorry, I must interrupt. I must interrupt the honourable member. You may continue whenever you wish during the questions period.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, et je tiens à...
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. I'd like to thank my colleague for Berthier Masquinongé for his excellent speech. He discussed the fact that here in Canada there is indeed a great deal of importance granted to the idea of individual rights. I have fought for LGBTQ2 rights. It is very important. It was very important 17 years ago to adopt same-sex marriage. And now we're talking about conversion therapy, and I'd like to hear my colleague on the issue of criminalizing this deplorable activity. The honourable member for Berthier Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I know that the reason we often agree is that we have very similar values, so thank you. I'd like to thank him, rather, for his question. It's very important. There need to be consequences when you torture someone. It's just that simple. There need to be consequences when parents or others fail in their duty to protect children. It's very important to send a message. It's all very well to have things brought before the courts, but it's equally important for our Parliament to send a clear message and say that respecting individual rights is crucial. And I'm sure my honourable colleague will let me say the last little bit of my speech from earlier. Everyone who has the strength to love should be able to do so freely.
Langley City.
Yes. Did you say Tamara?
Langley City, yes.
In the case of one YouTuber, her name is Elle Palmer, started taking testosterone at the age of 16. She'd struggled for many years with issues of self-hatred and, in her words, began the process of transitioning not in order to look more masculine, but in order to hide the elements of her body. In her opinion, transitioning was the ultimate form of self-harm. She wanted to change everything about herself and didn't see a future in which she could ever be happy in her own body. At the time, she didn't realize it was possible to not hate her own body. So, Madam Speaker, my question is, right now, C6 would criminalize someone like Elle for sharing her transition story. Does the member suggest that we need to restrict her free, respectful, and exploratory speech because her story reaches out to others who may be considering detransition?
Honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Oui. Oui.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I think it's a very relevant question because it will allow me to ask the House in general not to get things mixed up. Of course, there are cases where people will want to, for example, detransition. Of course, there are cases like that. I know people like that. I've taught people who were going through that process as soon as last year. There are always exceptional cases. This is a medical treatment. The age of consent for medical treatment is below 18. as we know. And so we need to be careful to keep different cases very distinct in our minds. This bill, as it's formulated, is very reasonable. It's to protect children. I discussed various cases earlier. Conversion therapy against one's will. So there's no reason to prevent adults from undergoing any kind of treatment that they want. I think this is very reasonable. And I would invite the House to vote, I hope unanimously or at least very broadly on this. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much. My colleague's speech was very inspiring and eloquent. I'm a member from Montreal, and I'm very proud to be from Montreal. We have one of the most remarkable pride parades. And from time to time, I hear from people saying, do we still need flags and singing and music? And when I hear horror stories, well, my colleague used the words charlatan, torture, and I don't think those words were too strong in this context. Doesn't that show that there's still a lot to be done for the LGBTQ2 community? There's still a lot to do to defend their rights? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for his kind words, and I'm glad that he agrees with me. And I would say, when you're open-minded and you accept others for who they are, sometimes it's easy to think, oh, we don't really need a parade anymore. Is it really necessary? Well, the answer is yes. Why? As long as people will still feel the need to have a parade. As long as there are still problems and issues like this one, we need to keep raising awareness. Fighting for rights is never over. We always need to keep fighting for our rights. I'm sorry, we've gone very much over time. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today on Bill C6, though as always, I look forward to the day that we can all be back in the chamber instead of speaking to pinhole cameras. Though I'm mindful that any inconveniences or challenges we face at MPs pale in significance to the impact of COVID on ordinary Canadians, those who have lost loved ones, lost livelihoods, or those who are still working on the front lines in this pandemic. And these impacts have been even more strong on the most marginalized among us, and especially the community I come from. I speak today as the NDP spokesperson on sexual orientation and gender identity and expression, or SOGI for short. But I also speak as an out gay man, someone who's been out in public life for nearly 3 decades. I wish today that we had a more representative parliament when it comes to topics affecting my community, like conversion therapy. Unfortunately, many of those voices we should be hearing from are absent. In this House, we have only 4 out gay MPs, no out lesbians, and no transgender or non-binary MPs. We're short about 30 MPs from my community. Some jurisdictions have done better. In fact, New Zealand just elected what has been described as the gayest parliament in the world, 10%. While it is great to celebrate this as a milestone, I might suggest a more accurate headline that goes something like this. New Zealand finally elects a parliament that nears fair representation of the SOGI community. Then the story would have to go on to say that the total doesn't include any trans or non-binary MPs, despite New Zealand having elected the first trans MP in the world, Georgina Beyer, who served from 1999 to 2007. I also want to give a quick shout out today to British Columbia, which has just re-elected 6 SOGI MLAs. It looks like the number will still be 6 when the dust settles, but that's about 7% of the legislature again, and tying the UK, which is compared to only a mere 1% of this House. That's a hint to both SOGI individuals and parties when it comes to nominations for the next election. And as someone who has always been recruiting as the gay stereotype goes, I know this remains a challenge. So why the long preamble on representation? Well, I firmly believe that the most diverse parliaments make the best legislation. It's not only that diverse parliaments are likely to have more MPs with lived experience on the topics at hand, though that's true, but perhaps more importantly, they will have the networks in the communities they represent and in Canada as a whole to bring those diverse experiences and voices to bear on the matters at hand. Besides, it's also important to remember, as one wag once said, if you're not at the table, you are much more likely to be on the menu. Clearly, this Parliament, we have more work to do to make sure that diverse voices are heard on the topic of conversion therapy. When it comes to Bill C6, which seeks to end the practice of conversion therapy in Canada, I want to start by saying three things, at least two of which should be obvious to all, but clearly are not. The first is that no one in the SOGI community needs to be fixed because of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. The prevalence of homophobia and transphobia makes it hard enough for many of us to live our authentic lives as who we are at home, at work, and everywhere else in our daily lives. The very idea that we can or need to be fixed, that is fundamental to the concept of conversion therapy, only serves to reinforce that homophobia and transphobia. The idea that one's sexual orientation or gender identity could possibly be changed is especially problematic for those who early in their lives are still working their way toward figuring out exactly who they are. For queer youth, the idea that they need to be fixed can and does contribute both to self-hate and to fear of rejection by family and friends, both very damaging to mental health. The second thing that should be obvious, and I think is to most people, is that certain sexual orientations and gender identities and expressions are not better than others. And it is certainly not appropriate for governments to prefer some sexual orientations and gender identities over others. Nor is it appropriate to disadvantage or fail to protect some of our citizens because of their gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation. All of us are equally deserving of equal protection under the law, and that is the essence of the issues raised in Bill C6. Finally, the third thing I want to raise at the outset of this debate is apparently less well understood, though it is a clearly established fact. It is impossible to change someone's sexual orientation or gender identity, and as a result, conversion therapy is harmful to those who are subjected to it. As for the outcomes of these practices, whether they're called conversion therapy or reparative therapy or aversion therapy or gender-affirming therapy, those names don't really matter. The results are always the same. There is no change, and those who are subjected to it suffer from outcomes including guilt and shame, depression, social isolation, and often self-harm or even death by suicide. Fortunately, I myself was never subjected to conversion therapy, though some in my own family were anything but accepting. But I recognize now, ironically, that attempts to beat the gay out of me may have been actually less harmful in the long run than being subjected to conversion therapy. That's because the overt violence allowed me to focus the resulting anger and hostility outward rather than inward on myself. It's frankly hard to imagine that some of the torture that was carried out in the past under the name of therapy actually ever took place. Far too many Canadians were subjected to barbaric practices like electroshock therapy, chemical castration, and even exorcism, as we heard today. Yet frankly, it's equally hard for me to accept the idea that conversion therapy should still be going on in Canada to this day. No less harmful in its results, even if somewhat less brutal sometimes in its means. The fact that conversion therapy is harmful to those subjected to it is the reason this pernicious practice has been condemned internationally and domestically by health professionals. More than 8 years ago, on May 17th, 2012, on the 22nd anniversary of the removal of homosexuality from the list of recognized mental disorders, the World Health Organization issued a statement labeling conversion therapy to be, and I quote, a serious threat to the health and well-being, even the lives of affected people. 8 years ago, the World Health Organization called for action at the national level to ban and place sanctions on conversion therapy. No organization of health professionals in Canada currently approves of or allows the practice of conversion therapy. No provincial health plans allow for the practice of conversion therapy as part of the public health care system. So conversion therapy is no longer supposed to be taking place within the formal healthcare system in this country. Yet we know that it still goes on in the shadows. And not only is it taking place in Canada, but some Canadians are still being sent for conversion therapy in the United States. A report on conversion therapy in Canada was published in February of this year, which surveyed over 7,200 gay, bisexual, and two-spirit men. More than 20% reported being subjected to some form of conversion therapy. And when it comes to transgender and non-binary Canadians, the numbers approach 50%. So it's one thing to know from formal studies that this is still taking place, but it's quite another to hear the brave survivors who have come forward to tell their stories of the harm they suffered as a result. I encourage all MPs to listen carefully to those stories. When it comes to Bill C6, let me say again, as we did last March and when the bill was reintroduced recently, New Democrats will be supporting C6 at second reading. What the bill does can briefly be summarized as follows. It specifically criminalizes subjecting minors to conversion therapy and transporting minors out of Canada for the purpose of conversion therapy. It criminalizes subjecting adults to conversion therapy against their will, and it criminalizes what we call the business of conversion therapy. The main strength of Bill C6 is its focus on youth. For its young people, that conversion therapy is almost always directed against, and it is young people who suffer the greatest harm from those attempts to force them to be someone that they are not. A second strength is the suite of comprehensive measures to ban the practice or promotion of the business of conversion therapy, which would help ensure the practice is actually shut down by making it illegal to charge for, to profit from, or to advertise conversion therapy for both minors and adults. The bill contains significant power to seek court orders to remove offending materials from online platforms. Now let me stop for a moment here to address the reddest of red herrings concerning this bill. And this is the, quote, what about argument that goes, what about the rights of others? And in particular, what about the rights of others whose religious freedoms might be infringed by this bill? For me, it's always a red flag when I hear arguments that start with, what about? The resort to whataboutism is rarely about promoting real dialogue, but instead is usually a diversionary tactic to take the argument onto grounds that the whatabouters think will make it easier for them to win the argument. What I'm saying is that arguments that start with what about are most often exercises in distraction, rather than attempting to confront the real issues before us. Section 5 of C6 says clearly that the definition of conversion therapy in the bill does not refer to, and I quote, a person's exploration of their identity or its development. This means that there is nothing in the bill that prevents parents from talking to their children about their sexual orientation or gender identity. Nothing in this bill prevents spiritual leaders from discussing these topics with their followers. Nothing in this bill prohibits anyone from holding bigoted and outdated ideas about sexual orientation or gender identity or expression. What it does prevent is taking those beliefs and ideas and turning them into hateful and harmful practices disguised as therapy. How this bill is an appropriate bill for a free vote is a question that I will continue to have for my Conservative colleagues. Now, returning to the NDP position on this bill, again, as I've said, we'll support it at second reading. But we do believe the bill can and should be improved. So what are those improvements we're looking for? First, we would like to see the government respond positively to the demand from the SOGI community for a full ban on conversion therapy, a ban for adults as well as for children. The minister has made the argument previously that his goal here is to have a bill that is charter challenge proof. His solution has been to design C6 to avoid possible charter challenges by focusing on non-consenting adults, minors, and the business of conversion therapy. It sets aside the question of so-called consenting adults. This is a good argument in that I do believe this particular bill would survive a charter challenge, and the provisions around the business of conversion therapy included will result in an effective ban on the practice for consenting adults, at least when it comes to paid services. However, I also believe that a total ban would survive a charter challenge, and I would very much like to see any legal opinions that the government might have saying that it would not. In brief, my argument here is that there's an equally compelling charter argument that it's a reasonable limit on fundamental rights to prohibit anyone from giving consent to a practice that is clearly harmful to those subjected to it. And without going too far down the legal rabbit hole here, there is parallel jurisprudence which has upheld restrictions on things like fight clubs that lead me to conclude that a full ban would also be found charter compliant. The second and perhaps more significant area in which the bill can be improved is in the language used to define what conversion therapy is. The language in C6 is actually pretty good when it comes to the traditional conversion therapy practice directed at sexual orientation. I'm also glad that there is language in the bill attempting to ensure that it covers banning conversion therapy directed at trans and non-binary Canadians. This kind of practice is often styled as gender-affirming therapy or transition treatment or other such positive-sounding names. But I would have to say that this is where the language in the bill is not so good. And in committee, we will need to have a close look at this section of the bill to make sure it is as comprehensive and up-to-date with current practice as possible when it comes to so-called therapies aimed at transgender and non-binary Canadians. Now let me address a bit of revisionist history that has crept into the discussion of this bill. I want to take a moment to remind the House how we got here to second reading on a bill to ban conversion therapy. Of course, elected officials have played a role, but not everybody who's on side now was always there. Former Saskatoon West NDP MP Sherry Benson, the only out lesbian in the previous parliament, sponsored petition 1833 in that last parliament, which called on the government to ban conversion therapy. That petition received nearly 20,000 signatures. And when the petition was presented to the government in March of 2019, the Liberal government said they would take no action as they argued conversion therapy was a provincial responsibility. In his 2019 Pride message, the NDP leader, the member for Burnaby South, called for a ban as part of the NDP platform. The Liberals still refused to budge. Then on September 29th, in the midst of the election campaign just over a year ago, the Prime Minister suddenly changed course and promised a federal ban on conversion therapy. His December 2019 mandate letter for the Justice Minister included instructions to bring forward legislation to ban conversion therapy. And I do thank the Minister for doing so, and I welcome this conversion. But I have no doubt also in the sincerity of his intentions to get a bill through this Parliament which will end this practice. But let me stress today, as always, no progress on SOGI rights has ever taken place that hasn't been fought for by courageous members of our community. And no place has that role been more important than in the case of brave conversion therapy survivors who have stepped up to tell their stories. Without them, the rest of us might have gone on blithely assuming that formal professional condemnation of conversion therapy was enough and had actually stopped this practice. I can't name all of those who've spoken up, but let me quickly point to two who've helped deepen my understanding of how harmful this practice can be and how it continues to go on. Thank you to Erica Muse and Matt Ashcroft for speaking boldly and publicly. Madam Speaker, there are days when the younger me is still surprised that I can stand in the House of Commons and speak as an openly gay man, and even more surprised that I do so as an official party spokesperson on sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression. Yet there are also days when I'm discouraged about the long distance we still have to go to reach full equality and acceptance, especially for transgender and non-binary Canadians. And there are also days when I'm hopeful that we will soon see more MPs from my community, including trans and non-binary representatives. As I said, we need those diverse voices here in the House, and young Canadians need to see those role models. In conclusion, let me say, Madam Speaker, it is time to act, and in fact, long past time to bring an end to this harmful practice. Yet as welcome as new laws banning the practice are, new laws alone will not be sufficient to repair the past damage from conversion therapy, nor to combat the hate that underlies these practices. The government will need to fund capacity building within the SOGI community so that these challenges can be addressed by our community ourselves. And unfortunately, for some from our community, it is far too late, and they will never be able to be brought back with us. I look forward to speedy passage of this bill so that we can get on with the important work of healing. I look forward to the day when we can say that all forms of conversion therapy have been banned from Canada and are no longer practiced. And I look forward to the day that we can fully celebrate the full range of sexual and gender diversity in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for a very strong and very principled speech. I would expect nothing less from him on this topic. In fact, on virtually every topic he stands on. He challenges us in his comments, and I'm not going to ask a question about his comments. I think they stand for themselves and are well reasoned. My question for him is simply this. Those of us who want to see the day that he speaks of realized have work to do with him. And I'd like to know from his perspective what the next steps Parliament, in fact Canada, needs to take to realize that vision and that dream of his of full equality, and what he challenges us as parliamentarians to take up in battle with them to make sure that all members of his community enjoy the full rights that he speaks to.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I know we don't have time enough in response to really answer that question. It's one of the reasons I focused on representation in my speech today. I do look forward to the day when we have a more representative House on all grounds, including sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. I would have to say that conversion therapy is an urgent matter because these harms are taking place regularly, unfortunately, within our society. So I'd like us to see this bill pass expeditiously, and I'd like to see it enforced by the end of the year if we can possibly manage that. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his advocacy, his bravery, and for his words today. I really do appreciate it. I wanted to really just give the member an opportunity to speak a little bit more about his comments related to a charter challenge and ensuring that this important legislation banning something that is truly heinous and wrong does not get in fact challenged in the courts over the charter. And I felt like he had to speak too quickly about it, and I wanted to give him an opportunity to speak a little bit more about the importance of protecting this from a charter challenge.
Member for Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for that question. Unfortunately, I believe that no matter what we do, this bill will be challenged in court because of the prevalence of homophobia and transphobia. So, yes, I agree. It's important we write the best bill that we can. But we can't write a bill that deals with the questions of whataboutism that I referred to. This bill is about ending a harmful practice directed at members of my community. And to put it in the most simple terms, the Charter is subject to reasonable limits. And one of those reasonable limits is that others' rights stop at the harm that is done to me. And so I believe that this bill will ultimately survive any Charter challenge. Thank you.
Questions and comments. L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent, very moving speech with regard to this issue. I must admit, quite frankly, that a few weeks ago, I didn't even think that conversion therapies were allowed in Canada. It was so barbaric that it shouldn't exist, and I'm happy that we're legislating to prohibit it. Now, I don't even think this is a progressive bill, since today we're only making Canada come into the 20th century and we have to move forward. My colleague talked about something very interesting. He said that, for example, and it goes back to the question asked by my colleague earlier, in New Zealand, for example, 20% of individuals, homosexual individuals, are represented. Here it's only 2%. In terms of legislation, could we take action? Are there measures that we could put forward? How did New Zealand ensure such a high rate of representatively?
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I want to first respond to say again that his belief that this wasn't taking place in Canada is representative, I think, of many Canadians. And again, I want to thank the conversion therapy survivors, both in Quebec and in English-speaking Canada, who've told their stories and allowed us to realize this actually goes on. As for New Zealand, it's about 10% of the new parliament, which is representative of the SOGI community. And how did they do that? Well, again, I'm always recruiting. And what I say, the best protection for any community in Canadian society, and the best way to get representation, is to be out and proud of who you are at work, at home, in all the social groups, in your church, wherever. If you are presenting yourself as who you really are, that will help Canadians understand that all of us share the same basic humanity. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the honourable member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke for that very important speech, and thank him for having this voice that needs to be represented, and I couldn't agree more represented. And I welcome all people of diverse backgrounds to engage in politics, and it's important that we do this work so that we make the space for them. I'm just wondering if the member could talk a little bit more about how secretive this can be. And one of the things that concerns me is this terminology of body affirming therapy, which really is sort of a way of hiding the toxic nature. And just wondering if we can talk more about how to make sure that that does not happen to anyone from this community. Thank you.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
I thank the member for North Island Powell River for an important question. I think that the first thing we have to do is that we need to listen to those transgender and non-binary Canadians who've been subjected to what is often labeled with these positive sounding names like gender affirming or transition therapy that sound like they're going to be helpful when they're actually quite harmful. And I'm hopeful that in committee we will be able to hear from those brave survivors who can help us understand how this takes place. The question of the shadowy nature, I think, is very important. And as I said in response to the member for Stormont South Glengarry, that his proposed amendment by referring to private conversations concerns me, because conversion therapy goes on in the shadows. And I worry that if we open a door to protecting so-called private conversations, we're opening a door for this conversion therapy to continue in those shadowy areas. So we'll have those discussions at committee, but I would like to see a stronger bill that has a complete ban of conversion therapy in it. Thank you.
The honourable member, for Calgary Rocky Ridge. Yes, he was the first up. Thank you.
And, the member touched on part of my question, so I'll let him continue. And I completely support what is what this bill says that it will do, and in the remarks from the minister this morning. But I would like the member to comment on further on the suggestion by the member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry. The member for Saanich-Sooke Esquimalt said that he considers some of the whataboutisms to be red herrings, and yet would it not be better to craft a bill that is stronger and better and that would just undercut some of the sort of red herring arguments that have been made?
For Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Calgary Rocky Ridge for his question. I think the thing about red herrings is they take us away from the harm we're actually trying to address here, and they bring in lots of theoretical problems and lots of theoretical discussions about rights that actually aren't the real topic of this bill. And so, yes, a strong bill, yes, a clear bill, but I'm not wanting to qualify this bill in order to respond to those people who are raising what I believe are somewhat extraneous concerns. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Very short question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague. It's been a pleasure to work with him on a variety of issues, and obviously we share his strong opposition to conversion therapy. I have some concerns about the definition of the bill as written, and I just want to clarify his views on this point. Does he believe that if let's say an Orthodox rabbi, a imam, a Catholic priest expresses the sincerely held view that sexual activity should be limited to within a heterosexual marriage, if someone expresses that view, I understand many of us in the House might disagree with that view, but if someone expresses that view, should that person be subject to criminal sanction?
Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, which brings a very large red herring into the room. Nothing in this bill would criminalize comment on sexual orientation or gender identity by spiritual leaders. It's when we take those outdated ideas about what it means to be gay or what it means to be transgender and try to turn them into a so-called therapy that is applied to people. That's what we're criminalizing in this bill. We're not criminalizing people's thoughts or opinions. We're criminalizing a practice that is harmful to Canadians.
Main debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable for Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my friend from Longueuil, Charles Lemoyne, and I also want to thank the member of Parliament from Esquimalt-Sooke, who gave a very passionate speech on this and shared his own life experience. I really appreciate it and receive a lot of insight from that. It's my pleasure to voice support for Bill C6, which proposes criminal code amendments aimed at ending so-called conversion therapy in Canada. This bill proposes the same reforms as those proposed by former Bill C8. They underscore the government's continuing commitment to ban an inherently discriminatory practice. Conversion therapy harms the well-being, the dignity, and equality of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirit Canadians by proposing that they can and should change their sexual orientation or gender identity, a fundamental and immutable part of their identity. Diversity is what makes Canada a great country. Respecting and valuing differences defines us as Canadians. I am proud to support a bill that reflects these fundamental Canadian values. Conversion therapy's origins explain why it is inherently discriminatory practice. The practice comes from a time when any sexual orientation other than heterosexual and any gender identity other than cisgender would have been considered a sickness or a disease that required repairing. It just seems obvious to say that a therapy founded on ignorance and prejudice towards the targeted recipients also harms them. But we need to acknowledge these harms because they are documented by the evidence. Not only does relevant research show that conversion therapy causes significant harm to those subjected to it, it also shows that the practice disproportionately harms children. That is why Bill C6 proposes comprehensive protections for children. Bill C6 would define conversion therapy as any practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual or gender identity to cisgender, or to repress or reduce a non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. This means that gender-affirming therapies or interventions, including for children whose identity is not congruent with their biological sex, do not constitute conversion therapy. This is primarily because the objective is not to change anything about the person receiving the therapy, but rather to support their identity exploration and development. To be clear, we want to protect children from illegitimate treatments, not prevent them from accessing treatment that provides them with the support they need. But supporting children who may not conform to heteronormative standards also means protecting them from practices that harm their development and exploration of self. And that is precisely what Bill C6 does.
I'd like to interrupt the member and advise you that you will have almost 7 minutes right after the period allotted for oral questions. And we now go to statements by members. L'honorable député de Nepean.
The honourable member for Nepean.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to state that I hosted the 3rd annual Hindu Heritage Day on the Parliament Hill virtually last Saturday. Hindu Heritage Day on the Hill is done to highlight the contribution of Hinduism, the oldest religion in the world, to the mankind. This is also an opportunity to educate Canadians on the Hindu heritage and its inputs into the fields of arts, culture, science, astronomy, medicine, and to many other areas. Hindu Heritage Day is also an occasion to recognize, appreciate, and celebrate the contributions of Hindu Canadians to our great country. Hindus arrived in Canada from different parts of the world and have immensely contributed to the socio-economic development of Canadian society and economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the incredible work being done right here in Canada and around the world on carbon capture and storage technology, CCS. CCS is being utilized to significantly reduce emissions created by power generating stations and industrial emitters through the capturing and sequestering of CO2 underground. This green innovative technology can be utilized by numerous industries, cement, steel, to drastically cut their emissions while also creating jobs. Indeed, many other countries have recognized the value of CCS. In September, the International Energy Agency released a special report said to be the most comprehensive global study on CCS to date. It stated carbon capture is critical for ensuring our transitions to clean energy are secure and sustainable. This government needs to make sure that Canada is providing the right incentives for industry investment when it comes to CCS. An investment in CCS is an investment in the future of Canada's environment and well-being. Thank you to Boundary Dam Power Station for being a great leader in this technology.
Honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great sadness that I speak in this House today in honour of Harvey Lewis, a strong community leader in Cape Breton-Canso who passed away this month. A proud citizen of Louisbourg for all his life, Mr. Lewis knew what it meant to be community-minded. He served as mayor from 1979 to 1988 and held many other positions of leadership within the Cape Breton Regional Municipality. He co-chaired the Louisbourg 95 Commemoration Society and served as the chairman of the Cape Breton Regional School Board and held regional positions on boards serving vulnerable populations. Mr. Lewis even worked in Ottawa at the National Research Council during the Second World War before returning to Louisbourg to join his family business. On behalf of Cape Breton constituents and members of this House, I offer my sincere condolences to his family and to the community of Louisbourg. Those who knew Mr. Lewis well knew him as a kind and generous, patient man and somebody who always thought deeply about what was right. He held firm to those principles. It's my hope that we can carry forward Mr. Lewis's principles of putting community first and thinking deeply about what is right for our communities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, after giving a class on freedom of expression, history and geography teacher Samuel Paty was savagely murdered by an Islamic fundamentalist. France, rightfully outraged, denounced with everything it had this horrific, monstrous act. Mr. Paty was given a state funeral, and a huge wave of solidarity washed over all of France. "I am a teacher" could be read on signs at many candlelight vigils. In assassinating Samuel Paty, freedom of expression was the terrorists' true target. The Quebec National Assembly lowered its flag to half-mast as a sign of support for France, and Quebec MNAs observed a minute of silence at the instigation of Liberal member Marois Ridsky. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to offer Mr. Paty's family and loved ones and our French friends our deepest sympathies. The Honourable Member for Orleans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the branches of the Canadian Legion have been going through hard times since the start of the pandemic. As of Friday, October 30th, poppies go on sale. I'd encourage all my colleagues to support their local branch by purchasing and proudly wearing a poppy. On Saturday, October 31st, my team and I will be joining one of the kiosks of the Orleans Branch 632 Legion to help them out with their fundraising campaign. Mindful of public health rules, the Legion has adapted its format by setting up 4 points of sale outdoors over 4 days for contactless drive-through purchases of poppies, or this year's feature, lawn signs. I'll conclude by thanking our Canadian Legions for their strength, resilience, and community-mindedness. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to thank and recognize the constituents of Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa in their extraordinary response to challenges of COVID-19. As I have said before, it's an honour and a privilege to represent you in this House each and every day. This was further proven by your flexibility, willpower, and commitment to protecting your families, your friends, and communities by slowing the spread of COVID-19. Over the past few months, you've demonstrated exceptional leadership, working together as rural Canadians always do. You have saved lives, you've protected the most vulnerable, and you've supported our frontline workers like never before. For that, I sincerely commend you. Going forward, it is critical that we continue to do our part. We must remain vigilant and follow the advice of our public health officials in order to slow the spread of COVID-19. This is not a time to relax our commitment and forfeit our tremendous hard work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in recognition of brutal killing of youth by Nigerian authorities I, on behalf of Canadian Nigerian community, would like to express my deep concern here today in this House. This act of brutality has shaken the entire Nigerian community, not only in my riding, but also in all over Canada. They have expressed their concern to me. In 2017, during my visit to University of Ife, in interaction with the youth, I realized that they want their country to flourish for better. Mr. Speaker, abuse of power has no place in global community. Those responsible for cruel human rights violation must be brought to justice and held accountable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to recognize a very special group of people. I'm talking about the live-in caregivers, our home care service providers. Over the year, Mr. Speaker, they will perform all sorts of tasks that enable people to remain in their homes, often improving the quality of life for Canadians in all regions of our country, often providing the type of care that's necessary for people to be able to go to work. Just in general, Mr. Speaker, making our communities a better place because of their sense of dedication and love of caring for people. And I just want to take this opportunity to express my appreciation and appreciation on behalf of the Government of Canada for the fine work that they do day in and day out for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Liberal government is drowning in ethics scandals and conflicts of interest. SNC-Lavalin, We Charity, and most recently awarding a $237 million contract for ventilators to a shell company for a former Liberal MP. There was no call for bids, and the price per unit was nearly $10,000 more than it should have been. That's a $100 million signing bonus for a Liberal insider. But what else bothers me? Just how little coverage this has been given by the CBC. A single passing reference in a single article. The CBC already receives $1.2 billion from taxpayers. Now the Liberals are teeing them up for an additional $34 million. Despite the obvious public interest in investigating this latest Liberal ethics lapse, the CBC is nowhere to be found. This is both frustrating and concerning. Taxpayers deserve value for their money. They don't need another broadcaster propping up this corrupt Liberal government.
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last fall, Frank McKenna at the University of Moncton announced $1 million generous contribution to create the Frank McKenna Centre. The official opening has occurred, and the goal is to help train the next generation of leaders in Acadie by developing leadership skills and social innovation and entrepreneurship. It will also make it possible for students to complete their university studies while participating in activities that will prepare them for the labor force, and they will gain valuable experience. As a graduate of the University of Moncton, I'd like to thank the family of Frank McKenna for all their contributions to the university. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to pay tribute to Stan Shoemaker, who passed away this past month at the age of 87. Stan was a political institution from East Central Alberta who served as both a member of Parliament and a member of the Alberta Legislative Assembly. He also served as Speaker in the Alberta Legislature, where he could always be counted on to stand up for our parliamentary institutions and democracy. Mr. Speaker, Stan was also a veteran, having served in the Royal Canadian Armoured Corps. After retiring from elected politics, he continued his law practice and remained a constant voice for his community and grassroots politics. This was where I got to know and appreciate Stan, where we could always count on his voice of experience. Today, on behalf of the people of Battle River Crowfoot, I want to pay tribute to Stan's life of service and the impact he made in our region, Alberta, and Canada. And I share condolences with his wife, Virginia, his family and friends, and the communities he spent his entire life serving. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, entrepreneurs across our country are struggling to just get by during the pandemic, with female entrepreneurs being hit particularly hard, with Liberals continually getting emergency programs wrong. Women like Angie, who is a professional hairstylist, in order to meet safety protocols, her salon is using a 3-day workweek rotation. She also has to now work 12-hour days, taking her away from her family, to bring in revenue that would normally take 8 hours. This is due to stacking not being allowed, which is where you rotate between 2 clients at a time for efficiency. Women like Heather, who is a professional registered massage therapist, similarly has to work longer days due to client distancing and cleaning protocols. She is a self-employed healthcare provider whose hourly rates are regulated, and she receives no PPE assistance. Both these self-employed women are not applicable for any programs unless they dramatically reduce booking their long-time loyal clients. Mr. Speaker, it's obvious the Liberals don't understand the working environment of these entrepreneurs. Instead of focusing right now on ways to avoid scrutiny for their scandals, they should be focusing on fixing programs so Angie and Heather and other Canadian women like them can stop falling through the cracks.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, this past summer, I sent a letter to the people of Northwest BC asking them what concerns them most. A huge percentage listed the climate crisis as an urgent concern. The throne speech promised a climate plan immediately, yet it's been over a month. The Prime Minister promised 2 billion trees would be planted, yet a year later we have 0. Now he seems to think Canada needs an election. Time is ticking, Mr. Speaker. We need every day, every hour, and every minute to fight the climate crisis. While other countries invest heavily in sustainable pandemic response, Canada is being left behind. We have the people we need, we have the ideas we need, we are only lacking the political will on the part of this government for urgent climate action. Action that measures up to the magnitude of the challenge before us. Action that allows us to look our kids in the eye and tell them that we did everything we could with the time that we had. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight the exceptional contributions of Michel Letarte to the community of Trois-Rivières. A 30-year veteran of the police force, he has also stood out for his involvement in the community and his catchy humanitarianism. As the owner of an eco-friendly cycling company, Mr. Letarte did not hesitate before coming to the assistance of Artisans de la Paix in distributing foodstuffs. He has also been a professional singer for some 20 years, and he was one of the initiators of a growing movement in Quebec, the events sector, part of our culture, whose main goal is to promote this area which the pandemic has hit so hard. Mr. Letarte is a model of perseverance and generosity. On behalf of all residents of Trois-Rivières, I'd like to thank Michel for his generosity and perseverance. Thank you.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, we have seen Canadians all across this great country step forward to help out with responding to COVID. Businesses have adapted, with many of them retooling and refocusing on producing the PPE and medical equipment our country needs. Sadly, there are people in my riding and region who are ready for the job, but they weren't picked for the Liberals' Team Canada approach. My constituent Brad wanted to manufacture PPE. While bidding for a contract, he first had to prove his production capacity. Then he was left with no deal and $300,000 worth of equipment lying around. Meanwhile, companies with Liberal connections are having no problem. Former MP Frank Bayliss only had to prove he was a Liberal before he was part of a $237 million contract. And he's not the only questionable case of a Liberal insider who was offered a massive contract either. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are struggling, and they're sick and tired of seeing a Liberal government prioritize their friends and supporters in business. Canadians deserve better.
The Honourable Member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has impacted the lives of Sudburyans and all Canadians in many ways, including their mental health. October is Mental Health Awareness Month. As Canadians, we must take care of our mental health just as we take care of our physical health. The 3 pillars of mental health are sleep, nutrition, exercise. Eat healthy at irregular times, incorporate regular physical activity to your day, and make sleep a priority. And as all of Northern Ontarians know, getting outside for fresh air improves both physical and psychological well-being. De petits changements peuvent faire une énorme différence.
A small change can make a huge difference in confidence and energy. Instead of fixating on what you can't control, focus on what you can.
Look up cmha.ca for mental health services and supports near you. Mr. Speaker, there is no health without mental health. Merci, Mr. President.
Suite aux discussions. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there's an agreement to observe a moment of silence to mark the death of Professor Samuel Paty, assassinated in France on October 16, 2020. I now invite honourable members to rise.
D'autres? Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the government put out an urgent news release on the fisheries crisis. At 10:18 p.m. Nova Scotia time, they appointed a former Liberal politician to cover up their inaction on the fishery issue. The only thing the two sides agree on, Mr. Speaker, is that the fisheries minister is failing Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, we're months into this crisis. When is the government finally going to take the lives and livelihoods of Nova Scotians seriously?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, actually, the people of Nova Scotia, and I believe the people of Canada, agree strongly on one thing, and that is that all of us want a peaceful, constructive solution to the fisheries dispute in Nova Scotia. All of us appreciate the importance, the huge priority of honoring the rights of Indigenous people and First Nations in our country. All of us also understand the importance of conservation. That is the approach our government will take, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the rights of Indigenous Canadians are important, and that's why it's disappointing the Prime Minister once again walked back a promise to end all boil watery advisories on Indigenous reserves by the end of 2021. Test results revealed harmful substances in the water at Neskantaga, leading to a full-scale evacuation of the community. As winter begins to set in northwestern Ontario, the people of Neskantaga have been forced to flee their homes. This after living with boil water advisories for 25 years, Mr. Speaker. How many more walkbacks will there be from this Prime Minister to show that he cares? Will he get it done?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am very glad to hear the Leader of the Official Opposition talk about the importance of ending boiled water advisories, and I noted that he spoke about how this problem has been going on for 25 years. That's a time of both Liberal and Conservative governments. And I would say we have a shared responsibility, all members in this House, to address the huge historical injustices against Indigenous people. We are working hard to end the boiled water advisories, and we will end them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the government's new tone on China always comes with conditions. In the House, the foreign minister is all bluster, but then he issues a statement claiming his change in tone is the result of political cycles. On Sunday, the health minister said that if China misled the world about COVID-19, they should be held accountable. The rest of the world knows Beijing held back critical information. Only this minister seems to have some doubt. Mr. Speaker, why does the government find it so hard to face the facts when it comes to Communist China?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't find it hard to face the facts about authoritarian communist regimes. I have lived in one, and I have reported on them extensively. When it comes to China, let me say a few things. First of all, first and foremost for our government is standing up for the 300,000 Canadians in Hong Kong. And let me say to them, we are with you, you are Canadian, and our government will always support you. Let me also say how appalled our government is by the treatment of the Uyghurs, and we're going to speak up for human rights everywhere in the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, la ministre de la Santé.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health has always believed the Chinese Communist Party in its management of the pandemic. All of our allies are saying that Chinese numbers are false. Because of this misinformation, our country was not ready for the pandemic. And now, she is saying that China must be held accountable if those numbers aren't correct. When will the minister stop defending China and admit that she was wrong? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think it's very important for each and every member of this House to be aware of the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian country. Democracies are more transparent. Regarding China, I would like to underscore the importance of the 300,000 Canadians who are in Hong Kong. We stand with them, and our government will always stand with them.
Le chef de l'opposition.
Speaker, in French, the Deputy Prime Minister just informed us that the difference between a democracy and a communist country is transparency. This from a government that was about to force an election rather than answer some reasonable questions in the HoC scandal. This from a government suggesting that the Health Committee looking into the pandemic is going to shut down our economy. So my question is this, Mr. Speaker. Is she going to vote in favor of transparency and democracy later today, or will she follow the leader's basic admiration for dictatorship?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that it is either ignorance or purest partisan insinuation to in any way suggest any similarity between a democratic government of Canada and the leadership of a communist regime, between any Canadian Parliament and the authoritarian government of China. Now, Mr. Speaker, we need to draw these lines very carefully, and we need to use words like democracy and transparency with great care. I do, Mr. Speaker. I would urge the members opposite to do the same.
Honorable député de La Prairie.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, on the 30th of September, 5 million Quebecers found themselves in a red zone, and that means that businesses had to close in many cases. The next day, the 1st of October, the Quebec government announced help to businesses for their fixed costs, but not the federal government, and a month later, we're still waiting for that assistance. Today, Quebec will announce that the lockdown is going to be extended. They're at the second month of management of this pandemic, but the federal hasn't even caught up with the first month. When is the government going to give help to our SMEs? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this important question. I completely agree that our SMEs need help with their fixed costs. And I will be tabling in the House in the coming days measures to assist our small businesses, and I hope that the Bloc will support those important measures. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, Earlier in the pandemic, I talked to this government and we agreed that businesses will need help for their fixed costs. And you know when we had agreed on offering that help? The 11th of April, but it's been more than 6 months. Now, after threatening an election, this government is saying it's finally going to help SMEs. But businesses have been waiting for 6 months. How many bankruptcies have been caused by these delays? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have already given a great deal of assistance to small businesses throughout Canada with the wage subsidy, the Canada Emergency Business Account, and other assistance that goes directly to businesses. But I agree, we need to do more, and we will do that in the next few days, and I hope that all members in this House will vote for those important measures.
Burnaby Sud.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
25 years ago, the Nishnawbe, for the last 25 years, the Nishnawbe First Nation has not had access to drinking water. 5 years ago, this government promised all First Nations communities that they would have access to drinking water. Today, the community has had to evacuate during a pandemic due to a lack of drinking water. Will the Prime Minister admit today that he had never intended to keep his promise? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. But I cannot agree with my colleague. The reality is that the lack of safe drinking water for First Nations communities is a Canadian tragedy and crisis. Our government is working to address it. We have made progress, but there is still much to be done, and we will do it.
Or Burnaby South.
Mr. Speaker, for 25 years, the First Nation of Nishnawbe has not had access to clean drinking water. 5 years ago, the Prime Minister promised all communities, all Indigenous communities, that they would have access to clean drinking water. Well, 5 years later, the First Nation of Nishnawbe has had to evacuate during a pandemic. Will the Prime Minister admit today, will he admit that this was just another empty promise he had no intention of keeping?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot agree with one of the assertions of the leader of the NDP. I know that he knows that our government, like his party, and I believe like all members of this House, we all understand the boiled water advisories are a national tragedy and a national shame. Our government is working earnestly to get those advisories lifted. 91 long-term advisories have been lifted since 2015, but I would be the first to admit that there is a lot more work to do, and we're going to do it, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, more and more Canadians are realizing, very unfortunately, that the Minister of Health is becoming an embarrassment for Canada. I'm not even going to get into the photo of her without a mask at the airport. I'm talking about rapid testing. There have been endless delays, and now she's nourishing a fight with the provinces as if we needed that during a pandemic. On Friday in an interview, she said that some provinces decided to deny government directives. Why is she preaching to the provinces yet again?
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all the provinces and territories for working on national testing guidance that indeed can guide provinces and territories how best to shepherd and use testing resources to get to the best outcomes, which is to truly understand where the virus is and how to trace the close contacts and then isolate people that are potentially infected with the virus. Mr. Speaker, it will take all hands on deck to do so, and we continue to support provinces and territories to have the best tools possible.
Honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Let's talk about assistance to provinces, Mr. Speaker. Provinces need rapid testing. In my province, Quebec, we are facing a major problem. We have now had more than 100,000 cases, and we greatly need rapid testing. The Minister has stated that rapid tests will be distributed, although that hasn't happened yet. But we're seeing that in Quebec, there won't be enough. According to the Minister, is it because Quebec has not followed government directives that it doesn't deserve this help?
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to delivering procurement supplies, whether it's rapid testing, whether it's personal protective equipment, anything else, we work closely with provinces and territories to develop a sharing agreement. That is exactly what's happened with rapid tests as well, and many of them are out the door this week, arriving in provinces and territories in the days to come. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all of my colleagues and ministers of health for working out these agreements that allow us to have a shared approach to ensuring the resources get to where they're needed the most.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this weekend we learned that Canada might receive vaccines only 3 months after the UK or the US. The way the Prime Minister has performed during this crisis reminds me of a bad baseball batter who never manages to hit the ball. The Prime Minister closed the border much too late, took too long to get rapid testing, and now has signed this agreement for vaccines 3 months later than our allies. Why is Canada always facing a delay compared to other countries? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. However, he is somewhat mistaken in the analysis that he is providing. On the contrary, we have signed 7 agreements with vaccine suppliers. We have signed agreements for over 2 billion items of PPE to support our health regime. And in addition, regarding delivery dates, we are working very aggressively with our suppliers to ensure that Canadians will have access to vaccines as soon as they pass Health Canada approval. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister explain why this morning at a press conference she's trying to scare Canadians? With regard to the Conservative motion on the Health Committee, she's saying it's problematic. We need information and facts. Can the Minister accept that we should pass this motion to help Canadians and stop trying to scare them? After trying to get us into an election last week, the Conservatives are now trying to pass a motion where our greatest experts are telling us that it's dangerous. It's dangerous because it jeopardizes negotiating contracts for vaccines and medical equipment, Mr. Speaker. So we shouldn't let partisanship endanger our government work, but instead work together for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health said last week that not a single Canadian has asked for more monies to be given to officials who are processing access to information requests. But that is not true. There is a Canadian who has asked that, and an important one. The Information Commissioner of Canada on Twitter said that she was very disappointed by the Minister's statement. This Prime Minister tried to trigger an election during a pandemic last week. Will he do what's right and vote for transparency and our motion this afternoon?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, we take openness and transparency very seriously. I'll be speaking with the Information Commissioner later this week to speak with her about her concerns and to make sure that we're living up to our commitments at Health Canada to provide information as it's requested by Canadians.
Honorable Député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, a Liberal MP once said in this House, redacted documents with key information missing is not disclosure. Non-answers in the House is not disclosure. Personal rhetorical attacks is not disclosure. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? Why, the Prime Minister said that. This government has always preached openness and transparency ever since it was elected. And now here we have a minister who is refusing to support a motion which will cast light on her management of the pandemic. The government is going to vote to hide information from Canadians today. Why?
Le leader du gouvernement La Chambre.
A Conservative member once said this: impartial public servants are the ones who will determine what should or shouldn't be revealed. And it's very important not to reveal confidential cabinet information. That's always how things are done. Always is what that member said, Mr. Speaker. Who said that? The member for Carleton. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Liberals are so used to cronyism that they don't even notice it anymore. Last year, they were caught using a partisan tool, the Liberalist tool, to choose judicial candidates. They wanted to find out who were good donors to the Liberal parties. They find that completely normal. Do the Liberals realize that this isn't normal for average Canadians? For Canadians, it is not acceptable that in order to become a judge, you need to be one of the little friends of the Liberal Party.
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect judges to have the right training to understand the full context of the cases before them, while also respecting the principle of judicial independence. And Canadians expect that leaders work together outside party lines for the well-being of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we have created a system to appoint judges that is transparent, merit-based, diversity-focused, and I'm very proud of the results. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Minister seems to not hear the question. I wasn't talking about that. As I said earlier, the Liberals are so used to cronyism that they don't even notice it anymore. There's another thing. They granted a contract for medical equipment, a contract worth $237 million to FTI, an empty shell which did not exist 7 days before the contract was granted. And it doesn't even produce medical equipment. Then FTA hired Frank Baylis as a contractor. Frank Baylis was a liberal member here, not more than a year ago. Mr. Speaker, when you start a company, you don't get a federal $237 million contract in the very first week for services you don't even offer. Why did FTI get this if it wasn't to do a favor to Frank Baylis? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for the question. I would like to say that there was a process when this contract was granted.
Science and Development Economic Canada launched a call-out for contracts, for suppliers. There was an independent process. 5 contracts were granted, and one of those contracts went to the company mentioned. There were other contracts with parties of all political stripes, Mr. Speaker. It's important that ventilator companies, like all companies, stepped up for Canadians.
L'honorable député de Montarville.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague was saying, Liberals are so used to cronyism that they don't even notice it. Look at the We Charity scandal. It could have been avoided, Mr. Speaker. If the government really wanted to give students grants, it could have simply given grants to students. It's that simple. Using transfers to Quebec, for example, problem solved, or even avoided entirely. But no, they decided to instead create a new program out of whole cloth, tailor-made for their little friends at We Charity. Is it just me? Or is it that the Liberals don't even seem to realize that it's not normal to create a program so their friends can manage it at great profit to themselves? The Honourable Minister.
I appreciate the opportunity to share with the member and all Canadians that when it came to the response for COVID-19, this government put out a $9 billion program for students as well as youth. And the federal government stepped up. The federal government stepped up in partnership with provinces and territories, because when it comes to the response to this pandemic, it's really important that we all work closely together. And we're still in the midst of this pandemic. When it comes to the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, over 700,000 students benefit. When it comes to making sure that students that are entrepreneurs be able to benefit, we increase funding to Futurepreneur. When it comes to making sure that students could pay back their student loans, we actually put a moratorium on student loan payments as well as interest, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. We are all working this together, and the Bloc should realize it's going to take all of us to fight this pandemic. We have a lot more work to do.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, while questions period's been going on, the leaders of 11 municipal governments in the Greater Toronto Area released a statement saying that they wanted to reopen after the current 28-day pause, which is reasonable given that we're 9 months into the pandemic. So, a question for the Health Minister. We see that cases are increasing. Why are cases increasing even though we're wearing masks and we've had restaurants closures? How much do restaurants closures actually reduce the spread of COVID-19? What data is she basing that information off of, and has she shared that with the provinces?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I think the question reflects some misinformation on behalf of the member opposite. It's actually not the federal government that makes decisions about restrictions at a local level. It's the provincial government. And in fact, I would encourage her to have a conversation with her provincial colleagues about what data they're using to determine what public health measures they'll apply. Listen, our advice remains the same. There are things that people can do to reduce the risk of infection, including keeping our distance from one another, washing our hands, staying home when we're sick, and wearing a mask in public places. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's that exact answer. Blaming the provinces for things like not having rapid tests, that it's their responsibility to procure. Not even taking her responsibility as a health minister seriously is why Parliament needs to study the government's response. I mean, just this weekend, we had the minister seated without a mask, seated beside a snack bag as her excuse. We had the Minister for Procurement say that Canada wouldn't get vaccines or that we're on track for it, even though Radio Canada says that we're not. The government's all over the place on this. Parliament needs to do its job in order to scrutinize the government's response. It's spending. So our provinces, why aren't they doing their job?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I think we can all rise above the partisan attacks and understand that all of us are working really hard to ensure that we get Canadians through the worst pandemic in a century. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the work that we've done with provinces and territories, including the $19 billion that we transferred to provinces and territories to ensure they had capacity for testing, contact tracing, data collection, all of the tools, Mr. Speaker, that the member opposite is talking about, that the provinces are currently using to manage the pandemic in their jurisdiction of authority, which is healthcare delivery, Mr. Speaker. I think it would also be incumbent for all members of Parliament to understand exactly what levels of government are responsible for and have levers to control.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, there's only one taxpayer. There's only one single mom who can't get a rapid test. There's only one person who had to close their business down. We're all responsible for this. We're all in it together, and that's why Parliament needs to come together and scrutinize this response. What she just said was just the antithesis of what we should be doing in this space in this time of crisis. We need to be reviewing the government's response. They don't have it together. That's where Parliament can help. That's what can unite our country. Why is the minister so hell-bent on preventing Canadians from getting answers on their failed response to COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm quote-unquote hell-bent on is getting Canadians through this pandemic with their health and their economic security, like all members, I would hope, in this House are hell-bent on getting. Mr. Speaker, we have been working day and night, supporting provinces and territories, supporting individuals with economic concerns, supporting small business with wage subsidies and low-interest loans and rent subsidies. Mr. Speaker, we'll be there for Canadians for the long haul, and I am proud of the work of this government, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that every Canadian has the protection they need.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, in just 66 days, residents in the rural community of Tolel on Haudegwai are going to lose their only internet access when an agreement between Xplornet and Telesat expires. These residents need to run businesses, attend school, book medical appointments, bank online, and stay connected with their families all over the internet. This pandemic has shown us that broadband internet access is far from a luxury. It's essential for daily life. What is the minister doing to ensure people in Tolel and across rural Canada do not lose their internet access?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for the question because I live in a rural area and I understand that internet access is not a luxury. It's essential. In the last 7 months, many more people are working from home. They're accessing goods and services online. The kids are doing their classes from the kitchen table. So it's more and more important, more than ever, that all Canadians have access to the internet. And as was confirmed in the Throne Streets, Mr. Speaker, we will accelerate the connectivity timelines and the ambitions of the Universal Broadband Fund. We are going to ensure that all Canadians, no matter where you live, have access to high-speed internet.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Since COVID hit Canada, we've seen a series of errors and poor decisions from this government. They failed to ensure our frontline responders had enough protective equipment. They cancelled Canada's early warning system, costing us precious time and worse, Canadians' lives. They created a vaccine task force that operates in total secrecy, suffers from conflicts of interest and concerns we're months behind other countries. Canadians need answers to build a better future. Is the real reason the Liberals fear transparency because they're failing to protect Canadians?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for the question. In fact, this government has been fully transparent with Canadians all along. In fact, we have appeared in front of the Health Committee a number of times, me, as well as many officials from both Public Health Agency of Canada and Health Canada. We've provided documentation. We've included and briefed the opposition critics all along the way. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to be there for Canadians, working with provinces and territories in the global pandemic of our lifetime.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When COVID-19 hit Canada last spring, our government put out a call to Canadian companies, telling them Canada needs your help. And so Canadian companies did what Canadians do best. They sprung to action. They retooled and manufactured personal protective equipment. They reached out to their contacts around the world to get equipment to Canada that we need. Those companies are now concerned about the Conservatives' political games around the motion being voted on after question period today. Can the Minister of Public Services and Procurement comment directly on the industry's concern?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services.
For the question, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that as a government, our obligation from day one has been to protect the health and safety of Canadians. And it's not just our government that is concerned with the motion on the table today. We have heard from doctors, the Vaccine Task Force, suppliers, manufacturers, exporters, the Immunity Task Force, and vaccine suppliers with their concerns with this motion if it goes forward. Why? Because it puts their sensitive, commercial, proprietary information at stake. I hope that all members of the House will vote against this motion today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Carleton.
At the bottom of the sea lie approximately 6 different gathering rust fiscal anchors that this Prime Minister has cut loose from his ship. Remember, only $10 billion the deficit, and only for 3 years. The deficit to debt to GDP ratio will never rise, and we will never be downgraded. All those anchors have since been abandoned. In fact, we haven't had a budget in well over a year, the longest period ever. So I asked the Minister, what is Canada's new fiscal anchor?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what our government's economic policy is right now. Our economic policy is to do what is necessary to fight COVID and to support Canadian workers while we're doing it. And let me just say, Mr. Speaker, our policy is working. 76% of jobs have been now recovered in Canada since the depths of the COVID recession versus only 52% in the United States. We're going to keep on doing what we're doing because it works, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Carleton.
It works to make sure Canadians can't work. In fact, we have the highest unemployment in the G7, higher than the United States. And as for all the programs, we support the wage subsidy, the emergency benefits to Canadians, the emergency loans to businesses, but they only account for $175 billion of the $380 billion deficit. In other words, the majority of the money is not going to everyday Canadians. If it were, every household would have $40,000. That's their share of the deficit. But the money is going missing from the time it leaves to the government to the time it goes out to the economy. So where is all that money? Is it at the bottom of the sea with those missing fiscal anchors?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives want to offer Canadians an economic policy of austerity in the face of COVID, they are more than welcome to do so. But let me quote TD Economics. This is what they have to say about how our policies are working. No matter how you slice the data, the Canadian labour market has been on a steadier road to recovery relative to the United States. The report concludes that perhaps the old adage that when the U.S. sneezes, Canada catches a cold should be changed. When the U.S. sneezes, TD says, Canada builds antibodies.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, last year the government suspended arms exports to Turkey because it wasn't upholding its obligations. Last April, the Prime Minister spoke with Turkish President Erdogan, and reports indicate he committed to addressing Turkish concerns about the suspension of these arms exports. Subsequently, 7 drone systems were approved for export from Canada to Turkey. Did the Prime Minister or Foreign Affairs Minister override the recommendations of global affairs officials and approve these exports to Turkey?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. Over the last several weeks, allegations were made regarding Canadian technology being used in the military conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh. And upon learning of these allegations, the minister immediately directed Canadian officials to investigate the claims. And in line with our robust export control regime and due to ongoing hostilities, the minister suspended immediately the relevant export permits to Turkey to allow time to further assess the situation. And we call for all measures, why I may say, to be taken immediately to stabilize the situation on the ground. We want a peaceful resolution.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the last 2 previous investigations took 1.5 years and 6 months and led to nothing conclusive being done. The government still hasn't answered the question. It's clear that Canadian drone systems were diverted to the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan in clear violation of the Arms Trade Treaty, the Wassenaar Arrangement, and Canadian law. So once again, did the Prime Minister or Foreign Affairs Minister override the recommendations of the Global Affairs Risk Analysis and approve these drone systems for export to Turkey?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very clear. Our government is committed to a strong and rigorous arms export system, and that's why we've acceded to the Arms Trade Treaty. Human rights considerations are at the center of our exports regime. And Canada has one of the strongest export control systems in the world, respecting human rights, and these are enshrined in our Canadian legislation. The minister will deny any permit application where there's substantial risk of human rights violation in keeping with Canadian law and in keeping with human rights obligations.
The
Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised that Canada would make a greater contribution to peacekeeping around the world. He promised to provide the UN with a 200-troop quick reaction force for peacekeeping missions. Last year, the government said it was a done deal, but the UN has told us that this is false. The force is not among available resources. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs set the record straight and apologize to the House? The Honourable Minister.
As has been very clear, a mistake was made indeed in officials' testimony to the committee and what was presented. An apology has been given, and we will continue to respect the work of our peacekeepers around the world, and we will continue to do the work that Canadians want us to do. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, for 7 months now, the Minister of Transport Canada has refused to force airlines to refund passengers for cancelled flights. Instead, he's telling people to complain to the Canadian Transportation Agency, and people did listen to him because the agency received 10,000 complaints. Do you know how many of them have been processed, Mr. Speaker? None. 0. Not one. The minister is sending people to a dead end instead of doing his job. People want their money, and not in forever and a day. When will he compel airlines to give refunds to passengers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, this is not the ideal situation. I understand the frustration of Canadians who would like to be refunded. At the same time, this is something we're encouraging the airlines to do. And we must also realize that they are experiencing a great deal of difficulties. We need, therefore, to focus on measures that will ensure Canadians have a safe, reliable, and affordable air transportation industry.
Hope.
When the Canada Food Inspection Agency falsely accused Fraser Valley Specialty Poultry of illegally shipping product across provincial boundaries, they told the owner to just admit he was guilty and pay the fine. But Ken Falk refused. He fought back and was found not guilty of all charges. Now the government is refusing to pay back his over $100,000 in legal fees and won't even tell him how to avoid being falsely charged again. Why are the Liberals running roughshod over this hardworking Canadian farmer?
The Honourable Minister, l'Honorable Ministre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure you that with the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, we are working very closely with entrepreneurs, and we are dealing with a multitude of challenges when it comes to trade barriers. I can assure you that we are doing for the best possible in order to protect our food inspection system, ensure it is robust and well recognized, as well as to provide the best possible support to processors and farmers.
Sarnia Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, every week in Canada, a woman is killed by her domestic partner. Every week. And with the pandemic, there's an increase in human trafficking and in domestic violence. And although this government has talked a lot about eradicating violence against women, little action has been taken. In fact, the MAPI funding was eliminated, and they've shelved the Murdered and Missing Aboriginal Women's Report recommendations. When is this government going to take real action to address violence against women in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague 100%. There should be no violence against women in Canada. Everybody deserves to be safe. And we know that all Canadians are feeling the impact of COVID, but we know it's clear that women are feeling more and more to a greater extent. But we have taken measures to support. We've given $90 million to help improve capacity at shelters and sexual assault centers, and an additional $10 million from Indigenous Affairs. We're supplying over 1,000 organizations with funding to help women in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're only in October, and already the drug overdose deaths in the Okanagan have surpassed that for the entire year of 2019. And unfortunately, the numbers are similarly surreal across British Columbia. You don't have to look far to find someone in my community who has a family member that has unfortunately fallen victim to addiction. This is a crisis and we need action now. Why is the Health Minister continuing to drag her heels on taking action on addiction and recovery?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My heart goes out to the member opposite. I don't think any of us in this room can say we're not touched by someone who struggles with substance use or mental health issues. And Mr. Speaker, that's why we've taken this issue so seriously. In fact, in regards to the opiate overdose crisis, it's this government, Mr. Speaker, that restored harm reduction to Canada's drug strategy, that brought back compassion to an approach to supporting people who use substances to recover, to ensure that people could access safer supply of substances and use substances in a way that could connect them to resources and begin that hard process of recovery. Mr. Speaker, this is not an easy problem. It doesn't have an easy solution, but we're working very hard with, in particular, BC and all of the provinces and territories.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, throughout the COVID pandemic, people in York Region have appreciated this government's continued support for public transit. Transit services like the proposed Yonge North subway extension are critical to getting people to work and home quickly and safely each day. Would the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities share with this House the government's ongoing investments in public transit in York Region?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
I thank the Member of Parliament for Newmarket Aurora for his excellent question. Public transit investments create good jobs and help Canadians get around their communities. This is why this government funded the planning and preliminary engineering of the Yonge subway extension into York Region, while Conservatives ran on a platform of funding cuts for infrastructure. Our government has committed over $5 billion to transit projects in the Greater Toronto Area. These investments mean better jobs, reduced emissions, and more resilient communities.
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker, many organizations in Canada are suffering through the pandemic. Among them are the Legions. The Legions are struggling through it, and part of the reason, according to their Dominion Command, is because Legions don't often have to file tax returns because they're nonprofits, which makes them ineligible for pandemic relief. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Minister of National Revenue, When will they be eligible for all pandemic relief?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our priority with emergency measures payments. Inaudible for the interpreter. Such as audit activities, and in some cases, the agency will ask individuals to provide additional information in order to ensure their eligibility.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, the government continues to put policies that hurt Albertans front and centre. Now get this, not even 24 hours after Alberta announced their plan to diversify the economy by becoming a recycling hub, the Liberals announced that plastics will be labelled as a toxic substance. Mr. Speaker, this new label is toxic to Alberta's economy and the men and women who work hard in the plastics manufacturing sector, like the Teamsters Local 987. Why is this Prime Minister so intent on leaving Albertans behind?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in every 3 workers in mining, oil and gas, that was how many workers were able to stay in their jobs thanks to the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy. And that's a subsidy that's going to continue through right until next summer. It represents hundreds of millions of dollars to support energy sector workers. It also represents tens of thousands of families in Newfoundland and Labrador, Alberta, and in Saskatchewan who will continue to be able to go to work and put food on the table thanks to this Liberal government. We are supporting workers, we are supporting families, and we are supporting our oil and gas sector proudly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this government has consistently failed small businesses by attacking them with draconian tax changes, calling them cheaters, designing aid programs that have not reached struggling small businesses, and bungling the availability of rapid testing, which small businesses need for recovery. Now, after 6 months of announcements, the government claims it's finally fixed the emergency bank account for personal accounts. When will this government now fix the rest of their botched aid programs and table a credible plan for economic recovery?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for that question. Nothing is more important to us than helping our small businesses get through this very difficult time, whether it is the small business loan that has helped over almost 800,000 small businesses, or relief for fixed costs such as the rent subsidy, and helping businesses with payroll. There are literally millions of Canadians that are benefiting because of the support to our small businesses, and we will stop at nothing until we keep supporting the work that they do because they're so important to our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, we know that access to high-quality education for young people is critical to not only individual success, but also local economies and Canada as a whole. However, we know that access to post-secondary education is not equal across the country. In the North, entrants to post-secondary now have an option to pursue their studies north of 60 with the creation of our Yukon University, but more needs to be done for access to education across the North. So could the Minister of Northern Affairs update this House on our government's work on this important file?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek for the question and for his hard work. The creation of Yukon University this year was an important milestone for the North. Building on this, last Friday I was proud to announce the creation of the North Post-Secondary Education Task Force. It'll play an important role in delivering on the objectives of the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework to close gaps that exist between the North and the rest of Canada. By addressing long-term inequalities in the North, we are building healthier communities, respecting the rights and interests of Indigenous peoples, and support a strong economy.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, people are seeing systemic racism in action in Canada. We have the Indigenous Services Minister publicly stating that he disagrees with the RCMP Commissioner. The RCMP Commissioner defending the police response that left Mi'kmaq fishers in danger and resulting in devastating property damage. The government and the RCMP Commissioner must own that the lack of planning is systemic racism and finally address it. On Friday, the Assembly of First Nations called for the Commissioner's resignation. Can the Minister be clear? Does he have confidence in the RCMP Commissioner?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. All police services, including, of course, the RCMP, must be committed to ensuring that the people that they serve and protect are treated with dignity and with respect. I had a conversation today with the National Chief about his concerns. The issues that we discussed are serious, complex, and long-standing, and they must begin with an acknowledgement that systemic and structural racism and bias exists throughout our criminal justice system. Police reform must ensure justice and fairness for all Canadians, and that reform is the mandate that we have given to the RCMP Commissioner and what we expect from the RCMP. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, the number of reported cases of COVID-19 in Canada continues to rise, as we've seen this past weekend. We know that the key tool to combat the further spread of the virus is the COVID Alert app. Unfortunately, not all Canadians have downloaded the app or even have access to the app at this time. Could the Minister please update this House and Canadians about the government's plan to increase the use of the COVID Alert app?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member is absolutely right. Downloading COVID Alert is a way that you can help to protect yourself and the people around you. It is an app that protects your privacy. In fact, reviewed by the Privacy Commissioner as such, we're very thrilled that many provinces have onboarded the app. And so I encourage all Canadians to download the app. It's very simple. It takes only a second, and it's another way that you can make sure you're protecting your own safety and those people around you.
That's all the time we have for oral questions today.
At 3:06, pursuant to order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, the House will now proceed to taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment to the motion of Ms. Rempel Garner relating to business of supply. Convoquez les députés.
Call in members. The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table.
Is the following one: Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. O'Toole, moved that the Standing Committee on Health be instructed to undertake a study on the emergency situation facing... May I dispense? Thank you. I heard suspense, but I think they meant dispense, so I'll just take it for that at face value. All those in favor of the amendment and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Monsieur Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Rempel-Garner.
Mrs. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame Charbonneau.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Monsieur Boulerius.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
All those opposed to the amendment and participating in person will please rise.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the amendment. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone is turned on only when you're voting. Members of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Not there. Mr. Anandasangari.
I'd like to record an abstention, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Andasangari, abstention.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur le Président, je m'abstiens.
I would like to abstain.
Abstain. Abstention.
Mr. Aria.
Abstention.
Mr. Aria, abstention. Abstention.
Mr. Badaway.
Abstention.
Badaway, abstention. Abstention.
Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Baker.
Mr. Speaker, I abstain.
Mr. Baker, abstention. Abstention.
Mr. Batiste.
Abstention.
Mr. Batiste, abstention. Abstention.
Mr. Beach.
Abstain.
Mr. Beach, abstention. Abstention.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur le Président, je m'abstiens.
Madame Bendayan, abstention. Abstention.
Madame Bessette.
Monsieur le Président, je m'abstiens.
Madame Bessette, abstention. Abstention.
Mr. Biddle. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blair. Mr. Blois.
I abstain, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Blois, abstention, abstention.
Mr. Bertina.
Abstain, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Bertina, abstention, abstention.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je m'abstiens.
Madame Brière, abstention, abstention.
Mr. Casey.
I abstain.
Mr. Casey, abstention, abstention.
Mr.
Mr. Speaker, I abstain.
Mr. Chen, abstention, abstention.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur le Président, je m'abstiens.
Mr. Cormier, abstention, abstention.
Ms. DeBruzen. Ms. DeBruzen. Ms. Demoff. Ms. Demoff. Mr. Dollywall.
Abstain.
Dollywall, abstention, abstention.
Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Drouin. Monsieur Dubourg. Monsieur Dubourg. Monsieur Duclos. Monsieur Duclos. Mr. Dogood. Mr. Dogood. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Zarowitz. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. Easter.
I abstain in the motion.
Mr. Easter, abstention, abstention.
Monsieur El-Khoury.
Abstention.
Monsieur El-Khoury, abstention, abstention.
Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Monsieur Fergus. Monsieur Fergus. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca.
Abstention.
Mr. Fonseca, abstention, abstention.
Madame Fortier. Madame Fortier. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Fragiscatos. Mr. Fraser. Mr. Fraser. Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry. Monsieur Garneau. Monsieur Garneau. Mr. Garrettson. Mr. Garrettson. Ms. Gould. Ms. Gould. Monsieur Guilbeault. Monsieur Guilbeault. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Holland. Mr. Holland. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings. Monsieur Yakano. Monsieur Yakano. Ms. Jazik.
I abstain.
Ms. Jaggett, abstention, abstention.
Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Kara. Ms. Kara. Madame Koutrakis. Madame Koutrakis. Mr. Kuzmaricek. Mr. Kuzmaricek. Monsieur Lametti. Monsieur Lametti. Madame Latanzio. Madame Latanzio. Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon. Madame Le Boutillier. Madame Le Boutillier. Monsieur Lightbound. Monsieur Lightbound. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Abstain, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, abstention.
Madame Martinez Ferrada. Madame Martinez Ferrada. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McGinty. Mr. McKay. Mr. McKay. Ms. McKenna. Ms. McKenna. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
The chair.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Mendocino. Ms. Monsef. Ms. Monsef. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Ms. Murray. Ms. Murray. Ms. Ng. Ms. Ng. Ms. O'Connell. Ms. O'Connell. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. O'Regan. Mr. Pulowski. Mr. Pulowski. Ms. Ratanzi.
I abstain.
Ms. Ratanzi, abstention, abstention.
Mr. Regan. Mr. Regan. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Sahota, Brampton North. Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
It's not cute.
Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson.
Je m'abstiens.
Mr. Sanson, abstention, abstention.
Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Scarpalegia. Mr. Scarpalegia. Monsieur Shifke. Monsieur Shifke. Mrs. Schult. Mrs. Schult. Monsieur Seri. Monsieur Seri. Ms. Scrow. Ms. Scrow. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. Mr. Sims.
I abstain.
Mr. Sims, abstention, abstention.
There's a man who can take a stand.
Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Spengeman. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Couverden. Mr. Van Couverden. Monsieur Vandal. Monsieur Vandal. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Mr. Weiler. Mr. Weiler. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson. Ms. Yip. Ms. Yip. Ms. Young. Ms. Young. Mrs. Zaid. Mrs. Zaid. Ms. Zan. Ms. Zan.
Les députés du Parti conservateur.
Conservative Party members.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Abutayev, pour.
Ms. Alislav.
I support the motion.
Ms. Alislav, pour.
Mr. Allison.
I support the motion.
I lost my vote.
Mr. Allison, can you please repeat?
I support the motion.
Oh, there we go.
Mr. Allison.
Thank you.
Pour.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Arnold, pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I support the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, pour.
Mr. Barlow.
I support the motion.
Mr. Barlow, pour.
Mr. Barrett.
Yay in favor.
Mr. Benzin,
I support the motion.
Mr. Benzin, 4, pour.
Mr. Bazan,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Bazan, 4, pour.
Monsieur Blény, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis.
Monsieur le Président, je supporte la motion.
Monsieur Blény, Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis, pour, 4.
Mrs. Block,
I support the motion.
Mrs. Block, 4, pour.
Mr. Bragdon,
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bragdon, pour, 4.
Mr. Brassard,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, 4, pour.
Mr. Calkins,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, 4, pour.
Mr. Carey,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Carey, 4, pour.
Mr. Chu,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Chu, 4, pour.
Mr. Cooper,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cooper, 4, pour.
Mr. Dalton,
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Dalton, pour, 4.
Ms. Dancho,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Dancho, could you please repeat? The camera didn't go on.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Do you want to try one more time?
Oh, hold on. There we go. I vote in favor of the motion.
Very good. Thank you.
Ms. Dancho, 4, pour.
Mr. Davidson,
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Davidson, 4, pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, 4, pour.
Mr. Doherty,
Mr. Speaker, I vote yea in support of this motion.
Doherty, 4, pour.
Mr. Dowdle,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdle, 4, pour.
Mr. Epp,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, 4, pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Falk, Battleford's Minster, 4, pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Falk, Provencher, 4, pour.
Mr. Fast,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fast, 4, pour.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, 4, pour.
Ms. Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, 4, pour.
Monsieur Généreux,
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Généreux, pour, 4.
Mr. Jennis,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Jennis, 4, pour.
Monsieur Godin,
Je vote pour la motion.
Godin, pour, 4.
Monsieur Gould,
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Gould, pour, 4.
Mr. Halan,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Halan, 4, pour.
Ms. Harder,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Harder, 4, pour.
Mr. Hoback,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4, pour.
Mrs. Jansen,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Jansen, 4, pour.
Mr. Kent,
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Kent, 4, pour.
Mr. Kimmich,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kimmich, 4, pour.
Mr. Cram,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, 4, pour.
Mr. Currick,
Thank you. I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Carrick, pour.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Kuzi, for.
Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lake, pour.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Leifert, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, pour.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lobb, pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lukiski, pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McKenzie, pour.
Mr. McGuire.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGuire, pour.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Macaulay Edmonton West, pour.
Mr. McColman.
I vote in favor of the motion.
McColman, pour.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou, pour.
Mr. Malello.
I vote for the motion.
Pour.
Mr. Moore.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, pour.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morantz, can you repeat? The camera did not kick in.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Morantz, pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, pour.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in support of the motion.
Mr. Motts, pour.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Nader, pour.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Redekop, pour.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Reed, pour.
Ms. Rood.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Rood, pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview, pour.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Scheer, pour.
Mr. Schmale.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, pour.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Seaback, pour.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, pour.
Ms. Shin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Shin, pour.
Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Sloan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of this motion.
Mr. Sloan, pour.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, pour.
Mr. Stanton.
I support the motion.
Mr. Stanton, pour.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Steinley, pour.
Mr. Strahl.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Strahl, pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, pour.
Mr. Sweet.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Sweet, pour.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tucker, 4 pour.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Upal, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Popta, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Vidal.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Vidal, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Viss, pour, 4.
Mrs. Wagentall.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Wagentall, 4 pour.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Workington, 4 pour.
Mr. Waugh.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Waugh, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote for the amendment.
Mr. Williamson, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, pour, 4.
Mr. Yurdega.
I vote for the motion.
Rodega, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Beaulieu, pour, 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Bérubé, pour, 4.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Chabot, pour, 4.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Champoux, pour, 4.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame de Bellefeuille, pour, 4.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Desbiens, pour, 4.
Monsieur Désilet.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Désilet, pour, 4.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gaudreau, pour, 4.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Pour, 4.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, pour, 4.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour.
Monsieur Lemire, pour, 4.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Michaud, pour, 4.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Normandin, pour, 4.
Madame Posé.
Pour la motion.
Madame Posé, pour, 4.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote pour la motion.
Perron, pour, 4.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour l'amendement.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour, 4.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour, 4.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Simard, pour, 4.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote pour la motion.
Maxime, Michel Legault.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour, 4.
Monsieur Thériault.
200 piastres par la malle.
Je vote pour la motion.
We'll have to do that again.
J'aimerais rappeler aux
I would like to remind members of Parliament that when they are not voting, please keep your microphones off. Please, Mr. Thériault. Mr. Thériault. Mr. Thériault, could you repeat your vote?
Je vote pour la motion.
Thériault, pour, 4.
Monsieur Trudel.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Trudel, pour, 4.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour l'amendement.
Madame Vignola, pour, 4.
members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Singh, pour, 4.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Ashton, pour.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Blakey, for.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, pour.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cannings, pour.
Ms. Collins.
Je vote pour.
Ms. Collins, for.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Davies, for.
Mr. Duval.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duval, pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote for the amendment.
Mr. Garrison, pour.
Ms. Gazan.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gazan, for.
Mr. Green.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Green, for.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Harris, pour.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Hughes, for.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour l'amendement. Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, for.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for.
Ms. Kwan, pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McGregor, pour.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. McPherson, pour.
The members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Atwin, pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Manley, pour.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the amendment.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands, pour.
The independent members.
Mr. Tabara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the amendment.
Mr. Tabara, pour.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould, pour.
I know what you're getting on a point of order. I believe I do, the honourable member. Ms. Gallant, I've got a little statement, and those who haven't voted will have the chance to vote then. Is that okay? Or is that what you're getting up on for a point of order? Very good. Let me finish the statement, and then we'll get to the members who didn't get a chance to vote. As mentioned in my statement in the House on Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, and assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and weren't able to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, use the raised hand function and the chair will recognize you. The Honourable Ms. Gallant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am voting in favor of the amendment.
Very good. We'll now go to Mr. McLean.
Pour.
Mr. McLean. Do you want to try that again? Got a problem. We're having a problem with the sound. Mr. McLean, we can see you, but we can't hear you. Would you mind using your thumb up or down? Is it a point of order? Mr. McLean, we can't hear you. Try on your on the wire, there's a mute button. See if that's pressed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There we go.
That's everyone impressed. Mr. Speaker, I was bumped off with the technical difficulties and my screen froze, and as a result, I did not hear your question. although I was on just before you asked the question and got the technical services to get me on shortly after you asked the question, but I did not technically hear your question. Am I eligible to vote?
I guess you can't accept it. Thank you for your honesty, Mr. McLean. I'm afraid we can't accept the question or the vote.
Are we done? Are you?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
1 sec, Mr. Harris. We're just about to announce. Will it affect? Can we announce
it may affect the numbers. I understand that I was present for the question, and in fact the question was dispensed with. So I don't know if that makes any difference. The member would not have heard anything if he had been listening. I don't. It was either suspended or suspense.
That's a good point. Unfortunately, there was no way of him knowing whether I dispensed or not, and we're going to have to take it as he had to be here online when I did read or when everyone asked me to dispense. The honourable member for Carleton, unfortunately, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. The honourable member for Carleton has a point of order.
Yes, I did notice that the member for Winnipeg North was up and out of his seat throughout the vote, so I ask that you nullify his abstention so it does not unduly affect the result. Thank you.
I think that's a fair request.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays, contre, zéro, aucun.
I declare the amendment carried. Before I proceed to the next vote, we will suspend the sitting briefly in order to allow employees to provide support for the sitting to substitute each other's safety. It'll take about 45 seconds. Please don't move.
The next vote is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows.
Madame Rempel.
Ms. Rempel-Gardner, seconded by Mr. O'Toole, moved that the Standing Committee on Health...
Very good. Thank you. Pursuant to orders made Wednesday, September 23rd, 2020, nous ne procéderons pas à...
We will not proceed to a voice vote. Accordingly, if a member of a recognised party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion as amended be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Oui, nous avons OK, parfait. For the sake of clarity, I would like to invite the member. Oh, sorry. We're already covered that. I'm sorry. So all those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Polius.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Rempel-Garner.
Mrs. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus,
Mr. Dreeshen,
Mr. Dreeshen,
Mr. Ruff,
Mr. Ruff,
Mr. Lewis Essex,
Mr. Lewis Essex,
Mr. Weber,
Mr. Weber,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry,
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, South.
Mr. Vierson,
Thank you. Mr. Vierson,
Monsieur Blanchet,
Mr. Blanchet,
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval,
Mr. Barcelou-Duval,
Monsieur Bergeron,
Mr. Bergeron,
Madame Charbonneau,
Madame Charbonneau,
Monsieur Fortin,
Monsieur Fortin,
Monsieur Boudria,
Mr. Boudria,
Monsieur Terrien,
Mr. Terrien,
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca,
Mr. Blanchette-Jonca,
Mr. Massey,
Mr. Massey,
Monsieur Boulris,
Mr. Boulouris,
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Backrack,
Mr. Angus,
Mr. Angus, all those opposed to the motion as amended and participating in person will please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez,
Mr. Rodriguez,
Mr. Sajan,
Mr. Sajan,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Mr. Lamoureux,
Ms. Freeland,
Ms. Freeland,
Ms. Bennett,
Ms. Bennett,
Mr. Baines,
Mr. Baines,
Monsieur Leblanc,
Mr. Leblanc,
Ms. Qualtrough,
Ms. Qualtrough,
Mr. Hussein,
Mr. Hussein,
Ms. Anand,
Ms. Anand,
Madame Bibeau,
Madame Bibou,
Ms. Chagger,
Ms. Chagger,
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau,
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau,
Madame Joly,
Madame Joly,
Mr. Vaughn,
Mr. Vaughan,
Ms. Haidu,
Ms. Haidu,
Monsieur Miller,
Mr. Miller,
Mr. Secan,
Mr. Secan,
Ms. Vandenbeld,
Ms. Vandenbeld,
Monsieur Lefebvre,
Mr. Lefebvre,
Mrs. Romanado,
Mrs. Romanado,
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor,
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor,
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East,
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East,
Mr. Johari,
Mr. Johari,
Madame Mendez,
Madame Mendez,
Mrs. McCrimmon,
Mrs. McCrimmon,
Monsieur Robillard,
Mr. Robillard,
Mr. Dong,
Mr. Dong,
Mr. Assassi,
Mr. Assassi,
Monsieur Zuberi,
Mr. Zuberi,
Mr. Maloney,
Mr. Maloney,
Mr. May Cambridge,
Mr. May Cambridge,
Mr. Amos,
Mr. Amos,
Madame Lalonde,
Madame Lalonde,
Madame Lambropoulos,
Madame Lambropoulos,
Mr. Ellis,
Mr. Ellis.
Nous ferons maintenant l'appel.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference, one by one, in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and that your microphone is turned on only when voting.
Members of the Liberal Party.
Monsieur Trudeau,
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Trudeau, contre, against.
Mr. Algabra,
I vote against.
Mr. Algabra, against, contre.
Mr. Anandasangari,
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Anandasangari, against, contre.
Monsieur Arsenault,
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Arsenault, contre, against.
Mr. Aria,
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Aria, against, contre.
Mr. Badaway,
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Badaway, against, contre.
Mr. Bagnall,
Vote against the motion.
Mr. Bagnall, against, contre.
Mr. Baker,
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Baker, contre, against.
Mr. Batiste,
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Batiste, against, contre.
Mr. Beach,
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Beach, against, contre.
Madame Bendayan,
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Bendayan, contre, against.
Madame Bessette,
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Bessette, contre, against.
Mr. Biddle,
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Biddle, against, contre.
Mr. Blair,
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blair, against, contre.
Mr. Blois,
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Blois, against, contre.
Mr. Bertina,
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bertina, can you repeat? The camera did not work.
Well, I'm sorry. I'll try that again. I vote against the motion.
Thank you.
Did that work?
Mr. Bertina, against, contre.
Madame Brière. Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la proposition.
Madame Brière, contre, against.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Casey, contre, against.
Monsieur Champagne.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Champagne, contre, against.
Mr. Chen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Chen, against, contre.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, contre, against.
Ms. de Bruzen.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. de Brusen, against, contre.
Ms. DeMoth.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. de Moth, against, contre.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dollywall, against, contre.
Ms. Dillon.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Dillon, contre, against.
Monsieur Drouin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Drouin, contre, against.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Dubourg, contre, against.
Monsieur Duclos.
I vote against the motion.
Monsieur Duclos, against, contre.
Mr. Dogood.
I vote against the motion.
Dogood, against, contre.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Je vote contre la motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, contre, against.
Ms. Zarowitz.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Zarowitz, against, contre.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Easter, against, contre.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Je vote contre la motion.
Elcoury, contre, against.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, against, contre.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Fergus, contre, against.
Mr. Fillmore.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Fillmore, contre, against.
Mr. Finnegan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Finnegan, contre, against.
Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher.
Vote.
Mr. Fisher, could you repeat, please?
Je vote contre.
Mr. Fisher, contre, against.
Mr. Fonseca.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fonseca, contre, against.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Fortier, contre, against.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Against.
Mr. Fragiscatos, against, contre.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Fraser, contre, against.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Fry, against, contre.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
No, contre, against.
Mr. Garrettson.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Garrettson, contre, against.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Gould, against, contre.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Guilbeault, contre, against.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hardy, against, contre.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Holland, against, contre.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Father, contre, against.
Ms. Hutchings.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Hutchings, contre, against.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Yakano, contre, against.
Ms. Jazek.
Je vote contre la motion.
Jazek, contre, against.
Ms. Jones.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jones against. Called.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Jordan against. Called.
Mr. Kellaway.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Kellaway against. Called.
Ms. Khalid.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Khalid against. Called.
Ms. Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
I'm sorry? Miss who? I'm sorry, can you please repeat?
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Very good, thank you.
Ms. Kara against. Called.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Madame Koutrakis. Called. Against.
Mr. Kuzmaricek.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kuzmaricek against. Called.
Monsieur Lametti.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lametti. Contre. Against.
Madame Latanzio.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Madame Latanzio. Contre. Against.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je vote contre la motion.
Lauzon. Contre. Against.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Je vote contre la motion.
Boutillier. Contre. Against.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lightbound. Contre. Against.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Long. Contre. Against.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. President, I vote against the motion.
Longfield. Against. Contre.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga. Against. Contre.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan. Against. Contre.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Martinez Ferrada. Contre. Against.
Mr. McDonald.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McDonald. Contre. Against.
Mr. McGuinty.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McGuinty. Against. Contre.
Mr. McKay.
Against.
Mr. McKay. Against. Contre.
Ms. McKenna.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. McKenna. Against. Contre.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam. Against. Contre.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
I vote against the motion.
McLeod Northwest Territories. Against. Contre.
Mr. Mendocino.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mendocino. Against. Contre.
Ms. Monsef.
I vote against.
Ms. Monsef. Against. Contre.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Morrissey. Contre. Against.
Ms. Murray.
I vote against.
Against. Contre.
Ms. Ng.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Ding, can you please repeat?
I vote against the motion.
It's kind of distant. Is the arm on your headset down?
I apologize. I vote against the motion.
Thank you.
Against. Contre.
Ms. O'Connell.
I vote against the motion.
O'Connell. Against.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote against.
Mr. Oliphant. Against. Contre.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote against the motion.
Regan. Against. Contre.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Pulowski. Against. Contre.
Ms. Ratanzi.
I vote against the motion.
Ratanzi. Against. Contre.
Mr. Regan.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Regan. Against. Contre.
Mr. Rogers.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Rogers. Against. Contre.
Ms. Sahota Brampton North. Ms. Sahota Brampton North.
I vote against the motion.
Sahota Brampton North against, contre.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Saini against, contre.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sanson, contre, against.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Sarai against, contre.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
I vote against the motion.
Scarpalegia against, contre.
Monsieur Shifke. Monsieur Shifke.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Shifke, contre, against.
Mrs. Schultz.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mrs. Schultz, contre, against.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre.
Monsieur Serré, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Merci beaucoup.
Monsieur Serré, contre, against.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Ms. Screw against, contre.
Madame Shanahan.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Shanahan, contre, against.
Mr. Sheehan.
I vote against.
Mr. Sheehan against, contre.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, against, contre.
Mr. Sims.
Je vote contre la motion.
Sims, contre, against.
Mr. Sorbara.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Sorbara, contre, against.
Mr. Spengeman.
Je vote contre la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Spengeman, contre, against.
Ms. Tassi.
I vote against the motion.
Tassie, against, contre.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Turnbull, against, contre.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, against, contre.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Contre, against.
Mr. Vancouverden, against, contre.
Monsieur Vandal.
I vote against the motion.
Vandal, against, contre.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Annie, against, contre.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Weiler, contre, against.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote against the motion.
Wilkinson, against, contre.
Ms. Yip.
I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Ms. Young.
Monsieur le Président, je suis contre la motion.
Ms. Young, contre, against.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Zaid, against, contre.
Ms. Zan.
I vote against the motion, Mr.
Zan,
Speaker.
against, contre.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. Abutayev.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Abutayev, for.
Ms. Alislev.
I vote in favor of the motion.
For,
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, for.
Mr. Arnold.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Arnold, for.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Nelly, for.
Mr. Barlow.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Barlow, for.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, for.
Mr. Benson.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Benson, for.
Mr. Bazan.
Please mark me down as yea in favor.
Mr. Bazan, for.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis, for.
Mrs. Block.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Block, for.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. President, je vote en favor of the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, for.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Brassard, for, pour.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, for, pour.
Mr. Carey.
Vote to support, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Carey, for, pour.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in support of the motion.
Mr. Chu, for, pour.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cooper, for, pour.
Mr. Dalton.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dalton, for, pour.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dancho, for, pour.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Davidson, for, pour.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
D'Entremont, pour, for.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Doherty, for, pour.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Dowdle, for, pour.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, for, pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster, for, pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yea in favor of the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, for, pour.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Fast, pour, for.
Ms. Findlay, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, for, pour.
Ms. Findlay, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, for, pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, for, pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Généreux, pour, for.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Godin, pour, for.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Pour, for.
Mr. Halan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Halland, for, pour.
Ms. Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, for, pour.
Mr. Hoback.
I vote for the motion.
Hoback, for, pour.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jansen, for, pour.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Mr. Kent, for, pour.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kimmich, for, pour.
Mr. Cram.
I vote for the motion.
Cram, for, pour.
Mr. Keurig.
Thank you. I vote for the motion.
Keurig, for, pour.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Kuzi, pour, for.
Mr. Lake.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, for, pour.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Leipert, for, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, for, pour.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Lobb, for, pour.
Mr. Lukiski.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lukiski, for, pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
Vote in favor of the motion.
McKenzie, for, pour.
Mr. McGuire.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McQuire, for, pour.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, for, pour.
Mr. McColman.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McColman, for, pour.
Mr. McLean.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McLean, pour, for.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, for, pour.
Mr. Malello.
I vote for the motion.
Lello, 4, pour.
Mr. Moore,
I vote for the motion.
Moore, 4, pour.
Mr. Morantz,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morantz, 4, pour.
Mr. Morrison,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Morrison, 4, pour.
Mr. Motts,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Motts, 4, pour.
Mr. Nader,
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Nader, 4, pour.
Monsieur Reyes,
Je vote pour la motion. I vote pour support the motion.
Mr. Reyes, pour, 4.
Mr. Redekop,
Mr. Speaker, I am in support of this motion.
Mr. Redekop, 4, pour.
Mr. Reed,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Reed, 4, pour.
Ms. Rood,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Rood, 4, pour.
Ms. Sahota Calgary Skyview,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoda, Calgary Skyview, 4, pour.
Mr. Shear,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shear, 4, pour.
Mr. Schmale,
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, 4, pour.
Mr. Seaback,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Seaback, 4, pour.
Mr. Shields,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, 4, pour.
Ms. Shin,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Shin, 4, pour.
Mr. Sloan,
Mr. Speaker, I vote for this motion.
Mr. Sloan, 4, pour.
Mr. Sloan, can I get you to repeat, please?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Speaker. I vote for this motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Sloan, 4, pour.
Mr. Soroka,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, 4, pour.
Mr. Stanton,
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Stanton, pour, 4.
Mr. Steinley,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Stanley, 4, pour.
Mr. Strahl,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Strahl, 4, pour.
Mrs. Stubbs,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Stubbs, 4, pour.
Mr. Sweet,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sweet, 4, pour.
Mr. Tucker,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Tucker, 4, pour.
Mr. Upal, Mr. Upal, Mr. Van Popta,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Papta, 4, pour.
Mrs. Vecchio,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Vecchio, 4, pour.
Mr. Vidal,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vidal, 4, pour.
Mr. Viss,
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
This, pour, 4.
Mrs. Wagenthal,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wagenthal, 4, pour.
Mr. Workington,
Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Workington, 4, pour.
Mr. Waugh,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Waugh, 4, pour.
Mr. Williamson,
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Williamson, 4, pour.
Mrs. Wong,
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Wong, 4, pour.
Mr. Yerdega,
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Yodega, 4, pour.
Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Zimmer,
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Monsieur Beaulieu,
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Beaulieu, pour, 4.
Madame Bérubé,
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Bérubé, pouvez-vous répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Je vote pour la motion.
Merci.
Madame Bérubé, pour, 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe,
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour la motion.
Chabot, for.
Monsieur Champoux.
Je vote en faveur.
Champoux, for.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Madame de Bellefeuille, for.
Madame Desbiens.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Desbiens, for.
Monsieur Désilet.
Pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Désilet, for.
Madame Gaudreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Gaudreau, for.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Gill, for.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, for.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, for.
Madame Michaud.
Je vote pour la motion.
Chaud, for.
Madame Normandin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Normandin, for.
Madame Posé.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Posé, for.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Perron, Monsieur Perron, for.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, for.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, for.
Monsieur Simard.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote pour la motion.
Il a.
Non, Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
I can't hear you. Sainte-Marie, merci.
Monsieur Thériault.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Thériault, for.
Monsieur Trudel.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Trudel, for.
Madame Vignola.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Vignola, for.
The members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Singh, for.
Ms. Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Ashton, for.
Mr. Blakey.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Blakey, for.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River, for.
Mr. Cannings.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Cannings, for.
Ms. Collins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Collins, for.
Mr. Davies.
Je vote pour la motion.
Davies, for.
Mr. Duval.
I vote for the motion.
Duval, for.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Garrison, for.
Ms. Gazan.
J'appuie la motion.
Ms. Gazan, for.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Green, for.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Harris, for.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour.
Madame Hughes, for.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, for.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Julian, for.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for.
Ms. Kwan, for.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
For.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Matheson, for.
Ms. McPherson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Ms. McPherson, for.
The members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Atwin, 4, pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Manley, 4, pour.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
I vote for the motion.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands, 4, pour.
Les députés indépendants.
Independent members.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tabera, contre, against.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Wilson-Raybould, 4, pour.
Point of order.
Mr. Genius, on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was shut out by a technical problem, but I was able to hear the question, and I would like to vote in favor.
I'm about to get to that point now. We'll just, if you don't mind, raise your hand when the time is due. Just in about, well, as long as it takes me to read the next paragraph. Thank you. Tel que mentionné dans ma déclaration.
As mentioned in my statement of Wednesday, 23 September 2020, if you have heard the question but were unable to vote because of technical reasons, or reasons that are now solved, please use the raise hand functionality, and the speaker will recognize you.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Mr. Upal, 4.
Mr. Genuis.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Genuis, 4, pour.
While they're calculating the votes, if I can have your attention, we'll come to the Mr. Sarai, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The honorable member from Regina Capel left the video and also was not wearing a jacket for the first half of the question, then turned the video off and returned back. So I think he's an honorable member. His vote should not count for this.
I believe we've gone through the first half, so we're on the second one now. We're going to deal with this one, if that's okay. Did we have another point of order? Before we get the results, I just want to bring your attention to Natalie Foster, the Principal Clerk, Journals Branch, who this was her first time calling today. Well done.
Yeas pour 176, 176. Nays contre 152, 152.
I declare the motion as amended carried. Good. We'll continue. We have a point of order. I'm not sure. I was wondering if you can use the raised hand if you're not in the room, but Ms. Blaney, I believe you have a point of order.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to let the Speaker know that during this vote, I saw election signs behind people. I saw someone driving and pulling over to vote. I saw multiple cameras off or people walking off the screen. And I also saw a member wearing a hat. And I just want to remind this House that I think it was in 1983, there was a debate about a member choosing to wear her hat, and she was eventually asked to remove it. I just want to remind all members that this is the House of Commons. We're doing it virtually, but I believe we should take it as sacredly and as especially as we do in normal practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for North Island, Paul River, for bringing that up. I hope everyone got to hear that. And I just want to remind the government, or the House leaders, to discuss amongst themselves and the whips as well on what the protocol is in the House. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi. We have we have another point of order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tried the more discreet hands up. I had to shout out. In the same vein as the honourable member for North Island Powell River, I would hope, Mr. Speaker, that you could advise whether these rules still apply in our standing orders. Once a question has been read and while we are voting, the rules actually say for decorum that no noise should be made in the House, no interruptions, no talking. Now, it certainly is tempting, I know, for the members who are present physically in the House to continue to talk. Those of us working remotely have a mute button. Perhaps you can find a way to suggest to the honourable member for Carleton that he needs to find his mute button, because we could hear him from coast to coast to coast making good sport during the voting. But it is a lot of noise, even across the country on Zoom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for bringing that up, and I do want to remind the honourable members that the rules that apply in the House are exactly that. So out of respect for what's going on, for the process, I encourage the members to be as quiet as possible. One more points of order.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by Minister.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Shipping Act 2001, Anchorage Prohibition. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. For years, communities in and around the Salish Sea have had to deal with the presence of large freighters using our waters for extended periods of time while they wait their turn in the Port of Vancouver. Today, I am pleased and honored to introduce a private member's bill to address this issue by amending the Canada Shipping Act 2001. The bill proposes to introduce a new Section 23.1 to the Act, which will prohibit anchoring of large vessels in an area surrounding the southern Gulf Islands and east coast of Vancouver Island. Any vessel contravening this prohibition will be committing an offense and will be liable to a fine of up to $100,000. Mr. Speaker, the coastal communities in this area are frustrated by years of inaction from the federal government. These anchorages were established on the traditional territories without the free, prior, and informed consent of local First Nations. If the federal government values these same waters enough to establish a national marine conservation area, then they also deserve protection from being used as an overflow industrial parking lot. This bill will do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Mr. Johns, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Veerlock.
Westlock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, it's my honor and privilege to rise in this place to present a petition. This petition is calling on the government to pass forthwith Bill C-350 and Bill S-240 from the last Parliament. These bills are dealing with the forced organ harvesting that happens around the world, and also Canadians that go abroad to get a forced harvested organ. Mr. Speaker, the people that have signed this petition are asking for these bills to be forthrightly passed in this place and made into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I acknowledge I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Wasanic peoples, and I raise my hands to them. Haishka Siam, presenting a petition number 10672-056 pertaining to the failure to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The petitioners specifically take note of the Canadian Constitution, take note of our human rights obligations, and specifically ask the government to move without delay to nation nation talks with the Wet'suwet'en First Nation and to fully implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be presenting 4 petitions in the House today. The first petition is with respect to the government's euthanasia bill. People are concerned that it eliminates the mandatory reflection period, effectively bringing in the possibility of same-day death, someone requesting and receiving euthanasia on the same day. Petitioners are hoping that the government will leave in place the reflection period. The second petition deals with the rights of law-abiding firearms owners. It notes that the Order in Council brought in on May 1st of this year does nothing to address the real problem of gun crime, which is illegal guns and smuggled guns. It calls for the government to reverse the Order in Council and instead put in place meaningful measures that will combat the problem of gun smuggling and illegal guns. The third petition highlights the plight of the Sikh and Hindu minority in Afghanistan. It calls for the Minister of Foreign Affairs to raise the struggles of this minority community with his Afghan counterparts, and also calls upon the Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to use the powers granted him to create a special program to help persecuted minorities in Afghanistan. The fourth and final petition draws attention to the plight of the Uyghur people and specifically asks the government to use the Magnitsky Act, the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, to sanction those responsible for heinous crimes against the Uyghur people, including deportation to modern-day concentration camps. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, and now we'll go by video conference to the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to present the petition on behalf of Belarusian Canadians on the recent rigged elections. The petition calls for the dictator Lukashenko resign immediately and that all political prisoners be released. It also calls upon the Government of Canada to apply Magnitsky Act and law against all the people involved in falsifying the recent 2020 elections results. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, and by video conference again, we'll go to the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present today e-petition 2471. This e-petition is about body cameras for the RCMP, and the petitioners note that body cameras are a feasible way of improving police accountability. They can alter the behavior of people that are aware of their actions and that those actions are being recorded, and reduce violence. Body cameras protect police officers from liability when they are the target of false accusations, and protect citizens from false police testimony. They improve accountability, resulting in a greater trust, leading to greater public cooperation with the police, and they can be used for powerful evidence in courtrooms to provide greater detail and accuracy than memory alone. So the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to grant the RCMP funding for body cameras and the associated costs, such as data storage, to equip nearly all personnel interacting with the public, with the rare exceptions such as undercover officers, with this technology, and as deemed best, funding being either additional to the RCMP budget, deducted a proportion amount from the money from the RCMP budget to cover the expense, or a combination thereof. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de petition. Seeing none, the questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Any objections to all questions being allowed to stand? Thank you, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. No objections seen? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C6 to amend the Criminal Code conversion therapy.
And before we get to debate, je désire informer.
A deferred standing division. Given that the fact that we had a recorded division, We will pursue our orders of the day by 83 minutes, and pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona regarding health, and the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River with regards to veteran affairs.
When the House last took up debate on the question, the Honourable Member for Surrey Centre had 7 minutes remaining in his time for his remarks, so we'll go to him now. The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll resume. Bill C6 proposes a number of offences. Some protect everyone affected by conversion therapy, and others specifically protect children. Everyone would be protected by Bill C6 offences that propose to criminalize profiting from conversion therapy and advertising an offer to provide it. These offences would reduce the availability of conversion therapy as well as its discriminatory public messaging. That is intended to prevent Canadians from being subjected to this heinous practice. Critically, Bill C6 takes a strong stance on protecting children from conversion therapy. It would criminalize causing minors to undergo conversion therapy and removing minors ordinarily resident in Canada from Canada to undergo conversion therapy abroad. In short, Bill C6 protections for children are comprehensive. They amount to a complete criminal law ban. This approach is directly responsive to the lasting damage that conversion therapy is known to cause children. Evidence shows that efforts to change an adolescent's sexual orientation are associated with multiple indicators of poor health and adjustment in young adulthood. Specifically, such attempts to change a fundamental part of who a young person is are associated with elevated young adult depressive symptoms and suicidal behavior, and with lower levels of young adult life satisfaction, social support, and socioeconomic status. We know that conversion therapy is associated with multiple domains of functioning that affect self-care, well-being, and adjustment. We also know that youth are particularly vulnerable to being coerced or compelled to receive conversion therapy. The American Psychological Association noted in its 2009 systemic review of peer-reviewed literature on conversion therapy that coercive interventions and residential centers for youth pose serious concerns due to their advocacy of treatments that have no scientific basis and their potential for harm due to coercion, stigmatization, inappropriateness of treatment level, and type and restriction of liberty. The association noted that such interventions may pose a serious risk of harm, are potentially in conflict with ethical imperatives to maximize autonomous decision-making and client self-determination, and have no documented benefits. So we know that children are often subjected to the most invasive forms of conversion therapy, while at the same time being least likely to have the power or authority to oppose undergoing it. They are also the most vulnerable to conversion therapy harms. The research tells us that those formative years when a youth develops and explores their identity may be determinative of their future well-being. Messaging that their identity or sexuality is wrong and efforts to seek to determine their identity for them, particularly at this early phase in life, may lead to serious psychological harm, even death by suicide. Bill C6 responds to this disturbing evidence through its proposed offenses that would protect all children under the age of 18 from conversion therapy harms. Bill C6 sends a clear message by carving out a protected space for children to grow and develop. It tells Canadians the truth. Dictating to children who they should be harms them. It should never be done. Significantly, Bill C6 also ensures that legitimate support for youth who express uncertainty about their sexual orientation or gender identity would not be unintentionally captured by the criminal law. This is because legitimate therapies and interventions for children, and others for that matter, involve providing support and acceptance for the person's self-definition without dictating a particular result. Legitimate support is provided in an environment that accepts difference. As the American Psychological Association's 2009 report recommends, adolescents' exploration of identity should be supported by accepting homosexuality and bisexuality as normal and positive variants of human sexual orientation, accepting and supporting youth as they address the stigma and isolation of being a sexual minority, using person-centered approaches as youths explore their identities and experience important developmental milestones, for example, exploring sexual values, dating, and socializing openly, and reducing family and peer rejection and increasing family and peer support. Perhaps even more helpful in describing legitimate therapies for youth and distinguishing them from the harms of conversion therapy is the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry statement on conversion therapy, which clarifies that, quote, comprehensive assessment and treatment of youth that includes exploration of all aspects of identity, including sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, is not conversion therapy. This applies whether or not there are unwanted sexual attractions and when that gender role, consistent with the youth's assigned sex at birth, is not coercively explored as a means of helping the youth understand their authentic gender identity. In the presence of distress related to incongruence between gender identity and sex assigned at birth, the standard of care may involve exploration of living in a different gender role. I wholeheartedly agree, and nothing in Bill C6 would capture the legitimate therapies and treatment that I have just described. This is because BSIL's C6 definition of conversion therapy only captures practices, treatments, or services designed to affect a particular result, changing a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual or gender identity to cisgender. Does not capture therapies or other interventions for other purposes, such as to support a person of their own identity without requiring a particular result. Thank you, and I'm certain that Bill C6 would make a significant contribution towards creating an environment that fosters the healthy development of all children who may be questioning, developing, or exploring their sexual orientation or gender identity.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, let's take Langley, Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, a young woman here in the Lower Mainland, Susan, identified as a boy for as long as she could remember. At 10, she was raped, and these early sexual molestations led her to reject her feminine identity, feeling unsafe as a girl. At the age of 16, she was so distraught that she was admitted to Vancouver General Hospital. Later in life, friends invited her to church and thought and though the experience wasn't perfect, she felt embraced and loved. She chose to start seeing a counselor to help deal with unwanted, non-heterosexual behavior. She looked forward to each counseling session because she felt deeply encouraged by each session. Susan wants this government to know that it must protect the right of Canadians to seek the counseling of their choice. Would the legislation, with the current broad definition of conversion therapy, put Canadians like Susan at risk of not receiving the counseling they chose?
Well, member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you for the question from my colleague from Langley Centre. This does not prohibit counseling, conversations with your spiritual counselors or spiritual priests, other types of advice. What it particularly protects is vulnerable young children from forced conversion therapy, from therapy being given to them abroad, taken abroad to have that done, which we have scientists and psychiatrists and psychologists have proven is harmful and very dangerous and actually counterintuitive and in fact affirms more of a higher chance of them committing suicide or other having adverse personal risks to their life. So this would not prohibit, in my understanding, any conversations, counseling and identity explorations for the individuals, especially young adolescents.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the member's speech, and I wonder if he would comment on some of the concerns that have been raised, both either in debate or outside. As legislators, we do have a responsibility to try and create the best legislation that we can, and there are, would he be open to amendment at committee to make this bill stronger, make it better, improve upon and clarify the definition to ensure that many of the concerns that some people have raised about this bill can be very clearly dealt with, so that we can ensure that we meet the objective of this bill, which is to ensure that the horrible practice of conversion therapy may not legally occur in Canada.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Thank you for the question, and of course, part of our legislative process is to explore and refine and make even better the bills that are proposed by government or private members or otherwise. And we'll always look for positive comments that'll help protect our citizens, help protect particularly our youth that are underage, and protect those that are defined under the Charter, and anything that'll make and help protect their lives. I'm open to hearing those, but the intent must be that we protect the individuals that this bill was designed to protect and avoid any harm that they may face from this very harmful practice of conversion therapy.
Questions and comments by video conference. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for his speech. You know, one of the things that I'm personally very concerned about is that we make sure that different language isn't used to hide this very poisonous practice. I, think of things like people calling it body affirming therapy. This is really about protecting young people, protecting people who are transgender, who are gender nonconforming individuals, and supporting them in moving forward and not having this toxic barrier. So I'm just wondering if the member could talk a little bit about how some of these services are hidden and how unsafe that makes these communities.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Well, look, growing up, I still recall my member of parliament coming out for the first time, Sven Robinson, and I remember I was in grade 8, and the impact it had on me and everyone else in his constituency. I knew him very well as a young child. I'd helped on his campaigns, and it was actually a very big learning experience for me to converse with him, to talk to him and find out why he hadn't done it before, why he came out later, what were the social implications, what the difficulties were, and explaining that to many others, specifically to my community, the South Asian community, who was not familiar with a lot of these principles and thoughts and identities. They just did not relate to them at the time. So I think it's more and more imperative that we learn about these. I think it's more imperative that we protect those that are in that young age, that are still trying to figure things out, have challenging thoughts. And I think society has come a long ways now, and I hope we as a government can help facilitate those and give people a safe environment to do so.
Resuming debate, the honourable member, the
honourable member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Speaker, it is my pleasure to speak on Bill C6, which proposes to promote the equality rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirit Canadians by taking important steps to end a practice that discriminates against them. Because of the individual harms conversion therapy causes to those subjected to it, and the societal harms it causes by propagating the myth that a person can and should change a fundamental part of who they are, their sexual orientation or gender identity, Bill C6 proposes new criminal offenses that criminalize the practice with a view to ending it.
I am proud that this bill puts Canada at the forefront of the international community in the fight against this destructive practice. There's no doubt that Canada is a leader in criminal law reform in the area of conversion therapy. But we're not alone. In fact, we're a part of a growing movement to protect LGBTQ communities from a practice that stigmatizes and harms them. Most countries that have taken steps to address this practice have not done so through criminal law reform. However, there's growing recognition that criminal law is an appropriate tool to address the harms caused by conversion therapy.
Bill C6 defines conversion therapy with respect to its purpose. It is any practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual or gender identity to cisgender, or to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. Such a definition excludes practices, treatments, or services designed for other purposes, most notably gender-affirming treatments, because such treatments are designed to provide support in an accepting environment, not to change the person receiving them. Sur le fondement de cette définition,
Based on this clear definition, Bill C6 creates the following offenses: providing conversion therapy to a minor, transporting minors abroad for the purpose of conversion therapy, procuring conversion therapy against a person's will, receiving a material benefit from the provision of conversion therapy, and advertising the provision of conversion therapy. Such an approach would provide general protection to all persons under the age of 18, whether the conversion therapy is provided in Canada or abroad. It would also protect all Canadians by limiting the availability of conversion therapy and limiting discriminatory messages through the proposed offences to prohibit advertising and material benefit, as these offences are not only targeted at protecting children.
Approach measure up on the global scale. The only known jurisdiction to have implemented a criminal law response is Malta. In 2016, Malta made it an offense to perform conversion practices on vulnerable persons, defined as a person under the age of 16 years, a person suffering from a mental disorder, or a person considered by the court to be at risk. Malta also criminalizes performing involuntary coercion practices and advertising such practices. Of course, each country's response has been tailored to its own legal system and reflect the lived realities of its own people. I am pleased to note that Bill C6 provides protection to all children under 18 years of age, given the evidence indicating that this group is the most adversely impacted. Canada is proposing an added measure that would serve to denounce and reduce the availability of conversion therapy. That is, a criminal offense that would prohibit profiting from the practice in any circumstance. Although it appears that other countries have yet to implement criminal law responses, Canada and Malta may not be alone for long. In March of 2018, the European Parliament passed a resolution condemning conversion therapy and urging European Union members to ban the practice. In July 2020, the UK announced that it would study the issue and then bring forward plans to ban conversion therapy. And a bill proposing to ban performing or advertising conversion therapy is currently before Ireland's Parliament.
As countries consider how to combat conversion therapies, the United Nations has taken a strong stance against the practice. This summer, the independent expert on protection from violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity presented a thematic report on conversion therapies to the 44th session of the UN Human Rights Council. The report recommends that states prohibit the advertising of conversion therapy and its use in health, religion, education, on a local level, commercially, or in any other context, whether public or private, and establish a system of sanctions for non-compliance with the ban on conversion therapy.
Although only one country is known to have adopted a criminal law response, many countries have implemented civil bans in an attempt to reduce the prevalence of conversion therapy, particularly its delivery by healthcare professionals. Many American states, for example, have enacted legislation that prevents healthcare professionals from providing conversion therapy to minors, such that professionals who violate this rule are subject to disciplinary measures. 3 Canadian provinces have followed a similar approach. Ontario, Nova Scotia, and PEI have passed legislation specifying that conversion therapy is not an insured service and banning healthcare providers from doing it to minors unless they are capable of consenting and do, in fact, consent. Also, both the Yukon and my home province of Quebec have recently introduced bills that would affect similar reforms. À ma connaissance, aucune...
To the best of my knowledge, no province or territory in Canada considers conversion therapy to be an insured service, whether there is legislation specifying it or not. Indeed, the practice is discredited and denounced by relevant professional associations. However, 3 provinces have shown leadership in the protection of minors by prohibiting healthcare providers from subjecting them to conversion therapy. Nova Scotia's approach provides additional protection by prohibiting persons in a position of trust or authority over youth from subjecting them to conversion therapy.
These are important elements of the suite of protections that Canada is building to promote the equality of LGBTQ2 Canadians. Bill C6 builds on these responses and fills gaps. Provincial legislation protects minors in the healthcare context, but Mr. Speaker, what about other contexts? We know that conversion therapy is provided by a range of different people, not just healthcare professionals. In fact, some providers have no training at all. Provincial healthcare laws cannot apply to laypersons providing conversion therapy. Provincial legislation also only protects minors who are incapable of making their own treatment decisions. But what about minors who are capable of making those decisions, and what about adults? These gaps are where Bill C6 will play a critical role. It will provide protection to children and adults while building on existing provincial responses. All of these provincial statutes conceptualize the problem in the same way. They define conversion therapy with respect to its objective, to change a person's sexual orientation and gender identity, which necessarily excludes all legitimate gender-affirming treatments, practices, or services. The various statutes may use slightly different terminology, but their respective definitions amount to the same thing. I am pleased that Bill C6 is part of a broader Canadian response. Bill C6 will protect all persons under the age of 18, regardless of whether they can consent to treatment or not, and who provides it. Together, responses at all levels of government convey the clear message that conversion therapy is wrong. It harms those subjected to it, and it harms society by implying that there is something wrong with difference. As Canadians, we cannot tolerate such messaging. It runs contrary to who we are as a people, as a nation. We are a society that promotes these fundamental values. Bill C6 reflects who we are as Canadians. Conversion therapy must stop, and I urge you all to join me in support of this critical piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires by video conference. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. I think you just activate your microphone there, Mr. Viss.
I'm okay. I'd like to thank the member for her speech, and I'll just make it very clear that I am opposed to conversion therapy and its practice and use on minors in Canada. However, I do have some challenges with the bill in its current form, especially as it relates to a child-parent relationship. I see under the definition of conversion therapy in the legislation that it would mean a practice to reduce one's sexual behavior. What protections would this law provide in its current form parents from having a discussion with their child when their child might not be in agreement with their parent? I just think this bill seems to lack parental supports and protections for parents that have to have those challenging and difficult conversations with their children. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charlemagne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon for his question. This bill does not take away conversations that I hope families are having when children have questions about their identity, about their sexual orientation. I'm hoping that they're having those conversations with their parents, and this bill does not take away those conversations. In fact, concerns that members may have, this is where we have those debates. This is where we bring it to committee. This is where we have those questions answered. But in no way does this take away conversations between families and support for children who are facing this. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity, of course. The honourable member on the other side mentioned a few countries, Malta, European Union, and also as well the United Nations. Where does she think, and by the way, it seems like from what she mentioned, that the bill does not agree with other practices or other laws out there. If she can be specific to see where the disagreement between Bill C6 and other countries.
Member for Longueuil, Charlemagne.
Thank you very much, and I thank the member opposite for the question. As I said, every country is dealing with their own lived experiences, and here in Canada, we have a Canadian-made approach. So C8 that was brought forward before has now been brought back as C6, and it's really a Canadian approach. Now, I know that some people will say it does not go far enough in terms of protecting, especially those who are vulnerable, our children, facing the incredible discrimination and horrors that we have heard in this House and in our history. And so while what may work in Malta, what may work in Ireland, what may work in the UK may not work here. And so that's why we made a point of bringing forward legislation that will work here in Canada.
Questions and comments by video conference. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to let you know how excited I am about this bill and how important this bill is. It has made me think of my former colleague at the University of Winnipeg, Catherine Taylor, who won a precedent-setting ethics committee review allowing kids that were part of the 2S LGBTQIA community to participate in a research study, a study that resulted in her receiving death threats. So I just want to reiterate how critical it is to protect kids when we're still evolving as a society to allow people to live who they are. This is a human right. So I just wanted to express my support for Bill C6, and I wanted to ask the member, I know that the members of the Conservative Party have raised concerns about parental control. Why is it so critical that kids who perhaps are in families where parents are not supportive of their identity, that they are still provided with the protection that they deserve and require to protect this human right?
Member for Longueuil, Charlemagne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Winnipeg Centre for her question and touch on exactly that. When we talk about families, many years ago, my aunt came out. And, you know, the family wasn't sure on how to answer that question because it was a very different time, unfortunately. Well, I can tell you that those conversations now happen very openly, and I'm hoping, I know I'm going a little off target here, but we're hoping with this pandemic that in a couple of weeks she'll be celebrating her upcoming nuptials with her partner of long time, and I'm hoping to be able to be there to witness it because she's had a long road, and I'm really proud of her, and I'm proud of so many Canadians who are who they are and not afraid to stand up for who they are, and for also knowing that there's nothing wrong with them. They are free to be who they are. Thank you.
And before we go to resuming debate, I just wanted to, I do notice that the topic before the House this afternoon, of course, is of great interest during questions and comments. I do see a number of members trying to get in, both here in the House and by virtual connection as well. I'm going to do my best to make sure everyone gets a chance to pose a question. We'll take them in order and make it fair and as equal across the House as we possibly can across each of the parties. So we'll do our best to make sure it would help in that sense if members can, the more they can make their questions and comments succinct, and then similarly for the member responding to them, that will allow more members to participate in, which is obviously a topic today of great interest. We'll go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was first elected just over a year ago and stepped foot in the House of Commons and sat in one of those famous green chairs, I instantly felt the enormous weight of the responsibility to ethically and professionally represent the 85,000 people in my riding of Kildonan St. Paul. And it is a very diverse riding. There are many seniors and young families, hardworking small business owners, trades professionals, and public servants. There are thriving faith communities that have truly risen to the occasion and the enormous challenge of the pandemic that we face and provided much needed support to those hit hardest by the economic and health challenges. There are also many people from the LGBTQ community and many more parents, friends, sisters and brothers, and neighbors to LGBTQ people. As a member of parliament to all these wonderful groups and many more, I have the responsibility to defend our country's freedoms and civil liberties on their behalf and to help create a society that treats all people with dignity, compassion, and respect, especially our society's most vulnerable. And that's why the discussion on Bill C6, an act to amend the criminal code concerning conversion therapy and the LGBTQ community, is important to me as a parliamentarian and as the federal representative of Kildonan and St. Paul. We know that history has not been kind to the LGBTQ community. In Canada in the 1800s, same-sex relationships between men was punishable by death. In the 1950s and 60s, there were efforts made to eliminate all homosexuals from the public service, the RCMP, and the Canadian military. Following the decriminalization of homosexuality in 1969, things began to slowly change for the better for the LGBTQ community. The Canadian Pride movement gained traction in the 1970s, but police continued to raid gay bars and arrest and intimidate LGBTQ Canadians. But in 1982, Canada patriated the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and in Section 15 of the Charter, it guaranteed for all Canadians equality before and under the law, and the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law without discrimination. This section became critical for the LGBTQ community in 1995 when the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that sexual orientation should be read in or applied to Section 15 of the Charter. Further, in 1992, Conservative Justice Minister Kim Campbell lifted the ban on homosexuals in the military. Canada became one of the first modern countries in the world to do so. And in 2005, Canada became the fourth country in the world to officially legalize same-sex marriage nationwide. These rights and many more in Canada were hard-fought and won by the LGBTQ community and their allies so that they could live free and be equal under the law. I was born in 1990, so the rights and acceptance of LGBTQ Canadians has largely been the norm for my entire life. And the 2005 same-sex marriage debate occurred just as I was entering young adulthood. So for me, protection for sexual orientation, identity, and expression are a given in a society that is as free, diverse, and accepting as Canada. However, we know that even today, LGBTQ Canadians face discrimination and immense hardship. When I was a Shadow Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth, I had the opportunity to meet with many support groups for the LGBTQ community. They shared with me truly heartbreaking stories of how they provide emergency support for young people who were, for example, kicked out of their homes for being gay, whose parents had disowned them. It happens more often than you think, they told me. They shared how trans kids are so often abused by others, whether at home or while walking down the street or at school, and how they helped older adults struggling with coming out because they grew up in a different time when LGBTQ Canadians had to hide in the closet, so to speak. These were very eye-opening conversations for me, Mr. Speaker, of the realities faced by many LGBTQ people in Canada. A young person who recently transitioned that I have come to know shared with me what this bill meant to her. She said, quote, "The hardest thing for young LGBTQ people is believing your family won't support you or love you for who you are. This bill says it's wrong to pressure or force someone to be someone they are."
Just interrupt the honourable member there for a moment, just on a point of order. The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe the member will be splitting her time with the member for Megantic-Larab.
Is the honourable member for Kildonan and St. Paul wishing to share her time?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. My apologies for not saying that at the beginning. May I proceed? Yes? Okay. I'm just going to continue on with the quote from my friend. This bill says it's wrong to pressure or force someone to be someone they are not. It would say that being LGBTQ is just as valid as being straight or cisgender. What we need as young people is to be loved and supported for who they are, end quote. Although there are limited statistics and studies on conversion therapy, the data tells us that conversion therapy is happening in Canada and that over 20,000 LGBTQ Canadians have been subjected to it. And a further 11% of trans individuals in Canada are survivors of conversion therapy. We call them survivors because we know that conversion therapy can result in suicide, depression, self-harm, social isolation, and many other horrible long-term impacts. As a result, jurisdictions across Canada began banning this practice a few years ago, whether at the provincial level in the public health system or at the civic level concerning business licenses. Now we are debating legislation to ban it at the federal level by using the criminal code. I am proud to be a member of a party that believes conversion therapy is wrong and should be banned. We believe no Canadian should be forced to change who they are, and we know that too many Canadians have been harmed by conversion therapy and have been a target of degrading and dehumanizing practices in effort to change their sexual orientation against their will. I was very proud of our Conservative leader when he said, quote, "I'm here to secure the rights of every Canadian, including the LGBTQ community, and to build an inclusive and prosperous country for all," end quote. Further, he acknowledged the persecution this community continues to face. Quote, "For too many LGBTQ Canadians, that persecution may even involve the threat or the use of conversion therapy. To be forced to change who they are is not okay. That is something I hope no Canadian ever endures again," end quote. I agree wholeheartedly with our leader, and that is why I hope Parliament can pass a bill that protects LGBTQ youth and the rights and freedoms of all Canadians. However, when this bill was introduced in the last session of Parliament this past March, I received many calls, emails, and letters from Canadians who were concerned about the lack of clarity in this bill. Parents were concerned that the language used in this bill meant they would be prohibited from speaking to their children about sexuality and gender, about setting house rules about sex and relationships, and that it would prohibit them from having free and open conversations with their children about sexuality. I shared those concerns that when this bill was first tabled in March, this Liberal government provided clarity in their bill's news release, which clearly stated, and I quote, "These new offenses would not criminalize private conversations in which personal views on sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity are expressed, such as where teachers, school counselors, pastoral counselors, faith leaders, doctors, mental health professionals, friends, or family members provide support to persons struggling with their sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity," end quote. Upon hearing this, many of the fears about this bill were assuaged. However, fears and concerns remain that the language from the news release was not included in this bill. These fears are well known by the Liberal government, and if they truly want to build consensus in our diverse Canadian society, I encourage them to listen to these concerns and simply put the wording of their own news release into the legislation so that more Canadians can support this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity for Parliament and all parties to come together and support the rights, freedoms, and equality of LGBTQ Canadians. But by ignoring the concerns expressed by some Canadians about this bill, the Liberals, it would seem, have opted to turn this critical issue into a divisive one. The LGBTQ community has for so long been unfairly persecuted, and I don't believe anyone would advocate for the unfair persecution of others and the criminalization of private conversations. Our leader spoke to this point very well when he said, quote, "People need to be free to talk openly to people they trust in their families or communities. That could be about coming out. That could be about their orientation or their gender identity. It could also be about their own faith or their own personal life journey. They should feel free to talk to others without the fear of public prosecution," end quote. And he rightly pointed out that in this smartphone age, when young people are glued to social media, we cannot be criminalizing talking, but rather we must be facilitating it. The issue of conversion therapy and the harm done to LGBTQ Canadians is too important. We need to get this right. It is our legislative duty to do so, which is why we will be proposing reasonable amendments at the Justice Committee so that the legislation better protects all Canadians and is clear in its meaning. In conclusion, I believe conversion therapy should be banned to protect young people who identify as LGBTQ. I also believe the Charter of Rights and Freedoms must be honored as we move forward and build a more inclusive society. There are many difficult conversations to be had in my future as a legislator, Mr. Speaker. In fact, very few of the issues debated in the House of Commons seem to be simple or easy. After all, we live in a very diverse, multicultural, pluralistic society with many different worldviews. And I want my constituents and all Canadians to know that they can count on me to stand up for the rights and freedoms of every citizen in this country, and that I will always lead with the intent to treat others with dignity, compassion, and respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires by video conference. The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I found the member's intervention interesting. I think what I am hoping that every member in this House has, Mr. Speaker, is an understanding that the members of the SOGI community, sexual orientation and gender identity and expression, don't need to be fixed. and that it is impossible to change someone's sexual orientation through counseling or aversion therapy. And that in fact, any attempt to alter a person's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression are extremely harmful to those subjected to it, leading to depression, social isolation, and often self-harm, and even death by suicide. And I just want to say how important it is that we recognize that part about suicide, because so many are gone that will never get the chance to be here to find a safe reality. So this is not a question of conversations. This is a question of oppressive counseling that can harm people fundamentally. Could the member explain how she's confusing the two?
Member for Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member, and I agree with her. And in fact, had she listened to my speech, she would have heard wholeheartedly how much I understand the harms of conversion therapy and the detrimental effects it has had on citizens of Canada over the last 100 years. What I have heard from my constituents, and is my duty to represent in the House of Commons, is concerns about this bill criminalizing conversations. That is their understanding. And if the member was listening when I said to these concerned citizens about the Liberals' news release of the section that they included in their news release, but not the legislation, many of those fears about criminalizing conversations were assuaged. So what I asked for in my speech is further clarity and initiative from the Liberal government to ensure everyone understands their rights with this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Virtually, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I've had the honour to sit with this colleague on the Status of Women Committee, and to speak about gender equality. I'd like to hear her on conversion therapy. We know that many women have been specifically affected by the pandemic, but also the LGBTQ2 community, who even before the pandemic was going through difficulties, and this was only heightened by the pandemic. And so can she tell us how this bill is so important for this community, because we need to break down the prejudices that are held against this community? Thank you.
Kildonan and St. Paul.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to my colleague who sits on the committee with me. I appreciate her question.
Has exacerbated many of the societal problems we see. Home is not a safe place for many folks. So when you have to isolate at home or stay at home because there's no other option, it does further endanger folks who are not in a safe home. And that plays right into the issues of conversion therapy, to abuse against women and children. And I think I will say, if the Liberals had not sort of shut down Parliament for 5 months and then prorogued it for 6 weeks, we may have got to the debate of this legislation sooner, and we could have passed this legislation sooner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, again by virtual video conference, I should say. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I concur with my colleague. Wonderful speech, and conversion therapy is definitely an issue we need to deal with. I have a concern for individuals that I think she would have a heart for as well. Max has said that her gender transition was not the solution to her severe depression, and it didn't deal with her negative feelings of self-image and self-identity. Lee says she shouldn't have been encouraged to transition. Elle said at the time she didn't realize it was possible to not hate her body. These are just a few of many individuals that are now sharing, talking amongst themselves. They have transitioned and then detransitioned. They're not rude in any way to those that are continue to be their friends that have gone through this transition, but I'm concerned for them because they are sharing in the public square through YouTube, because that's what this younger generation does, and they had all transitioned before 18. So they do not feel safe, I believe, in the circumstances with the definition here of conversion therapy.
Kildonan and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague and my caucus colleague. And, I understand where she's coming from. I've had a number of individuals send me those same YouTube links and send me information about individuals who've had a very difficult time with their transition, regardless of where they are on the spectrum, or if they're transitioning or detransitioning. What I've come to learn over the last year that I've studied this issue, and formerly as the Diversity, Inclusion and Youth Shadow Minister, is that there are so many heartbreaking stories. And that's why it's so important that we ensure as parliamentarians we protect the ability for support in the family and in the community for individuals dealing with these very challenging issues. And that's why I think it's important Parliament ensures that we are not criminalizing conversations with this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with a great deal of humbleness that I've decided to speak today to Bill C6 for the benefit of people who are listening to us in the House today. And might I remind what C6 is about? This bill seeks to discourage and denounce conversion therapy by criminalizing certain activities related to it, with the additional intent of protecting the human dignity and equality of Canadians. It amends the criminal code to prohibit advertising an offer to provide conversion therapy, causing a person to undergo conversion therapy against their will, causing a minor to undergo a conversion therapy, removing a minor from Canada to undergo this therapy, and profiting from providing conversion therapy. Why did I decide to speak about this today, Mr. Speaker? It's very simple. It's because I'm a father. I've got 3 wonderful children. I've got a wonderful family, and I hope for them that they will have the best future possible. I love them for who they are, not for what I wish that they might become. I love them because they're complete people, they're autonomous, and they make their own decisions. As a father, I can try to influence their choices. I can try to help them make the right choices, to help them to correct themselves when they make the wrong decisions, and to be for them under any circumstance. But let's be clear, as a father, I will never be able to change who they are, and never, absolutely never, would it ever occur to me to pay for them to undergo conversion therapy to change who they are. Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. Some people make the wrong decisions, but we do not choose who we are. Sexual orientation, someone's gender, that is not a question of choice. To prepare me for this speech today, I read testimony from young people who have undergone this conversion therapy, and I can tell you that as a father, I would never have subjected my children to such a horrific treatment. Mr. Speaker, those are my current values and the values of many Canadians, many Quebecers, based on my knowledge and on what I think inherently is the right thing to do. I wanted to find out more about conversion therapies, Mr. Speaker, and I found this document from the Order of Psychologists of Quebec, which set out a briefing on conversion therapy in 2012. And here is an excerpt that might help people understand why I have this position. And I quote, "Given the state of research on these issues, it would be unethical to present homosexuals who wish to engage in psychotherapy with an intervention aimed at changing sexual orientation as a way of treating them. Not only is this unproven, but it could raise false hopes and cause greater distress in the face of the foreseeable failure of this treatment. Moreover, in and of itself, proposing an intervention to change sexual orientation, especially if the person does not specifically request it, may have the effect of corroborating the false belief that being homosexual is abnormal, increasing the distress and even shame of some who find that they do not meet expectations in this regard and undermining their self-esteem. The research also shows that interventions aimed at changing sexual orientation can have a negative impact and can cause greater distress than that which led to psychotherapy. For example, there are a number of problems, such as mental health problems. Therefore, it is more appropriate to offer psychotherapy to treat depression or anxiety, relieve distress, support self-esteem, and help the person deal with the difficulties he or she may be experiencing, and thus promote his or her development, regardless of sexual orientation." I think, Mr. Speaker, that it is very clear, and this is a document that is from 2012, and I think that it is a good way of setting out the framework for this bill. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberal government had not decided to prorogue Parliament, conversion therapists would likely be on the verge of being banned in Canada. Debates would have taken place, everyone would have had their point of view heard, and the majority of this House would have already ruled to ban this shocking practice, which I did not even know existed before I was elected to this House. I'd also like to share the position adopted by the Quebec government, which has just publicized its intent to ban conversion practices in the province. And this goes in hand with what the majority of Quebecers think about these therapies. So these conversion therapies will be banned, and offering a homosexual person therapy to transform him or her into a heterosexual will be banned in Quebec. And Bill 70 will ban anyone from collecting benefits from providing conversion therapy. And when this bill is adopted, offenders will have to pay fines of up to $50,000 and even $150,000 in the case of a moral person. And that's why this is so important. Across Canada, there are some 47,000 men who have already undergone conversion therapy. I was unable to find figures for women, but I am quite sure that there are many, many thousands of female citizens who were subjected to this as well. This probably explains why I had never heard about conversion therapy before I was elected as a federal member. No Canadian should ever have to change who they are. We know that too many Canadians have been victims of these terrible practices, and as parliamentarians, we have the duty to protect the most vulnerable members of our society. That includes members of the LGBTQ+, who were victims of degrading and dehumanizing practices with a view to changing their sexual orientation against their will. Mr. Speaker, everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. We have to do things right, and that is why we will be making a reasonable amendment at Justice Committee to ensure that this bill better protects Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the government could have chosen an avenue to bring members together if it had taken into account the comments that were made during the first introduction of this bill. For the benefit of those listening to us, an identical bill, Bill C8, was tabled during the 43rd Parliament, but it died on the order paper when Parliament was prorogued on August 18, 2020. At the time, I was able to speak in the House to point out that unfortunately the container and the spirit in the letter were different. The website of the Justice Department was very clear with regard to private conversations between parents and children, but the bill is not as explicit. The website said these new offenses would not criminalize private conversations in which personal views on sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity are expressed, such as where teachers, school counselors, pastoral counselors, faith leaders, doctors, mental health professionals, friends, or family members providing affirming support to persons struggling with their sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity. But unfortunately, this is not included in the section on defining conversion therapy in the bill, and the addition of this specification would provide for greater clarity. Today I heard the appeal from the member for Winnipeg North. We know that he speaks a lot, but actually he has some good ideas, and perhaps this was an exception, but he called on his honourable member from the Bloc Québécois to do anything possible to improve the bill so that everyone would be able to agree with this bill. And so I'm going to come back to that with them. I have this improvement to Bill C6, and our amendment will guarantee that voluntary conversations between people and their teachers, their school counselors, everyone I mentioned earlier, will not be criminalized, as it said before on the website of the Justice Department. I'm not trying to say that the Liberals or the Minister wanted this to be deleted from the bill so that they could play petty politics with this important question. Because if that's the case, it's unacceptable. And if it's an error, it can be rectified. So I'd rather that we rectify it than to play partisan politics, Mr. Speaker. However, these words that come from the government itself, that were on the Justice Department website, pave the way to greater support by Canadians for our country and for the LGBTQ. The government wants to be transparent. Well, this is a unique opportunity to show that Liberals are able to rise above for once and to give the opportunity to more Canadians to identify with Bill 6 with the important and mandatory objective of ending conversion therapy in this country. Mr. Speaker, I do not identify with any of the LGBTQ community. I cannot claim to put myself in the shoes of someone who has been ridiculized, bullied because of what they are. But I know as a father, as a Quebecer, as a Canadian, I know that it is time for us to end conversion therapy. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member by video conference, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his discussion on this very important issue. I'm just wondering if I could ask the member through you, Mr. Speaker, about the reality that we know that the SOGI community doesn't need to be fixed, that it is absolutely impossible to change someone's sexual orientation through any type of therapy. I find it interesting that the Conservative leader has said that this vote for his caucus will be a free vote on Bill C6. How is this vote a question of conscience since it seeks to protect SOGI individuals from harm? Thank you.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, as I said, before having become an MP here, I didn't even know that conversion therapy was a thing. And so the simple fact that today the leader legitimately says that this will be a free vote for all MPs of our group is the best thing to do. There's a way for the government to have even more concurrence from these MPs. The bill must reflect what the Department of Justice says on its website. It's simple, and it's a way for us to work in a non-partisan way to end conversion therapy. It is that we must remember. We have the opportunity of working together. The ball is in the hands or in the court of the Liberals.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Through you to my colleague, and first of all, I would like to thank you for your thoughtful speech. And we know that conversion therapy is wrong and harmful, and that we have a responsibility to protect the most vulnerable in our society as parliamentarians. And so my question to the member is why you think it would be important to have some clarification in the definition, since this is amending the criminal code, and if you can address why having a reasonable amendment would be the approach appropriate for this legislation.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I cannot put myself in the shoes of family, parents, youth who have to experience these difficulties of not being accepted by society for who they are. The issue we have, Mr. Speaker, is that there are parents that still need to be convinced. There are exchanges and dialogue that still is required in our society. And these changes have to happen free from any legal proceedings. That's how we've done things. That's how we must continue to do things. These discussions, especially between parents and children, must not one day become criminally liable because a parent simply wanted to, for example, better understand their son or daughter. It's simple, but this clarification has to be put in this bill for it to receive the support of parents who would perhaps be scared of talking to their children about this.
Comments. The honourable member,
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neget-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Mégantic-L'Érable for his speech. I appreciate his openness to this bill. However, I have a number of questions. On the 15th of June, the leader of the Conservative Party, the MP for Durham, said, and I quote, in a tweet, "Conversion therapy has not their place in Canada and must be abolished." Let me be clear. However, there's no translation into English for this speech. It's one of the rare untranslated tweets. Perhaps the Conservative translation device simply broke down on that day. Is it the same machines that compiled the votes during the Conservative leadership race? There are doubts. In any case, Isn't it a bit odd that this tweet wasn't actually translated for something as important as conversion therapy? The honourable member from Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, I will abstain in commenting my colleagues' comments on the Conservative leadership race, a race that allowed us to choose the next Prime Minister of Canada in an extraordinary way. And one thing is certain, Mr. Speaker, regardless the way the Bloc will vote, never will they have a Prime Minister. Never will they be government. Never will they be in a position of power. Never will they ban conversion therapy in Canada. So why? Because all they have are hopes, but no actual concrete measures.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by acknowledging that this House sits on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe. Monsieur le Président, c'est un privilège.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to be here to participate on the second reading of Bill C6 that my colleague, the Minister for Justice and Attorney General of Canada, tabled here on the 1st of October. The objective of this bill is clear: banning conversion therapy in Canada.
Therapy is rooted in the wrongful premise that an individual's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression can and should be changed to a narrow ideal of what is natural or normal. Les thérapies de conversion.
Conversion therapy are degrading and nefarious. They have no place in our country. Mr. Speaker, today we once ask MPs of this House to show solidarity with LGBTQ2 communities that are subject to one of the worst attacks on their gender identity. I'm talking about conversion therapy.
Mr. Speaker, it is important we all do everything we can to protect the Canada we know and love. Our communities should be places where everyone is free to be authentically who they are, free from violence or discrimination. On behalf of all those who are being hindered in their ability to truly be themselves, to love whom they love, and to live fulfilling lives and fully contribute to our society, I ask all members to support this bill and send it to committee.
In Canada, far too many people are still the innocent victims of conversion therapy. This is not the Canada to which we aspire. We must unequivocally abolish and rapidly abolish this practice. As a country, we all show solidarity. This is one of the biggest challenges, of our history is the COVID-19 pandemic. As a society, we are in terra incognita, and we don't have a map necessarily for all of it. As a government, however, we are more determined than ever to bank on collective solidarity to build a more inclusive Canada. This pandemic has opened our eyes. We managed to see unacceptable injustices in this country. It weakened already weak communities, and it strongly struck LGBTQ2 communities.
The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that there is still much work to be done to build a truly safe and inclusive Canada. Since March, we have been navigating this crisis together. We are all remaining cautious and following the advice of local officials and public health authorities.
Facing a crisis of this scope, we must also rethink our statutes and our policies and strengthen our efforts of inclusion. It is what our government has done by tabling this bill once again.
The speech from the throne emphasizes that the country we are protecting against COVID-19 is a country that is proud of the contribution of its LGBTQ2 communities, an inclusive country. And I am sure that my colleagues in this House would agree, the best Canada is an inclusive Canada. Mr. Speaker, we must do all that we can to achieve equity and inclusion for all Canadians. I'm dedicated to this objective, and as you likely know, it forms an important part of the mandate given to me by the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, my parents immigrated to Canada before I was born and worked hard to provide a good life for us. Their belief was that in Canada, anything is possible. We all have the possibility of living free from prejudice and discrimination, of expressing our identity and exercising our rights. People deserve the freedom to be who they are, free to love who they love. We all have a role to play so that LGBTQ2 persons feel safe and welcome to be their authentic selves.
One of our government's role is to reach out towards this objective. By tabling this bill once again, we are making a giant step forward. It's one step further towards the end of conversion therapy, which does not synchronize well with today's Canadian society.
The changes to the criminal code proposed in Bill C6 will go a long way to protect the dignity and equality rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and two-spirit Canadians. Ce projet de loi.
This bill moves to criminalize certain aspects of conversion therapy. These retrograde and harmful practices seek to cause someone to change their sexual orientation by forcing them towards heterosexuality, by repressing or reducing their behaviors that are not heterosexual, and by modifying their gender identity so that they correspond to the sex of their birth.
It is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the proposed changes are not intended to reach far beyond a rational scope. We recognize that it is crucial to protect those who offer affirming and supportive guidance or advice to anyone who has questions or is coming to terms with who they are. In the same spirit of wanting every Canadian to be true to who they are, we also want every Canadian to be free to follow their faith as they interpret it for themselves of their own volition. Our legislation aims to balance this to support and protect the rights of all Canadians. We need to address the myth that gay, lesbian, queer, trans, and non-binary identities are pathologies that can and should be changed. Diverse forms of gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation are simply part of human diversity. The proposed legislation aligns with our government's commitment to put an end to conversion therapy in Canada by amending the criminal code with new penalties for those who conduct the practice, in particular against minors.
We must adopt an act that protects the dignity and the rights to equality for all Canadians, especially those of the LGBTQ2 community and youth. This statutory measure would mean that all Canadians throughout the country can be themselves without fear, so they can fully live their lives.
Mr. Speaker, the type of changes that we are now proposing to the criminal code are also aligned with approaches already implemented elsewhere, and I will offer here just a few examples. Ontario, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island have enacted legislation specifying that conversion therapy is not an insured health service and have banned healthcare professionals from providing treatment to minors unless they are capable of consenting. Some Canadian municipalities, such as Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, St. Albert, and Strathcona County, have also banned businesses from providing conversion therapy within their city limits. Internationally, Malta is the only other country known to have criminalized aspects of conversion therapy, while the United Kingdom, in its LGBT action plan, has committed to further explore the issue. In the US, several states have put in place bans that resemble provincial and municipal bans in Canada.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all those who are dedicated to building a more just and secure society. In particular, I would like to thank my colleagues, our partners and stakeholders who are working hard to ensure that the amendments to the Criminal Code in Bill C6 are passed.
The amendments that we propose here in Canada are yet another step along the way towards a safer and more inclusive country, and I am proud of the concrete actions our government has taken to date. Mr. Speaker, our Prime Minister apologized to LGBTQ2 people in Canada for the past injustices experienced at the hands of their government. Our government passed legislation, Bill C-16, that protects against discrimination based on gender identity and expression. We transformed the former status of Women Canada into a full department, the Department of Women and Gender Equality, with an expanded mandate to advance social, political, and economic equality with respect to sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. We made a historic investment of $20 million to help build the capacity of Canadian LGBTQ2 organizations to address the unique needs and persisting disparities facing LGBTQ2 communities. And proudly, my own appointment in November by the Prime Minister as Minister of Diversity and Inclusion in Youth, supported by Canadian Heritage, where the LGBTQ2 Secretariat is now housed. Avant la pandémie.
Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, I led several roundtables with key stakeholders from across Canada to discuss LGBTQ2 issues. One of the issues we discussed was conversion therapies. The Minister for Justice also discussed this issue with a number of stakeholders, including his provincial and territorial counterparts.
As you can see, the process leading to the proposed change to the criminal code to address the harmful practice of conversion therapy has been informed by the lived experiences of LGBTQ2 communities. This work has come from LGBTQ2 communities. It has come from advocacy. It has come from a place of struggle and pain, but it also from resiliency and strength. Most importantly, we are indebted to survivors for their bravery in helping and pushing this road forward for us and with us. Mr. Speaker, as I have mentioned a few times, our government is committed to continuing our conversations and working together until the full implementation of these proposed changes to the criminal code.
We also recognize the importance of continuing our efforts to prevent conversion therapies, support even stronger and more resilient communities, and deconstructing myths about sexual orientation and gender identity. Together, we must stop the stigma and discrimination of the LGBTQ2 communities.
We are here today as a direct result of the collective strength of survivors and their steadfastness in the face of adversity. We honor them and those who came before them. Dans notre société, chaque
In our society, everyone has a unique and important role to play to make us be a more inclusive and safe Canada. A Canada where everyone can flourish. Not so long ago, solidarity towards LGBTQ communities was simply not part of our government's plans. Today, we seek to promote equality for LGBTQ2 people, protect the rights of LGBTQ2 people, fight discrimination against LGBTQ2 communities. All of these commitments require our elected officials to listen to communities and persist in working together to achieve a Canada that we want to pass on to the future generations. If we are unable to change the past, then we can still learn from it, and we can do better. Like everyone else, I still have a lot to learn. I still have a lot to do. Like you, I'm here to ensure that all human beings are respected, because I'm hopeful that one day we will live in a country where every person is treated with dignity and respect, and that's the end of it.
The past has not always been easy. Today is a hopeful day. By acting on historical injustices, we are building a better future for all. Mr. Speaker, it is our duty to do everything we can to make a better future for the children in this country. When a child arrives into the world, they are full of love. They haven't learned to hate. A child is taught to hate or to discriminate, taught how to be ashamed of who they are, and taught that there is only certain ways to live. We have to provide a better future, a different future to the next generation. We know that by these proposed amendments to the criminal code, we are helping LGBTQ2 people feel safe and enabling them to participate fully in Canadian society. Mr. le Président.
Mr. Speaker, our work does not end there. We are committed, strongly committed, to continuing the dialogue and working together with LGBTQ2 communities in all regions of Canada. My mandate is to consult with LGBTQ2 communities to lay the foundation for an LGBTQ2 action plan that would guide the federal government's work on important issues that affect them. My mandate is also to invest more in LGBTQ2 organizations.
This will offer future opportunities for community-led interventions, because one of my goals is also to build stronger and more resilient LGBTQ2 communities through local, regional, and national organizations that can respond to the evolving needs of their communities. Together, we can help create a country where everyone is free to be who they are, and where human rights are human rights for all. As our Prime Minister often says, in Canada, diversity is our strength. We are a diverse country made up of people from all types of backgrounds. Our Canada includes everyone, of every color, of every background, of every identity. And LGBTQ2 people exist in our communities. They are our friends, neighbors, colleagues, and families. They are people we love and cherish. The proposed amendments help get us one step closer to equality and recognition for LGBTQ2 people. We need to ensure that Canada is a country where everyone, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, can live in equality and freedom. Our task is clear. The time to act is now. I urge all members to support this historic, groundbreaking legislation as we advance protections for LGBTQ2 communities together. Merci, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the member for her intervention and her speech. I listened to it with great detail, but I was struck by something, that this is such an important piece of legislation to ban such a horrific practice. And my question to her is, why was this legislation not introduced in the first part of the last Parliament?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation was created by communities for community. And as the Member of Parliament for the riding of Waterloo, and as the Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth, I speak to many constituents and stakeholders. Our mission and our mandate, and it's important that we act now. This is an opportunity. We can send this legislation to committee so that it can be further studied, but what is clear is that conversion therapy does not have a place in Canada. It needs to be banned so that people can live their authentic lives. The damage that has been done to certain generations has already happened, but we can act to ensure future generations never have to undergo this destructive practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for her speech. I'd like to raise one point in the bill. Well, it doesn't really ban conversion therapy between consenting adults, but if I understood correctly, you cannot gain from it. Does this not complicate this? I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The Honourable Minister for Diversity. Mr. Speaker, the bill that we're discussing today is another step to ensure that everyone is protected. And I recognize that there are comments and questions, and that's exactly why committees can look at these. But for me, it's really important, as members of Parliament, advance a bill that will protect children. And for adults who are consenting, the bill does have parameters to protect them as well. Other people will be able to make their own decisions, and they'll be able to continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her intervention today. I want to propose a scenario that did take place. A young man applied for a job that was funded to a not-for-profit agency where they got funding from the federal government, and they intervened on that person, requiring him to sign a form to say that he was not gay. The intervention was on the work site location. This took place in the last year. So to the Minister, what will this bill do to protect those individuals, and what does the government think about the fact that this still takes place, and what should happen to those organizations that are receiving federal funds but still have conversion therapy at the workplace?
The Honourable Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that as a country we still have a lot of work to do. I offer my commitment to ensure that that work is done, and that's why within my comments I have shared that I have a lot to learn, but I also have a lot to do. And today we have an opportunity to see this legislation advance to committee, to see conversion therapy banned in Canada. Will our work end there? No. But what it will do is establish another step. For the member and the individual he is referring to, I think it's absolutely horrific that that took place. I'm ashamed that that takes place in our country till this day. And the COVID-19 pandemic has actually shone a lot of light on the inequities that exist. And that's exactly why we know there is systemic discrimination, systemic racism that exists in our country. And we will do whatever we can to fight it. And I feel like I have the member's support to see that he will be working alongside us to make that happen. Thank you.
Questions and comments by video conference. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of being the Member of Parliament in the neighbouring riding of the Honourable Member, and I'm proud that in my riding in Kitchener-Conestoga, indeed in Waterloo Region and throughout Canada, I'm proud that we're moving forward together. So I'm also proud to have stood in my township in Wilmot and that flew the pride flag for the first time. So we truly are moving forward. I've had town halls with local stakeholders and also a town hall with the Honourable Member opposite discussing LGBTQ+ issues. In her role as minister, the member has met with groups throughout Canada, but can she please discuss some of the local groups in our shared region and some of the responses she's received about this bill and about the message of inclusion that we're sharing? Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
I want to start by commending the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for actually doing the important work as a Member of Parliament of listening and engaging. We have very tough conversations as elected members, but it's important that we not only listen to people that we agree with, but also listen to people who we can learn from. And the member for Kitchener-Conestoga has ensured that every constituent, every organization within the Waterloo region has the opportunity to have their voices heard. And that's where I really do want to commend the leadership of organizations within our communities. They know that they have a full voice at the cabinet table, and that's why the appointment as Minister of Diversity and Inclusion and Youth was so exciting. And I will tell the member that we will continue to do this work because our work is not done yet. This is just another step, and what we hear in this debate is still concerns. Human rights should be human rights for all. And that's why this legislation should go quickly to committee so that it can be studied and scrutinized. It should quickly go to the Senate so that it can become law and that we can ban conversion therapy for once and all. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Honourable Member for her wonderful speech. Conversion therapy, Mr. Speaker, I never heard it till a couple of weeks ago. Can the member outline some of the witnesses they're going to be putting before the committee so we can learn more about the bill? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to start off by saying that this is the same legislation we actually had introduced, and that's why this legislation actually has been viewed by all members of Parliament in this House. And I've heard this comment made a couple of times that fellow Canadians have not actually known about this destructive practice. What we are sharing and what members within the LGBTQ2 communities are expressing and sharing is that this destructive practice exists in Canada. And it's a clear choice. Either it belongs or it doesn't. For our government, it is clear. We need to ban conversion therapy. People should be free to be who they are, to love who they want to love. Committees will do their important work, and I'm sure amongst members on the committee, they can determine who will come as witnesses. And I encourage this bill to go to committee so that that work can be done. I hope we have that member's support to see this bill advance quickly and swiftly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Again by video conference, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech. And indeed, this is a very important subject. You can't change somebody's sexual orientation through some conversion process. And I'd just like to ask about, the member has talked about banning a number of times, but in the legislation, it talks about forced coercion therapy and that being illegal. But I'm wondering about coercion, and people who are of age get coerced into doing things by other members of their family based on their finances, their situation in life. There was an honourable member talking about somebody applying for a job, and I'm just wondering about banning this practice outright. Not having definitions for forced conversion therapy or figuring out what coercion would look like, but just banning it outright.
Well, Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Mr. Speaker, a lot of work has gone into introducing and reintroducing this legislation. Why I'm really proud of this legislation is because we consulted with stakeholders, members within community, academics, experts, and the list goes on, prior to introducing this legislation. We know that conversion therapy has no space in Canada, but we also understand that there are people who are trying to understand themselves and having these conversations. And that's why these amendments will not criminalize those who will provide affirming support to persons struggling with their sexual orientation or gender identity. Nor would the amendments criminalize private conversations between consenting adults. What we do know is that there is numerous individuals that have been forced to undergo a therapy that's not a therapy at all. And that's what this legislation does. It protects them so that they can be their authentic selves, and we ensure that we don't have another generation that has lost their ability to be their authentic selves. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me? Yes, I will be splitting my time with a colleague from Fundy Royal. And I just want to start off by saying that there is nothing more important in life than being true to yourself. You only live once, and there's no mulligans or do-overs. During our short time on this earth, if you can find love and in return be loved back, there are no words to appropriately describe that partnership. Likewise, little is as important to the core of one's being than the ability to express who one truly is. So at this very moment, there are LGBTQ2 Canadians who are listening to us debate this legislation and are struggling to be who they are. Some are afraid of what others will think or say. Some are concerned people will disown or think less of them. Some think there is something wrong with them. Here's the thing. There is nothing wrong with them. Just 2 weeks ago was National Coming Out Day. Like every year, people across the country came out and said they were proud of who they are. While many have already shared this with their closest family and friends, they did something brave, which was to tell the world who they were. It hasn't always been this way. During the 19th century, same-sex activity between consenting adults was considered a crime punishable by imprisonment. The mental health professionals of that era deemed homosexuality as a mental illness. And if we fast forward to modern times, it wasn't too long ago where people had to live in the shadows. Many were targeted. They were discriminated against because of who they dated or fell in love with. Some lost their jobs and were looked over for a promotion. While we made tremendous strides towards equality, there is more work to be done. And as a conservative, I have advocated for freedom, fundamental freedoms, my entire life. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of conscience, and freedom of assembly and association. And that every individual has the right to equal protection and equal benefit of the law, without discrimination. Those aren't just words. They're in our Charter of Rights. I support the end goal of the legislation before us today because I am a conservative. Back in 2016, I voted in favor of Bill C-16, which amended the Canadian Human Rights Act to add gender identity and gender expression to the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination. We know transgender Canadians face elevated levels of sexual violence. They've been bullied and have faced discrimination in applying for a job or securing housing. And many within the transgender community have taken their own lives due to depression and for feeling there was no future. I believe in the rights of individuals who live their life as they see fit. Liberty, as defined by the Oxford Dictionary, is, quote, the state of being free within society from oppressive restrictions imposed by authority on one's way of life, behavior, or political views, end quote. The spirit of liberty must be renewed in all of us, for if we waver or deny our fellow citizens the same freedoms that we so cherish, we will have failed to protect them in their time of need. If we are free to decide where we work, go to school, practice a religion, whom to vote for, then it is within that spirit people must be free to be who they are. We must protect them from those who wish they were someone else. In almost every other example of trampling on one's fundamental freedoms, such as forcing someone against their will to change religions or their political allegiances, there'd be an uproar, and rightly so. At its very core, the end goal of this legislation is defending freedom. As a conservative, I believe that we as parliamentarians have a role to do just that. During this debate and inevitably at the Justice Committee, we will get into the finer details such as the definition of conversion therapy as explained in the bill. For those worried this legislation will criminalize private conversations, spiritual guidance, or infringe on religious liberties, the best approach to resolve those concerns is to specifically carve out what the legislation does not do. When there are concerns about the clarity or implications of a bill, the obvious remedy is to provide them those reassurances. For example, back in 2016, when we were debating C-14, the government's medical assistance in dying legislation, the phrase does not is used 6 times to provide clarity when the legislation covers what the legislation covers and what it does not cover. If we take that same approach on this legislation, we immediately resolve many questions while improving the bill. In fact, we don't have to look too far, as the government's own press release contains some of the language we could insert into the bill to alleviate concerns. When the original legislation was tabled on March 9th, their press release stated that the legislation, quote, would not criminalize private conversations in which personal views on sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity are expressed, such as where teachers, school counselors, pastoral counselors, faith leaders, doctors, mental health professionals, friends of family members, end quote. Inserting this clarification in the bill would go a long way to better clarify what would be fenced off from the 5 new proposed criminal code offenses. It's my sincere hope the Minister of Justice reaches out to his fellow MPs and incorporates their views and insights, particularly when he needs the support of opposition parties. If the Liberal government is determined to ignore the following advice, it was due to their own political calculations, as I believe there is a path to garner even further support from all MPs regardless of their political persuasion. As the Leader of the official opposition said, we will put forward amendments. We want the legislation to be crystal clear in its intentions and ensure that it meets its intended goal, which is to ban the practice of forcing individuals and minors to undergo conversion therapy. Since my good friend from Durham became the Leader of the official opposition, I've been impressed with his message and how he is building bridges to those who have not traditionally seen themselves as conservatives, which includes LGBTQ2 community. I hear he is sincere. I know he is sincere in getting this legislation right. He wants to ensure that no Canadian is ever forced to undergo this dangerous and discredited practice that has already hurt so many.
Stupid, I can't believe it.
According to a study released by the Community-Based Research Center, as many as 1 in 5 sexual minority men have experienced sexual orientation change efforts. The long-lasting harm done to survivors is real, and far too many Canadians have taken their lives. Both the Canadian Psychiatric Association and the Canadian Psychological Association oppose any therapy that tries to change a person's sexual orientation. Expert after expert has proven that conversion therapy can lead to depression, anxiety, drug use, homelessness, and suicide. No longer will people be forced against their will to change who they are. When this legislation is referred to the Justice Committee, I know they'll hear the horror stories from Canadians who have been unjustifiably subjected to this harmful practice. They will hear how close people went to the very edge of committing self-harm. Let me be clear. To the millions of Canadians who are part of Canada's LGBTQ2 community, being who you are is not a defect, it is not an illness, and it is certainly not something that needs to be changed. The expression of your identity and uniqueness is welcomed and celebrated in Brandon-Souris, throughout Manitoba, and across Canada. This bill is not merely symbolic. It is an important step forward in protecting and upholding Canadians' charter rights. This is about ensuring that all Canadians can live their life as they see fit. It is with that in mind that we must turn our efforts to making sure we get this right. I urge every MP to review the legislation and to put our collective heads together to ensure the definition of conversion therapy, as defined in this legislation, is succinct and will meet its intended goal for the benefit of all Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire by the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that my colleague from Manitoba has put on the record, and in many ways I think that it is very encouraging when we hear members from all sides of the House get engaged on the debate and talk about just how important the issue is and the legislation in itself, because it does send a very encouraging and positive message to those that would be following the debate or those that would be interested in the debate. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide further thoughts in regards to, at some point, the legislation will pass to go into committee stage, and how important that particular process will be from his perspective.
Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleague. Can you hear me all right? Yes, thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for that question, and I think I outlined that very clearly in my presentation today, just to let us know how important it is. As the previous speakers have said, it's important to get it to committee. I think it's important that they take a look at the definition and get that clear context of it in place during those discussions, and perhaps amend it so that it can be a much more clarified bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Psychology Society says that this type of therapy can have negative impacts such as depression, anxiety, a feeling of personal failure, sexual dysfunction, and even suicide. So I'd like to know what contribution the member would like to prevent.
I thank my colleague for that question as well. Certainly it's the psychology and the psychiatry associations in Canada that are concerned about self-harm to these individuals, that the mental stress of that, and they don't want to have to put them through that. We shouldn't have to. They shouldn't be put through that, as I said very clearly in my presentation. And I think that that's something that we need to take a look at in making sure that the clarity of the bill is defined when it comes back, if there are amendments to it.
Questions and comments, and by video conference, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. I think it's interesting to have this discussion, but I think it's also important that we focus on the reality that this bill affects nothing of the rights of parents to discuss questions of sexual orientation or gender identity with their children. What it does do is assure conversion therapy is harmful and cannot be practiced in Canada. And it acknowledges that the LGBTQ2+ community is a community that does not in any way need to be fixed. I'm just curious if the member, through you, Mr. Speaker, could answer why the Conservative leader has allowed this to be considered a free vote. How is this vote a question of conscience, since it is really about seeking to protect SOGI individuals from harm?
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I would hope that it's a free vote from all parties. People are free to make up their minds as I spoke here, but there's certainly a situation where I agree with her in regards to the clarity that individuals should not have to go through in regards to this bill and conversion therapy. It's we would hope that there is no pressure to be forced into a conversion therapy process when it is a right of our Charter of Rights to be able to have the freedoms that we have.
We have time just for one more short question. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for an excellent speech, and I think many of us on this side of the House are in agreement that conversion therapy is bad and should be banned, and we need a proper definition. We need clear law so that there's no ambiguities. And at the same time, it's a bit frustrating because we had a bill proposed earlier in the previous session, and people came forward and said, let's fix the definition. And then the government chose not to use the opportunity to put forward a clear definition that clearly excluded, for instance, private conversations. So I wonder if the member wants to comment on the fact that the government missed an opportunity to send a positive signal about their desire to work together and move this forward by not clarifying the definition in the bill they put forward in this new session.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I would thank my colleague for that question. I mean, it's very clear that the government's missed an opportunity. They do know in their own dialogue that they've had and in the writing the subsequent to the bill and in the discussions that have taken place when they announced it, that there is a clear manner of defining conversion therapy, and I pointed out that quote right in my speech today. So I think that the government has missed clearly an opportunity to make a real clarification so that there is no ambiguity in this bill when it does finally come back to the House for its final vote.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be able to speak this evening to Bill C6, an act to amend the Criminal Code conversion therapy. First, I want to thank all those colleagues today that have been participating in this debate. I've been following it with interest, and we look forward to continuing debate on this piece of legislation. By way of a bit of history, Mr. Speaker, it was in March of 2019 that this federal government, this same government, rejected a petition for a national ban on conversion therapy. It said at the time that it does not reflect the values of our government or those of Canadians, but noted that the governance of conversion therapy is largely a provincial and territorial issue. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, a number of provinces have banned conversion therapy within their jurisdiction, and a number of medical professions have raised concerns about its use and effectiveness. And Mr. Speaker, conversion therapy is wrong and should be banned. No Canadian should be forced to change who they are. This is particularly the case when it could be threatened against someone against their will, or when it is used to denigrate or demean someone for who they are. And the Liberal government, this government knows that most Canadians don't want to see the conversion therapy that I mentioned, but they also know that most Canadians don't want conversations between a parent and a child, or a teacher or religious leader and a young person to be criminalized either. And in that vein, Mr. Speaker, I believe the government has missed an opportunity to get this bill right. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and with respect. And all Canadians deserve that we get this bill right, and that we owe them no less as Parliament. I want to echo our leader, the member for Durham, in my opposition to conversion therapy. That is, all practices that seek to coerce or forcibly change a person's sexual orientation. And in our view, those practices should be banned. The summary of this legislation is something that most Canadians would agree with. It states that it would create offenses for causing a person to undergo conversion therapy against the person's will. This is indeed something that should be banned. A person should not be forced to partake in any activity against their will. Causing a child to undergo conversion therapy. Then the offense to remove a child from Canada with the intention that the child undergo conversion therapy outside Canada. And also the offense to advertise for conversion therapy or to receive a benefit from providing it. Overall, the summary that we see makes sense. And Mr. Speaker, second reading of this bill, where we're at, is described as an opportunity to debate the general scope of a bill, and that it focuses on the principle within the bill. And to be clear, Mr. Speaker, I have significant concerns with the construction of this bill, but I believe there's merit in bringing this bill to committee to, in good faith, work to improve it. And we heard from the Minister of Justice today that he is open to working with all members on improving this bill, and I take him up on that. It's for that reason I'll be supporting this bill at second reading, but I do so with the insistence that any flaws in this bill must be addressed in the Justice Committee. We're prepared to work in good faith with the government to make a bill that properly captures coercive practices while ensuring good faith discussions are not criminalized. This bill does need to be amended in committee to make sure that that happens. Much of the concerns that have been raised with my office, and perhaps many of my colleagues' offices, are from individuals, groups, and medical professionals who are concerned with the broad definition of conversion therapy. And that's where the government had an opportunity to get things right after they prorogued earlier this year, was to come back with a more definitive definition of what conversion therapy is. While most Canadians would define conversion therapy as an inherently coercive or forced practice, this bill does not. Further, it describes conversion therapy as a practice, treatment, or service to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. Regardless of what a person's sexual orientation is, many faiths, whether it is Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, they disapprove of intercourse before marriage, and they teach that. This definition should strictly target coercive practices while not targeting any good faith conversations. The definition says it does not apply to a practice, treatment, or a service that is related to a person's exploration of their identity or to its development. It may be with this, the government intends to send the signal that genuine conversations to help individuals navigate their sexuality are protected. But as I've heard from many organizations, that is not clear. And if that was indeed the intention, the government should make that explicit in this bill. Concerns have been raised that the legislation could criminalize therapy that intends to help to reduce gender dysphoria. And we need to hear from stakeholders at committee to ensure this legislation does not unintentionally impact good faith conversations that medical practitioners would have with their patients to help them navigate issues like this. We need to ensure Canadians, and in particular youth, are given all of the support that they need. Mr. Speaker, when this bill was introduced last session, there was language on the Department of Justice website that would address some of the concerns that I've heard today in debate and some of the concerns that I've heard from individuals on this legislation. The department website was quoted as saying, "These new offenses would not criminalize private conversations in which personal views on sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity are expressed, such as where teachers, school counselors, pastoral counselors, faith leaders, doctors, mental health professionals, friends, or family members provide support to persons struggling with their sexual orientation, sexual feelings, or gender identity." So, Mr. Speaker, if this is indeed the case, let us work in committee to address these concerns being raised and incorporate the very language that the Minister of Justice and the Justice Department website itself has used. Let's incorporate that language into this bill to clarify to Canadians that this would not impact on good faith conversations. I want to be very clear to Liberal colleagues across the aisle. We have an opportunity here to have a bill that addresses the concerns being raised and to gain the support of a wider swath of Canadians. I've heard from many who are concerned with the construct of the bill, but who note that they do support a ban on conversion therapy. For example, the Evangelical Fellowship of Canada wrote to the minister earlier this month on this very bill. They wrote, "Many people have experienced conversion therapy, describe despair and suicidal ideas as a consequence. We recognize that initiatives to ban conversion therapy arise from a desire to protect Canadians from such damaging effects." They continue to write, "Coercive and involuntary efforts to change sexual orientation have no place within our communities." My point in raising that is there is a broad consensus in this House that conversion therapy should be banned, but there's also a need to make sure that we get the bill right. We know that, and there's a broad consensus among many different stakeholder groups across the country that we need to get this bill right. We already know that mental health services across this country are often lacking. This means kids, but also grown adults, are often not able to receive the mental health support that they sorely need. In a year, 1 in 5 people in Canada will experience a problem with their mental health or mental illness. This is especially the case with youth who are struggling with their own development and seeking guidance on how to be comfortable with themselves and grow into adults. It's important that frank conversations are protected between those seeking help and those who wish to help youth navigate difficult or confusing time periods in their life. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I want to reiterate my previous point. We have an opportunity here to improve this bill to capture a ban on coercive practices that seek to forcibly change a person's sexual orientation. There are some concerns that have been raised about how this bill has been crafted, particularly around the definition and it targeting good faith conversations with young people and those that are trying to support them. To ensure that the bill is as effective as possible when we pass it into law, the government needs to be willing to listen to stakeholders who raise concerns about the legislation, work with them in the committee process to improve this bill. I'll take the minister's language today where he indicated he's open to good faith improvements to the bill, and certainly indicate that we in the Conservative Party are willing to work with them to help address the concerns that have been raised. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the comments from my honourable colleague from across the way. The concern that was raised was a worry that the bill hadn't been perfected in its representation, but rather was being left to committee to be worked on. And I'm curious from his perspective, when he says that that work needs to be done, who he thinks needs to be called to that committee to help us guide parliamentarians as we go forward. What voices does he believe are missing from this debate right now that would make this bill a stronger bill if we listen to them?
Member for Fundy Royal.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I think a good starting point would be to look at the words of the minister and indeed straight from the Justice Department website. Those that are working with young people, teachers, school counselors, pastoral counselors, faith leaders, doctors, mental health professional, friends and family members. Those are people that the minister is saying this bill doesn't impact on those conversations, but the bill doesn't say that. So I think that would be a good starting point to hear from a large variety of individuals that are impacted, those that support the coming into force of this legislation, and those that also support ending conversion therapy, but want to make sure that we get the legislation right.
Questions and comments? Virtually, the honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague, because we all know that behind these conversion therapies, there are religious groups, there are faith lobbies. We know that among these communities, homosexuality means that people will go straight to hell. But what about civil union of same-sex civil union? I'd like to know why it is so important to. I'd like to hear what the member has to say on how we can abolish those kind of prejudices with regard to the LGBTQ community. The honourable member.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for her question, and I think this is an opportunity where the idea that we ban conversion therapy, there's support there, even amongst faith communities, but there's also a need for the government to get the legislation right, so that we're not banning conversations where someone is seeking out support, whether it's from school counselors, teachers, pastoral counselors, faith leaders, just what the minister has said, but isn't included in the bill. The concern that we've raised and many have raised is in the definition of conversion therapy. There's not been a criminal code definition of conversion therapy, and the government's first try at a definition is one that could very well capture things that we don't wish to be captured as a parliament.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listened with interest to my colleagues' remarks. I also listened very attentively earlier this afternoon to the member from Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, who gave a very impassioned speech to this House. And I know some of the things that he mentioned were exactly what the current speaker was talking about. I'd like to get an opinion from the member whether or not he feels by not including some of these conditions in the legislation, whether in fact this will lead to court challenges that could actually work against what we're trying to do here and delay this actually taking effect.
Member for Fundy Royal.
I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Any piece of legislation that amends the criminal code ultimately will be challenged in the courts, and that's why it's incumbent upon parliamentarians. Our job is to write these laws, so it's incumbent upon us to take into account the rights of all Canadians and then make sure that a piece of legislation does what we aim it to do. And if we want to get to the banning of conversion therapy, it's important that our legislation does that and doesn't cast a net so wide that it takes into account things that we do not intend it to. The minister has said that it's not his intent to cast the net as that wide, but the issue is the language in the legislation, and that's what's ultimately before the courts when they consider a criminal case.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to just, for the first time rising in this House since we broke from normal proceedings way back when, I'd just like to thank the staff at the centre table, the support staff in the halls, the support staff throughout the centre block, for not only pulling off such an extraordinary presentation of democracy, but also for your service to all of us in this Parliament, and in particular the pages as well. As a former page myself, As a former page myself, you might be here for the shortest time, but your contribution is never not noted. And we're glad to have you here and hope that you stay safe with all Canadians as we begin this parliamentary speech. You know, I get to rise today as the Parliamentary Secretary of Families, Children and Social Development. Perhaps that's a great title to speak to this issue on, because it is, in fact, how we deal with children and families and how we develop our society that is at the heart of what we're debating here today as we seek to realize and protect the rights of our neighbors, friends and family, those people who all of us call call Canada home. This is a day that's had some very emotional presentations from members, because as society has become more comfortable discussing these issues and embracing these people, not to other them, but as we do that, the stories in our backgrounds start to be told more easily, and the emotional bridges and journeys that some of us have had to take become much more profound. And I want to thank the members who have stood here today and shared the stories of themselves, their families, their communities. You make us all stronger parliamentarians when you come to it with that much personal experience. I also want to say that I think that this issue has changed so much in just my lifetime. You look at those letters that are often attached to this debate, the LGBTQ and two-spirited individuals. And I can remember a time when there was only one initial. And I remember each initial that's been added to that list and what it's meant for different communities at different times in the city and the community that I represent and the family that I come from. I remember very distinctly the bathhouse raids in Toronto. I remember very distinctly because one of the people that was caught in that process, who had to be smuggled out the back door because of political implications, was a friend of the family. I remember a staff member where my mother worked at Legal Aid Ontario, whose life was almost destroyed by that night. And I remember how that gave rise to the Pride marches. I remember how that gave rise to what was then referred to as gay liberation. And I apologize for interrupting, but I will be sharing my time with the member for Milton in this speech. And I remember as the gay liberation movement had the word lesbian attached to it, and how trans and bi and how all those struggles led to a stronger and a better and a more compassionate understanding of some of the challenges that people in our society faced. But I also remember shortly after the bathhouse raids the rise of AIDS and HIV. And I remembered how the stigma prevented people from getting treatment, prevented people from being comforted by family members and loved ones. I remember how every time we've had to achieve a transformational change in the civil rights and in the human rights of members of this community, it's been a really difficult time for politicians. I remember, for example, a debate in Queen's Park when the NDP government of the day tried to bring forth a bill that would simply provide family benefits to families who happened to be configured differently than what was perceived to be the norm. I remember the free vote that broke into a riot at Queen's Park because I was covering it as a reporter. And I remember the pain that was in people's eyes because they knew coming out of the AIDS epidemic that the failure to recognize people as full families meant that you couldn't be there at the end of life with people who loved you, who cared for you, and who quite often were the only ones who were even providing you with the medicine and the medical care you needed through your struggle with AIDS and HIV. We have come a long way as a society by opening our hearts and our minds simultaneously to these issues. And what today's debate talks about, and what today's debate I think is so profoundly important, is that it's starting to understand that the sooner you deliver people their human rights, the sooner you recognize their civil rights, the sooner you deliver the understanding that you see a person's humanity, the quicker that person starts to come to terms and become a citizen like everybody else and contribute like everybody else, but gets loved like everybody else. And that's what's at the heart of this debate today. And I recognize that when you start trying to move the emotional into the legal, when you start to try to bring the social practice into law and statute, that there are difficulties. And some of the opposition members are starting to talk about things they want to explore in the committee, changes they think might be important. And if those things are done and brought forward in the spirit of recognizing and deepening our common human rights and our common civility, There is nothing but good that will come from those debates, and I look forward to the committee taking hold of this issue and trying to find a way to improve this bill, because no piece of legislation is ever presented in perfection. It's never passed in perfection, but doesn't mean that we shouldn't be trying. And on this issue, it couldn't be more important. And I also was a reporter here when the same-sex marriage debate was kicking up. And I remember being a reporter at the City of Toronto in particular when the two Michaels came forward and decided that they were going to present themselves to City Hall and dare the city not to marry them. And I remember being in a press conference and the city manager was there. And the politicians were there, including Kyle Ray, who was one of the first openly elected politicians in Canada to come from the gay community. And I remember asking the city clerk, why don't you just marry them and let somebody else deny them their human rights? Why don't you just do that? And there was a brief moment where I thought the city clerk might actually just rip up the letter of disqualification and do it right there on the spot. And we all sort of stopped and hoped for it. I was lucky enough to be invited to the two Michaels' wedding reception. And I was lucky enough to be a city councillor when Toronto became the first place in this country and the first place in this continent to open its doors at the wedding chapel to everybody. And we would get called in the middle of the debate, the council chamber, because the wedding chapel was just across the way. We'd get called in, and we'd have to go and witness people's marriages. And I have to tell you, it only took about one or two marriages for those of us, even those of us who were convinced in our hearts this was the right and proper thing to do, to understand that just the act of seeing that happen was transformational. And you knew from the minute you saw an old uncle or a questioning sister or a troubled sibling, when they saw that the love was being expressed and that the humanity was being embraced and that this was actually a celebration of life and not a denial of someone else's belief structure, but this is actually just people expressing love. When you saw that over and over again, you knew from that moment forward that society would very quickly embrace it. And they have. They embrace it because as soon as you witness it, and as soon as you see the humanity that we're trying to stand up for and protect and defend today, you are forever changed by the glory of what happens when love and who you are is simply honored. This is a profound act. This is a really important piece of legislation we're debating here today. Because what it does, most importantly for me as the parliamentary secretary for families and children and social development, is that it goes to the heart of something which is incredibly important in this country. We know from studying homelessness that if you're homeless at 16, the chances of you remaining and becoming chronically homeless are in the 80 to 90% mark. Think about that. If you're on the streets as a 16-year-old, the chances that you'll be on the street when you're 28 or 35 goes off the charts. And what we also know is that young people who come to terms with their sexuality and are kicked out of their homes end up on the street faster than any other child in this country. So when our government commits to ending homelessness, this is part of that agenda. Make no mistake about it. And I'll leave you one last thought. Two things happened when I was a member of Parliament on a Pride March. One was a young kid from North Bay who left North Bay because he was afraid that his sexuality would mean he could never teach in that school system. It doesn't matter what school system it was. He left North Bay because he was afraid he'd never be allowed to teach up there. He just wasn't sure that his sexuality, the level of tolerance was there to give him a place where he'd have a career. And he came to Toronto and he went to the Pride March, and I was on a truck with him, and we hadn't quite turned from Bloor down to Yonge. And I said, "Are you ready?" And he said, "Why?" I said, "Just, you're ready." And we turned the corner, and when you turn the corner on Yonge Street in Pride, there are 1 million people in front of you celebrating you for who you are. I've never seen somebody cry so hard, so fast, so joyfully in my life. But the reason I knew turning that corner was going to be so important is because the year before I'd done it with my sister. When that happens in your family, and love doesn't skip a beat, love just gets deeper, you find new ways to love, you find new people in your family to love with, it changes you forever. This legislation is going to protect people to find that experience. It's going to protect that opportunity for young people in this country to be who they are, to love who they need to love themselves, and to be loved by not just their families, but by the whole country, by this Parliament. Let's pass this legislation. Let's take it to committee and make it better. Let's make sure the Senate gets it passed, but let's make sure children in this land know that they are free to love, free to be loved, and can love freely. Because if we can make this country the safest place in the world to fall in love, we'll have done good work as parliamentarians. Thank you.
Questions and comments by video conference. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering, Colette, a young woman in Lethbridge, Alberta, reached out, and she's a young teenager, ordinary girl from a traditional home. Her life was turned upside down when she was gang raped and became addicted to hardcore porn. Now, she has said in a testimony, being a traditional kind of girl, I rejected the bisexual feelings and non-heterosexual behaviors that my brain suggested I ought to act on. Since the incident, however, she had suffered from sex addiction. One day, Colette made the decision to go find therapy at her local university to help reduce the feelings she was experiencing after the trauma and porn use. She said that this counseling, along with a sex addiction support group that she attended, saved her life as suicidal thoughts and despair began to affect her deeply. What would a bill like C6 do to support the systems Colette had sought out? And if the member opposite, what I'm wondering is would he be willing to ensure that this bill is far more clear as to what is being covered under this bill? So I think many legal minds have been suggesting that the bill is just not clear enough.
The Honourable, we'll have to leave it there, or just there are other members wishing to get in to pose questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That's a horrible story. And it points to the critical importance that we all have to play a role in eliminating sexual violence and gender-based violence in this country. It doesn't, however, in the way it was presented to me, maybe it's because the question didn't finish, it doesn't tell me why we shouldn't be protecting children seeking love to be loved. What it tells me is that children need to be protected from violence. Children need to be protected from becoming victimized by systems and societies. Children need to be protected. And this bill will not stop difficult conversations in families, in church basements. It won't stop difficult conversations in schools. It won't stop difficult conversations in the hallways of Parliament. But what it will do, it will stop the systematic and engineered cruelty that conversion therapy is. That's what this bill seeks to deal with. The horrors that you spoke to need to be spoken to in other legislation. But passing or voting for or against this bill will not stop horrific acts of violence from traumatizing people and create confusion in their lives going forward.
Qu'est-ce commentaire? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We agree that we will vote for a bill that must move forward, that should already have been adopted a long time ago. If we talk about the premise that conversion therapy is not only dangerous but a sheer insult, because it's as if you told someone, well, you need to be healed. So why not go even further in the logic and completely ban conversion therapy? Because here there's still a slight door open saying that there should be conversation. So why didn't we just completely ban, on the Liberal side, conversion therapy?
I think that is one of several ways of asking a question that's been asked many times here today. And I think that the space between a private conversation and between where that trips into a form of conversion therapy is a very difficult line to draw in legislation. And it's part of the way in which our laws work in a parliamentary society is that those definitions evolve over time to a degree. But I think that fundamentally what we're doing here is we're taking away the institutional structures, we're taking away the political fight, and we're taking away the legal ability to force people into situations where they are no longer agents in their own life. But I think that the issue that the member raised is a good one as to how you stop private conversations from being damaging conversations. And I'm not sure you can do that with a law. I think if there was a way to do that, we'd all be writing those laws in a whole.
We're going to take just one more short question to time and a short response. The honourable member by video conference, the honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make a comment. There was a tremendous speech and just ask people watching, what if they someone came to you today and asked you to change your sexual orientation or gender identity, or even worse, what if they tried to force you when a kid? Just think about how you would feel. So I'm so moved and gratified that we're criminalizing the horrendous act of trying to change who someone is. And congratulations to the high school students here, Porter Creek Secondary School, and others who brought this up. The Yukon government 2 weeks ago passed a bill, second reading of a bill against conversion therapy. And, you know, it would lead to the lack of self-esteem, increased anxiety, depression, and even suicide. So thank you to everyone that's MPs from all parties who's supporting making 5 criminal offenses against conversion therapy. And congratulations to the member for an excellent speech.
Well, Parliament Secretary.
Thank you very much. And knowing my member from the Yukon and knowing the work he's done in a whole series of children's rights issues, the last 2 initials that get added to that long string of letters that we now identify a community by sometimes are two-spirited, 2S. And I really have to say that one of the great things about being a parliamentarian is how much detail you get to learn about other parts of the country and other people that make up this great country. And I think the Indigenous community, with the concept of two-spirited, have really raised the bar on this. The notion that being different makes you special is always a little bit awkward, but that it gives you something else. I think that sense that you have 2 spirits and therefore you are regarded within that community as somebody as exceptionally spiritual is really turns this issue on its head. And once again, it gets into that issue. When we celebrate our children for who they are, they do better. And we do better as a country when we celebrate that love. So let's do it, and let's get this bill passed.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to start by acknowledging that I'm joining you from the traditional and ancestral territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation here in Milton. It's my honor to join you from my office in the House to discuss amendments to the Criminal Code, which will move us one step closer to banning the horrific practice of conversion therapy. And while daunting, following my colleague, the other parliamentary secretary with the same initials as me, I just wanted to say that I was really moved by the idea of making Canada the safest country in the world to fall in love. Mr. Speaker, for far too long, harmful attitudes, stigma, and outright bigotry and discrimination have negatively impacted the health and well-being of LGBTQ2 people throughout the country. This is why this is such an important bill. Conversion therapy is rooted in the wrongful premise that an individual's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression can and should be changed. By moving forward with stopping this harmful practice, we're sending an important message. The message is that our gender identities, our gender expressions, and our sexual orientations are an essential part of who we are. Nobody should be made to feel less or as though they should change. It's not people who need to change, Mr. Speaker, it's attitudes. LGBTQ2 plus persons should be understood, appreciated, and celebrated. Only then can we have a truly inclusive society. This is true of everyone, whether you happen to be gay or straight or bisexual, cisgender, or transgender. However, queer Canadians are the ones who are currently facing the consequences of constantly being told that only heterosexual and cisgender sexual orientations and gender identities and expressions are okay. LGBTQ plus Canadians should never feel coerced or forced to change into people who are they are not. Conversion therapy is known to cause pain and suffering and harm, and it is terrible and wrong. Canadian society needs to include, embrace, and celebrate everyone as they are. This includes the full breadth of sexual orientations, gender identities, and gender expressions. Regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, who we are is not only valid, but respected and valued. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted just how much work needs to be done in order to build a truly safe and inclusive Canada. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is all there. It was there before the pandemic. Discrimination is real in Canada, and harmful attitudes and beliefs are fueling that discrimination. As recently as in 2014, StatsCan found that 31% of lesbian and gay individuals and 39% of bisexual individuals reported experiencing discrimination in the previous 5 years. This is simply not acceptable. Consider that in Ontario alone, my home province, an ongoing study of transgender people found that 50% of transgender youth lived in low-income neighborhoods, compared to 37% of the general population. In addition, LGBTQ2+ youth are still at a particular risk of experiencing homelessness. A national youth homelessness study found that almost 30% of homeless youth are part of the LGBTQ2+ community. Mr. Speaker, a 2017 study also found that 75% of transgender youth in Canada aged 14 to 18 reported self-harm in the previous year, compared to less than 20% of cisgendered youth of the same age. All of this is totally unacceptable and only underscores the very basic fact that stigma and discrimination are very real and continue to exist. These harmful myths, attitudes, and beliefs about the LGBTQ2+ community are persisting and they need to be stopped. Yet, there is some hope and progress. In 1995, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that individuals are protected against discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation, and in the Canadian Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms, in 2017, the Canadian Human Rights Act added gender identity and gender expression as prohibited grounds for discrimination. Of course, more needs to be done, but these and other measures have provided incremental progress. Today's proposed amendments to the Criminal Code regarding conversion therapy are part of that progress. Legislative measures such as these signal a broader acknowledgement that LGBTQ2+ people are valued, they are appreciated, and they must be embraced just as they are. There's no need for the queer community to become heterosexual or cisgender. Rather, the LGBTQ2+ community must be afforded the same opportunity as everyone to be treated with full dignity, the same dignity afforded to other Canadians. Mr. Speaker, so much progress is possible when hearts and minds move forward in their understanding and appreciation of LGBTQ2+ people. For instance, among transgender youth, suicide attempts are reduced by 93% in cases where parents strongly support their gender identity and gender expression. I'm going to say that again. 93%. Supportive parents. That's all it takes. It's incredibly powerful. If supportive parents can have such a meaningful impact, we should be encouraging more education and a deeper, more compassionate understanding so that LGBTQ2+ Canadians, particularly queer youth, can fully participate and contribute without living in fear of having to face attempts to change who they are. PFLAG Canada is a national charitable organization founded by parents who wish to help themselves and their family members understand and accept their LGBTQ2+ children. Recently, in partnership with Arts Milton and PFLAG Halton, I supported a public art project here in Milton, actually on the side wall of my community office just downstairs. Small acts of love go a really long way, and I want to thank the artist, J.R. Marr, for telling their story through art and spreading that love. There is hope, Mr. Speaker, in public support. According to the Fondation Emergence, 74% of Canadians say that their knowledge of the issues faced by transgender people has increased in the last 5 years. 72% of Canadians believe that transgender people are being discriminated against by their employers. Canadians are becoming more aware and more alive to these very real issues, and that there are indeed real impacts to the stigma and the discrimination that LGBTQ2+ people and communities face. Mr. Speaker, conversion therapy and efforts to force LGBTQ2+ individuals into change and becoming people they are not reflect ongoing and long-standing views that only heterosexual and cisgender identities are valued, and that only heterosexual and cisgender identities are to be valued. This is a myth. This is a myth that must be abolished. Sexual diversity is a part of the human experience. Efforts to change and to limit the diversity cause harm, and that harm needs to end. Stopping this harm will protect LGBTQ2+ people throughout Canada, but putting an end to this harm will also benefit Canada overall. We know that there is strength in diversity, Mr. Speaker. There is also strength in inclusion. When we can all be fully included in Canadian society, when we can all fully participate, and when we can all be fully appreciated and celebrated, as we are and as we were meant to be, everyone wins. That is a society not only surviving, but a society that is thriving. I just want to close again and acknowledge how meaningful and moving the previous speaker's mention of creating the country that is the safest one in the world to fall in love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his remarks, and of course, Conservatives are supportive of efforts to ban conversion therapy. We're also asking questions about the definition and suggesting that there could be improvements to fix the definition to ensure broader consensus. In particular, I want to ask the member about one aspect of the definition. So I think most people would understand conversion therapy as involving an attempt to change a person's sexual orientation. The definition, though, also includes efforts to reduce sexual attraction or behavior. Now, I could imagine many cases in which an individual might see a counselor, seek advice from mentors in an effort to reduce or in some way change the way they are acting sexually. They might find that their sexual behavior is getting them into problems in their life, and they want to seek counseling in order to reduce sexual attraction or behavior. So that language around sexual attraction or behavior, to me, that's very distinct from the kind of conversion that we typically think of as conversion therapy. So would the member agree with me that one way to fix this definition is to focus only on the changing of orientation aspect as opposed to the kind of counseling someone might seek as support for changing or, mainly reducing their sexual behavior?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
I thank my friend for that insightful question. I think this will become better legislation as we discuss these issues more thoroughly. I am thinking back to Catholic school, and the earliest experience that I had when I was a young boy talking to the chaplain about sexuality, I recall him saying that we love the person, but we hate the act. And then I got to know Jesus Christ, through Bible study, and I just never really imagined Jesus Christ being capable of hating somebody, or an act, quite frankly, that involves love. So as we seek to improve upon this, your question, the question from my honourable member was about behavior. This is about identity, and we're focusing on identity and changing people, which is rooted in two.
We just to get on to next questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. We agree with this bill, as I said, at the block. And I'd like to hear what my honourable colleague has to say about the fact that we say it'll be an offence to advertise conversion therapy or to receive any material benefit from it, but it will remain legal for consenting adults. Then I think it'll be hard to see how this could apply. Does that mean there could be therapists who will be paid to do conversion therapy with a consenting adult? Or, how does this work? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
I will complete the answer in English. This bill, it could be said, does not go far enough to make illegal and make criminal conversion therapy. But I'm not a lawyer, but I also know that it's very difficult to tell consenting adults exactly what they can do with their time and their money. My hope through this bill is that we broaden the definition of what accepted love is in Canada, and that we change attitudes. As I said in my speech, it's not people that need changing. And as I was finishing earlier, the conversion therapy is based on two false premises: one, that people can change, and two, that people should change. Both are false. And my hope is, perhaps this is an iterative approach to making it completely illegal, but that's what committee is for, and I look forward to discussing it further there.
One last question, and by video conference, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague across the way for his comments. My question is, we know conversion therapy does real damage And I'm wondering why their government is choosing not to outlaw it outright. I say that because in the 60s they had behavioral experiments where they found long-term or permanent damage done to people participating in these experiments. We know that's true for conversion therapy. So why is this government choosing not to ban conversion therapy outright?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
I thank my friend for the question and for the opportunity to expand on the previous member's question. I am not a lawyer. I'm not an expert on these types of legal matters, but I do know that it's very difficult to put into law restrictions on what consenting adults can do with their time and their money. I think, I'm with you. I would love to see conversion therapy be illegal, but I also know that people have the right to explore these types of things. Sadly, you and I can agree that they are wrong, but there's also rights that we need to protect, I suppose. But I look forward to discussing this further.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a particular sense, Bill C-6 is about people, about trauma that people have experienced, but also about the ways that they have overcome that trauma. So before I get into some of the arguments around the provisions of this bill, if you could indulge me for a minute, I want to engage in that human side of the conversation as well, with stories of particular LGBTQ people whose struggles and victories have shaped our collective history and who I personally deeply admire. Unlike some of the speeches, the people I'm going to talk about are not friends of mine. In fact, they are heroes of mine. They are people whose courage and wisdom informed their public service and shaped the 20th century. So just over 100 years ago, the greatest leaders from virtually every country in the world came to Paris for the making of the peace to end all war, what would become the Versailles Settlement. This was a critical crossover in time. The transition from an era of Pax Britannia, European colonial expansion, and the economic Gilded Age into a new era in which post-revolutionary powers would dominate global affairs through heightened ideological conflict, and an era in which the demands of nations, which had been suppressed for hundreds or even thousands of years, would reemerge. Now, this moment in history has rightly captured the imagination of many, especially because discussions in Paris contained the spark of many of the great innovative ideas of the 20th century. Still, like the spark of so many things, the Versailles Settlement got wrong more than it got right. It failed to deliver functioning international institutions, an effective global economic system, or a durable peace. In the midst of this generally failed exercise, though, there were two very notable British Cassandras, men who got things right in their areas of specialty at a time when those who actually held the levers of power were getting it wrong. These two men were T.E. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia, and John Maynard Keynes. Lawrence wanted the British to keep the promises that they had made to their Arab allies for the creation of a great new independent Arab state under Hashemite control. The Hashemite leaders already had come to a general understanding with Zionist authorities, which could have led to early peace and understanding between Arabs and Jews. Instead, though, the powers at Versailles opted to generally divide the Middle East into British and French control. Many of the tragic events of the Middle East which have followed could have been avoided if Lawrence had had his way. Keynes' area of focus was economics, not the Middle East. While in Paris, he advanced the critical importance of establishing the conditions for trade integration and shared economic prosperity in Europe if the settlement was to lead to a durable peace. He fought back against those who wanted, in his words, a Carthaginian peace. But despite his efforts, louder voices in Europe calling for punishing reparations to be paid by all belligerent powers and American insistence on the honoring of war debts created the conditions of economic vulnerability which allowed the emergence of fascism. Keynes directly foresaw how economically punishing terms would lead to the rise of authoritarianism. So in Paris in 1919, Lawrence and Keynes were, in different ways, dramatically bucking the tendencies of their time. It's interesting then to wonder what characteristics set Lawrence and Keynes apart. What factors shaped these brilliant men and gave them the awareness as well as the intellectual and practical courage to challenge the currents of that moment. Although applying the term after the fact is a bit anachronistic, Lawrence and Keynes both almost certainly had sexual orientations which were either the G, the B, or the Q in LGBTQ. There was no proof of it in the case of Lawrence, but there's plenty in his writings to imply it. The first chapter of his famous book, 7 Pillars of Wisdom, for example, alludes to non-heterosexual sexual practices which he saw as arising naturally from the circumstances of the Arab campaign. And the opening dedication of 7 Pillars was written to S.A., a likely reference to a young man named Salim Ali, who was close to Lawrence and who died during the campaign. The dedication reads, "I loved you, so I drew these tides of men into my hands and wrote my will across the sky and stars. To earn your freedom, the 7-pillared worthy house, that your eyes might be shining for me when I came. Death seemed my servant on the road, till we were near and saw you waiting. When you smiled and in sorrowful envy he outran me and took you apart into his quietness. Love, the way-weary groped to your body, our brief wage, ours for the moment, before earth's soft hand explored your shape, and the blind worms grew fat upon your substance. Men prayed me that I set our work, the inviolate house, as a memory of you. But for fit monument, I shattered it, unfinished. And now the little things creep out to patch themselves hovels in the marred shadow of your gift." Early on, Keynes was generally known as gay to his close friends, a group known as the Bloomsbury set, who expressed various forms of sexuality which were unconventional at the time. Much more is known about Keynes' sexuality than Lawrence's. While Lawrence couched his references to it in the subtlety and poetry that characterized his writing, Keynes cataloged his encounters with economic efficiency. But Keynes eventually surprised his friends, and probably himself, by falling madly in love with a woman, a famous Russian dancer who was actually married at the time. So Keynes was still bucking conventional orthodoxy, just not in the ways that his friends expected. During the same era, many gay and lesbian people were not given the same opportunity as Lawrence or Keynes to serve their countries in important roles. Or if they had been, they were removed from those roles once information came out about them. People were driven out of public service following intrusions into their private lives. And Mr. Speaker, it is indeed a great injustice that people were so denied the opportunity to serve their countries, and it was also a great loss to their communities. As Lawrence and Keynes demonstrate, sexuality is but a small part of the whole picture of what makes a person who they are. Imagine how much further behind we would be today if we had been deprived of the public service of Lawrence and Keynes. And imagine how much further ahead we would be if the public service of other LGBTQ individuals had not been cut short by those who sought to reduce their identity to only one aspect of it and unjustly exclude them on that basis. In the early part of the 20th century as well, we saw the emergence of something called conversion therapy, which was a particular set of dehumanizing practices which sought to rewire people's brains to make them straight. These practices sought to associate pain, violence, and degradation with homosexual sexuality and create positive associations around heterosexuality. Conversion therapy involved the use of pornography and heterosexual prostitution, as well as shame and violence. These methods have been thoroughly debunked as to whether they actually lead to any change in sexual identity. And even more importantly, these practices are contrary to human dignity. And it is worth underlining that point about human dignity, because the idea of dignity is used around various debates in this House, often with little precise definition. There is this idea, critical to our modern concepts of human rights, that human beings have intrinsic value, not based on what they do or what they feel, but based on the fact that they are human. Dignity is essential to all human beings, a characteristic which denotes intrinsic worth and value. It is always present in a human being by virtue of who and what they are. But social structures or other individuals may still falsely deny or ignore a person's dignity, or suggest that it is contingent on some characteristic or circumstance. We must always firmly assert the immutability of human dignity, the fact that dignity ought not to be denied even by the person themselves, and that subjecting a person to violent or degrading treatment because of their sexuality is necessarily a violation of that dignity. The practice of conversion therapy is largely discredited, but for greater certainty and to give assurance to those who have been victims in the past, I fully support efforts to ban conversion therapy. I hope to have an opportunity to support a bill which does that. I want to get to yes on this. In fact, I think we can get to more than yes for me. I think we can get to unanimity in this House if we have a clear definition, because I don't believe there's any member in here who wants to see the kind of violent practices that have been associated with conversion therapy for far too long. Now, Mr. Speaker, as the lives of Lawrence and Keynes demonstrate, human sexuality is a complex thing. It seems that for some people, sexual expression varies over the course of their life, with certain expressions predominating at different times. For others, they have fixed inclinations which don't change. For most, sexual activity changes in the course of different circumstances, such as changing relationships. Any person of any orientation living out their sexuality obviously takes into consideration different aspects of their identity. There was the great writer and Catholic priest Henry Nouwen, for example, who identified feelings of same-sex attraction and who also sought to live out his commitment to celibacy that all Catholic clergy make. Nouwen's writings about his journey are both beautiful and haunting, illuminating a life rich in meaning and challenged by loneliness. Nouwen lived out a personal choice, and all of us make personal choices which reflect personal decisions about how to reconcile competing desires, competing aspects of identity, and competing concepts of what constitutes the good life. So, Mr. Speaker, while supporting efforts to ban conversion therapy, I am concerned that Bill C-6 misdefines the term. The definition is, of course, central to the matter. If we say we are banning conversion therapy, but we in the process define conversion therapy as including things that are not conversion therapy, then we will end up banning things that are not conversion therapy. Good intentions here are not enough. We hear members speaking about what this bill seeks to do. But it's also important that the bill does the things that it seeks to do and does not do things that it does not seek to do. And this is where we have to engage with the substance and the details. Bill C-6 defines as conversion therapy a practice, treatment, or service designed to change a person's sexual orientation to heterosexual or gender identity to cisgender, or to repress or reduce non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. This definition goes significantly outside of the practices referred to earlier, which seek to use pain, violence, and degradation to force a change in sexual feelings. Such therapies are ineffective and repugnant, as mentioned. But this bill heavily restricts all efforts for a person to reduce their sexual attraction or sexual behavior, or any conversations or interactions that seem to have the effect of changing a person's feelings of sexual attraction or behavior. If a parent tells their teenage son or daughter that he or she cannot have sex until they reach a certain age or until he or she moves out, that would amount to an attempt to reduce sexual attraction or behavior. If an Orthodox rabbi in good faith and with good intention simply shares his beliefs with respect to sexual activity, that would also be a case of encouraging self-imposed limits on sexual behavior. If a group of LGBTQ evangelical Christians meet together to study and explore how to live out their faith, and they debate and discuss strategies for limiting or redirecting sexual feelings, those private conversations would certainly come under scrutiny if Bill C-6 is passed unamended. What about a young transgendered person who wishes to preserve a relationship with his grandparents even though they tell him they think his identity is just a phase? Whatever we think of such interactions or conversations, surely they're not a place for law enforcement intervention. We are talking, yes, about conversations where people might encourage particular identification or sexual behavior, but conversations, not therapies, in which everyday people with goodwill simply are expressing their opinions with the best of intentions for family or friends, or cases where people of like mind gather together in an attempt to support each other, or where people voluntarily seek counseling or support to live their life as they choose. And it's not unusual for people to seek to reduce sexual attraction or behavior. If a person is in a committed relationship and is compulsively cheating on their partner, I suspect that any counselor or physician would discuss with them strategies for reducing sexual attraction or behavior. In my consultations around this bill, I spoke to a father in a heterosexual marriage who had started to experience same-sex attraction, and he chose not to act on those attractions and instead choose to preserve his marriage. I don't think anyone should force him to make that choice, but I do think he has a right to make that choice and to seek counseling and support in order to help him do that. In general, I suspect that most parents and mentors encourage on young people some constraints on sexual behavior or expression. And that applies whether those young people are straight or gay. Dan Savage, a leading American author and founder of the It Gets Better project, made the following observation about parenting LGBTQ young people. He said, "The trap that people who have gay kids fall into is that they feel that they can't hold their gay kids to the same standards that they hold their straight kids to. that they will be perceived as homophobic if they don't let their gay child run off and do things that they won't let their straight kids do. But equality is what we're after. If your straight kids are not allowed to have their boyfriend or girlfriend stay the night, he's not allowed to have his boyfriend stay the night. Mr. Speaker, by making efforts to reduce non-heterosexual attraction or behavior criminal, this law as written forces a legal inequality into the home, where parents would be perfectly within their rights to require constraints on sexual behavior for a straight son but not for a gay son. And I don't think that makes sense. I don't think constraining the ability of parents to make house rules about sexual behavior and applying them equally, I don't think that has anything to do with conversion therapy, if properly defined. We're not just talking about the freedom of religious conservatives, the sexually unconventional people of our day. We're talking about any private conversations in which people might recommend limits to sexual attraction or behavior for any reason, inserting the long arm of the law into those conversations. I'm not a regular reader of the Toronto Star, but in researching this speech, I took a look at the relationship advice section, Ask Ellie. Perhaps unsurprisingly, it contains plenty of entries where strategies are suggested for reducing sexual attraction or behavior. For example, last week, a woman whose husband was on a dating app was affirmed for informing the people he was corresponding with that he was already married. And it was suggested that she tell her husband to stop spending time on the dating app and instead to seek a counselor. This kind of advice from the Toronto Star clearly does not constitute conversion therapy properly defined. But it does involve an effort to reduce sexual attraction or behavior and advice to see a counselor who would presumably encourage the husband in question not to cheat on his wife, which would constitute an effort to reduce or modify sexual behavior. I don't really think the intention of this legislation was to go after Ask Ellie, but it does underline the technical and drafting problems with the legislation as it is currently written. And parenthetically, it's a bit ironic that some of the same people who want to defund the police and replace them with social workers are now interested in having police intervene to ensure that conversations about sexuality fit into defined parameters. This odd and flawed definition goes a long way to limit what are likely often loving and sincere conversations people might have with parents, counselors, friends, and other authority figures about sexual identity and behavior. Under the current definition as written, I wonder if John Maynard Keynes' friends would have had a case to bring against his wife for seeming to be the catalyst for his dramatic change in sexual expression. The circumstances are such that there may well have been a case indeed. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that sexuality is complicated, and the combination of ways in which free people construct their identities, taking into consideration upbringing, culture, faith, and sexuality, are often even more complicated. So let's ban coercion, violence, and bullying, and then let's let free people have conversations about how they want to identify and live. Our mistake at the beginning of the 20th century was, in a world of complex sexuality and identity, to try to prescribe legal limits to what people could think, say, or do. So let's not go down a similar road with a ban that in reality does not have, goes far beyond conversion therapy. So, Mr. Speaker, I've spoken about ambiguities in the current definition. There are big questions about how the legislation would apply in certain cases. The initial definition is followed by a proviso that, for greater certainty, this definition does not include a practice, treatment, or service that relates to a person's gender transition or to a person's exploration of their identity or to its development. It is not at all clear what that proviso means, but it certainly provides no protection specifically for conversations or for parents, counselors, or religious leaders who want to provide guidance in terms of sexual behavior to their congregations or to those seeking that guidance. With these gaps and ambiguities, the legislation as written would no doubt spawn a litany of legal challenges. Again, when you define something as being conversion therapy, which is not in fact conversion therapy, then I think you have to be honest about it and honestly debate what you're trying to do. As written, this is not a bill that bans conversion therapy. It rather bans the expression of any opinion, in public or private, which suggests that individuals should, in certain situations, exercise voluntary control and limits on their sexual feelings or behavior. It is a far more expansive effort to constrain the thoughts and discussions that free people are able to have. Mr. Speaker, efforts to ban conversion therapy are right and justified, but this bill, as written, is a trick calling things conversion therapy which are not in fact conversion therapy. It is a trick which exploits the real suffering of some LGBTQ individuals and seeks to use them for political purposes, and in so doing, limit their rights to have open conversations about their sexual feelings. This bill is the wrong response to a real issue. I say let's have a better bill, a bill which is clearly drafted and which actually bans conversion therapy, no more and no less. I recommend that the bill be amended to remove the current definition of conversion therapy and replace it with a definition that recognizes conversion therapy as a professional service which seeks to compel a change to a person's sexual orientation through degrading or violent means. This is, after all, what conversion therapy is. So let's ban conversion therapy, let's fix the definition, and then let's move forward with this ban right away. Some members think that these concerns are unjustified, that they're a red herring. I say let's kill the red herring and then proceed in a united fashion by amending the bill. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I fear that I may have angered some of my political base with too many favorable references to John Maynard Keynes. I certainly don't endorse all of his economic conclusions or the ways in which his ideas have been misused at certain times in history. I will now therefore seek to mollify any potential critics with a favorable reference to Friedrich Hayek. Hayek, who also argued for the repeal of laws restricting homosexual behavior, noted that in economics, knowledge of the circumstances of which we must make use never exists in concentrated or integrated form, but rather as the dispersed bits of incomplete and frequently contradictory knowledge which all the separate individuals possess. Like Hayek, I think individuals and not paternalistic governments should be allowed to make their own decisions about their own lives as much as possible. Our goal should be to protect the ability of free people to seek, understand, and integrate their identities, not to prescribe a hierarchy of identities. So let's ban conversion therapy, and let's ensure that we're defining it correctly. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can appreciate that the leader of the Conservative Party has opted to have this as a free vote from within the Conservative Party. And just listening to the member opposite, in particular in his winding up his comments, he makes it fairly clear, I think, that he's going to be voting against the legislation. And maybe if he could just provide, if in fact I'm wrong in my interpretation, please let me know. But I wanted to get his thoughts in regards to, this isn't a bill that appeared out of nowhere. This is a bill, as the Minister of Diversity's made reference to, and other ministers, that has really engaged Canadians in a very real and tangible way. And I'm wondering if he might be discarding that very important aspect of the legislation to be just throwing it out.
For Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to do is throw out the bathwater and keep the baby here. That's what I'd like to do. And I would like to be able to confidently vote for this bill at third reading. I hope to be able to have the opportunity to vote for a improved, clear bill that bans conversion therapy at third reading. When it comes to second reading, I am conflicted between an agreement with the principle of banning conversion therapy and significant concerns about the implications of this bill unamended, and recognizing that the government had an opportunity to listen to concerns that were raised and fix the problems, fix the definition, in between the first and second session of Parliament. The fact that they didn't take that opportunity raises some significant concerns about whether they're actually proceeding in good faith to try and put forward a bill that bans conversion therapy and only conversion therapy.
Questions or comments? The
Honourable Member for Beals-Nunn. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit worried about why my colleague is so concerned. Concerning a discussion that a father could have with his son about his sexual orientation, that has nothing to do with conversion therapies. It's as if you're talking about bank robbery but not intending to commit that robbery. So one aspect of this situation is that conversion therapies have caused a great deal of interest in the public because they often stemmed from extremist movements on the part of different faith groups. Now, during the last Conservative leadership race, my colleague from Fort Saskatchewan said that he was working very hard with people who wanted to remain anonymous, but wanted to receive support from Quebec evangelical churches. Does he not fear that the influence of religious communities on his party might harm or undermine a sound debate on this major concern? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll say to the bloc that Conservatives are here to represent all Canadians and all Quebecers, including Quebecers that party won't represent. Quebecers, Muslim Quebecers, Sikh Quebecers who are concerned about restrictions on their ability to practice their faith, and people from other communities. Conservatives believe in a pluralism that respects diversity, that lets people have different perspectives and participate in the public square together. I completely reject the insinuation of his question that people who practice a faith somehow should be excluded from public conversation, that only those who don't have a faith perspective are the only ones who are allowed to participate in the public square. But let me respond to the first part of his question, which I think was in some ways more reasonable. He said that we're talking about two completely different things, conversations and conversion therapy. I agree that they're two different things. I completely agree. But the problem is the definition as written, because the definition as written brings private conversations that people might have about issues of sexuality into the definition of conversion therapy. So the member is right that we shouldn't really be talking about private conversations in the context of this debate, except that there's a flawed definition that brings those things in. So we need to fix the definition.
Questions and comments by video conference. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his comments, although I'm quite confused. Nowhere in this bill do they mention anything about limiting parents' ability to have discussions with their children. We're talking about a barbaric practice that violates human rights and dignity, something that he said was not clearly defined, but it is under our charter. So it also violates charter rights. It has been deemed through much research to cause irreparable damage to people's lives, something in psychology when they do different practices that they eliminate once they know it has long-term severe psychological and emotional impacts. I'm wondering, although I know he gave us a lot of pros and stories, I'm wondering if he, in his assertion, has done any research on the long-term psychological impacts that conversion has on individuals, and why, knowing that, if he supports that,
Well, we'll have to leave it there. We still have a few more questions to get. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. I think the best response is just to restate what my argument was, which is I am opposed to conversion therapy. I agree that conversion therapy should be banned, and it needs to be properly defined. The definition as written is what we're debating. We're debating a bill which has a definition in it, and that is the definition that's going to become in the law if this bill is passed unamended. It's not the common sense definition of what conversion therapy is. It is the text of the definition. And the text of the definition includes any effort, could be a private conversation, any practice, treatment, or service. Practice is not defined in the legislation, which involves reducing or repressing non-heterosexual attraction or sexual behavior. So I use some examples in my speech of cases in which there might be a private conversation which aims at supporting someone in their efforts to reduce or modify their sexual behavior. That falls into the definition, unfortunately, as it's written. So it's a fixable problem. It's a fixable problem. I hope we can get to, a bill we all agree on. But it's very important to highlight that fixable problem, because what becomes the law is the text of the bill, not the intentions of the speakers in this House.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. At the conclusion of his speech, he was talking about how it should be individuals and not paternalistic governments who determine their rights and free, or the people make their own decisions in their life. And I'm just wondering if you'd like to elaborate on how this bill will impact people's ability to make their own decisions within their own life.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, I think all of us have different aspects of our identity which we seek to reconcile, and people choose to reconcile those things in different ways. I gave the example of a well-known Catholic priest and writer, Henry Nouwen, who identified same-sex attraction and who sought to live out his vows of celibacy. And that was a personal choice that reflected for him the way in which he wished to construct his identity. And I wouldn't say for a second that anyone should be forced to make that choice. But I think people should be allowed to make that choice. and should seek support in doing that. And others who wish to respond to those attractions differently should be absolutely free to do so and loved and treated with respect as they do so. I don't think there is any reason for governments to prescribe a particular way in which people construct their identities. I think what we need to be concerned about as politicians is cases where there's bullying, is cases where there's coercion, is cases where there's violence, cases where there's torture. We can work together to address those situations while recognizing that people may make all kinds of different choices about sexual action or behavior or relationships, and it's up to them to make those choices.
Time for just one more short question. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to draw my colleague's attention to Carrie. Carrie was a minor when she transitioned, and now she is publicly expressing her own experience where she was prescribed hormones after 4 sessions of therapy, and she notes no attempts were made at these therapy sessions to process personal issues that she raised, and no one in the medical or psychological field tried to dissuade her from her gender transition or to offer an option other than possibly wait till she was 18. So this was all Carrie's decision, but what she's saying here is that she didn't feel that she was provided with all the tools that she needed to be able to make that decision properly for herself. And I know that the Justice Shadow Minister expressed that terminology is important here and that we need to see some amendments here that protect individuals that are responsible for communication with people like Carrie, and that would be the medical and psychological professions, and just wondering what his perspectives would be on that.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's important to talk about these cases of real people and their lived experiences. I know members on all sides of this House have. I think the concern that question, that anecdote gets at, is that there may be cases in which counselors are unclear about where this unclear definition is leading them. And so they might, in a context that has absolutely nothing to do with conversion therapy, be trying to talk through what somebody is saying and experiencing and have a fear that they will run afoul of the law if they say to someone who initially presents as identifying as transgender, if they ask questions that maybe in some ways seem to challenge that identification. We should have good professional training for counselors to ensure that they're having conversations in a proper, effective way. But we want to make sure that we aren't sticking the arm of the criminal law in a way that creates a chill and maybe even an unwillingness to see or counsel people that are in these kinds of situations.
Before we go to resuming debate and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, I'll let him know there are only about 9 minutes remaining in the time for government orders this evening. Of course, he'll have the remaining time when the House goes back to debate on the question at a later time. So we'll be resuming debate, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I've had the opportunity just to sit in and listen to many members from the different sides of the House contribute to the debate. And it has been a very interesting debate thus far. And I'm inclined to share some thoughts that I have in regards to this very important issue. And, you know, I've found it interesting, a couple of comments in particular that I really want to emphasize. And that is, for me personally, I really do at my core believe that people should feel comfortable and have the freedom to be who they are. That is something that's really important. It matters to us as a society, and it should matter to all of us as individuals, given the very country that we live in. And that's why I was really encouraged, and it's been said a couple of times, that, you know, Canada, we want to be known as the country, the best, safest country in the world to fall in love. I think there's a lot that can be read into that, Mr. Speaker, a lot of positive things that speaks boldly about our diversity and our tolerance and our acceptance. And I can say, you know, through the years, somewhat dating myself around that 57, 58 mark, Mr. Speaker, and there has been a lot of changes, significant changes over the years, and I want to at least attempt to make reference to some of those things as we have seen a very slow evolution of this very important issue. But first, before I do that, I wanted to reflect in terms of what it is that the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, was actually saying. And as I put it in my question, it's encouraging. At the very least, the Conservative Party has agreed to free the vote so that members can vote whatever way. A bit of a surprise, to be honest with you, Mr. Speaker. I would have thought it might have been a mandatory or a whipped vote, I would say, Mr. Speaker, coming from the new leader, but for whatever reasons he's chosen to leave it as a free vote. Because again, from my personal perspective, and again, I'm a big advocate for the Charter of Rights and freedoms and our Constitution, and I understand the values of how important freedom is to our nation. So I really thought that the leader of the Conservative Party would have actually had a whip vote. But whatever. At the end of the day, the member from Sherwood Park seemed to be of the opinion that the bill as it is written is not worth voting in favor of going to committee. And I am anxious to see how he actually votes on it, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping that he will be of the minority, as we will see the legislation go to committee. And the reason why I say that is because I think that if the member for Sherwood Park would take a look in terms of what it is that this legislation will actually do. The legislation will protect minors from conversion therapy, regardless of whether conversion therapy is provided within or outside Canada. Adults who are vulnerable to being forced to undergo conversion therapy, and Canadians from commercialization and conversion therapy. I think that these are very much admirable, and the type of things in which, based on one part of the member's speech, that he would be encouraged to support the legislation. There is and has been a great deal of effort put into this legislation. The Minister of Diversity, and I know because she has not only mentioned it, I know that for a fact she was very anxious to see this bill come before the House, approaching me on a couple of occasions and suggesting, when are we going to have this particular bill? And, there's a great deal of consultation that has taken place in the different areas and different regions of our country. A great deal of effort has been put into place to date in terms of making sure that we got it right. Now, obviously, the minister himself has indicated that there's always the possibility of amendments, as long as they're given in good faith, and there's I suspect there will be opportunities once it gets to committee, Mr. Speaker. And I hope, it would be nice if every government bill or anything that comes before the House, we could have endless debate on things. But in order to get things passed, sometimes you have to allow it to go to a vote. And I look forward to the vote and ultimately it going to committee. Because within the legislation, in terms of what it actually does in terms of specifics, by criminalizing causing a person under the age of 18, that would be a minor, Mr. Speaker, to undergo conversion therapy. It would criminalize removing a minor from Canada to undergo conversion therapy abroad. Criminalizing or causing a person to undergo conversion therapy against their will. To criminalize receiving a financial or other material benefit from the provision of conversion therapy. Criminalize advertising an offer to provide conversion therapy. These initiatives, based on what I've heard today, most, if not all, would support, because everyone seems to be fairly hard on the issue of conversion therapy, and for good reason, Mr. Speaker. I was very much a big fan of one of my former colleagues, Randy Boisenholt, from Edmonton. Many members will recall him. I always saw him as a very, not only as a dear friend, but as a strong advocate someone that really understood the LGBTQ2 issues. He made a point of explaining it and talking to anyone that had an interest. I can recall an awkward situation in which I was in a number of years ago, and I wasn't exactly where it is that I needed to turn. And I went to Randy to get his advice in regards to something taking place in my own constituency. And as an individual, provided himself and made himself available in order to help us get through a very difficult issue. Because whether we like it or not, there is a great deal of discrimination that's out there today. That sadly, there are too many people that are made to feel something that they should not be made to feel. And it is having a profound impact on the lives of so many Canadians in all regions of our country. And I don't believe that Randy's alone. I believe that there are Randys throughout our country. And these advocates, people that with passion can speak far greater than I could ever speak on the issue, not only educate people like myself, but they're there for individuals in a very real and tangible way, Mr. Speaker. Because there is no shame. There should be no shame. And I realize that my time is getting close already, Mr. Speaker, for the day. But I will continue, hopefully, tomorrow. And I want to talk about some of the changes that we have seen in a relatively short time span. I think of things like the Winnipeg Pride Parade back in the late 80s when it came into being and why it came into being. You know, Winnipeg was the first major urban center in North America that elected an openly gay mayor in Glen Murray. There are many things that we've seen over the years that provide us all to have hope and to be encouraged, and I will continue my remarks tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, as you're signaling my time has expired for this evening. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will be delighted to know that he'll have 10.5 minutes remaining in his time when the House gets back to debate on the question. And it appears all honourable members will be just as pleased. So we'll also have the extra 10 minutes for questions and comments. And of course, that will happen when the House gets back to debate. But now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like millions of other Canadians, I owe my life to our universal public health care system. In 2017, I was diagnosed and successfully treated for cancer. In the years since, I have received regular diagnostic screenings and follow-up care, thanks to a public healthcare system built on the fundamental value of freedom. That all Canadians, regardless of who they are, regardless of where they live, and regardless of how much money they have, all Canadians have the freedom to access quality, publicly delivered health care. But today in Alberta, health care is under attack. Jason Kenney and his Conservative government is making no secret of their attempts to dismantle the public system to which I and so many others owe their lives. In just a few months, Kenney's Conservatives have unilaterally cancelled contracts with doctors and opened the door for the corporatization of care. They have increased reliance on for-profit delivery of surgeries and are planning on spending $200 million for a private orthopedic surgical facility. They have announced the privatization of health support services, resulting in the layoffs of 11,000 Alberta workers. And just last week, they voted to support a private two-tiered healthcare system that would allow the wealthy to access publicly funded services while everyone else has to wait for care. And they've done all of this in the middle of a global health pandemic. As a result of Jason Kenney's actions, physicians are leaving Alberta and rural and northern communities do not have access to health care. In Medicine Hat, they are losing their maternity health clinic, where there are 6,000 to 9,000 prenatal appointments covered every single year, where more than half the babies born in that city are delivered. And today, thousands of frontline healthcare workers across Alberta walked off the job to protest the cuts that are threatening Alberta safety. Healthcare is in crisis in Alberta, and it is only getting worse. It should be obvious to all Canadians, especially now, that an American-style healthcare system is not the answer. If we don't understand how critical our public healthcare system is before COVID-19, we certainly understand it now. Will most of us watch in horror as thousands of Americans die every day from COVID-19 and millions lose their access to health care as they lose their jobs? Jason Kenney and the Conservatives aspire to turn our public health care dollars into private profit for his friends, for billionaires and for corporations. At this moment in time, when quality, accessible health care is so clearly a moral and economic necessity, at this moment in time when Canadians' lives are on the line, we should be expanding our healthcare system to better meet our needs, not allowing it to be dismantled. Too many families in Canada go without the medicine they need because they can't afford it. The diagnosis may be free, but the treatment is not. Too many families in Canada suffer because they can't afford mental health care. Too many families go without dental care until they end up in the hospital with emergency services. But instead of improving and expanding healthcare, we are forced to defend it from people like Jason Kenney. But defend it we must. The Canada Health Act is very clear. Canadians are guaranteed the right to health services without financial or other barriers. What will this government do to protect Albertans against attacks on our public health care and to protect the Canada Health Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the very, very important question. Let me assure you that this government is firmly committed to actively defending our publicly funded healthcare system and to vigorously upholding the Canada Health Act, which underpins it. Like all Canadians, we share the strong belief that all individuals deserve access to timely, quality healthcare, regardless of their background, where they live, or how much they make. This is part of our national identity. Canadians believe in the equality of citizens, and our healthcare system reflects that fundamental belief. The Government of Canada does not support a two-tiered healthcare system where patients may choose or be required to pay for quicker access to medically necessary services. Access to the insured services of our publicly financed healthcare system must be based on need, not on the ability or willingness to pay. This is why the Minister of Health's mandate letter includes specific direction from the Prime Minister to ensure compliance with the Canada Health Act on matters of private delivery and extra billing. Patient charges undermine the principles of fairness and equity. If a province or territory permits extra billing or user charges for medically necessary hospital or physician services, a mandatory dollar-for-dollar deduction must be taken from the jurisdiction's federal cash transfer. The Minister of Health has made it very clear that she intends to enforce the CHA in this regard, wherever extra billing and user charges occur. That is why in March of 2019, deductions in respect of patient charges that occurred in 2016-2017 were taken from 3 provinces. $1,349 was deducted from Newfoundland and Labrador's Canada Health Transfer payment in respect of user charges for insured health services. $8,200,000 $256,024 was deducted from Quebec's payment based on the amount of patient charges confirmed by the Quebec Ministry of Health, and $16,177,000 was deducted from British Columbia's payment based on the findings resulting from the Health Canada and British Columbia audit agreement and publicly available evidence. The goal of our government in administering the Canada Health Act is not to take deductions from federal transfers, but to ensure patients can access the care that they need. However, patient charges for medically necessary services pose a barrier to care. The new reimbursement policy provides an incentive for provinces and territories to eliminate patient charges. Under this policy, those provinces and territories facing deductions will be eligible to have them reimbursed if they eliminate patient charges in a timely manner. The first deductions eligible for reimbursement under this policy were those taken in March of 2018. Our commitment to the publicly insured healthcare system is reflected in our actions. In addition to mandatory deductions for patient charges, the Diagnostic Services Policy, which came into effect on April 1st of 2020, aims to eliminate patient charges for medically necessary diagnostic services such as MRI or CT scans, whether they are provided in a hospital or a public or private clinic. So let me point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada acknowledges that our healthcare system has always had a place for the private sector. The Canada Health Act does not prohibit provinces and territories from contracting for the delivery of healthcare services to third parties, provided patients are not charged for what they are normally covered by publicly insured services. Ultimately, such fees create barriers to accessing healthcare, and this government is committed to seeing such fees eliminated. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, if I could, by confirming.
We're at the time of expiry there, so we'll go back to the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem is what you are describing allows us to have a two-tiered healthcare system, and the Canada Health Act is very clear. Provinces are obligated to meet the requirements for public administration, comprehensiveness, universality, portability, and accessibility. And the Canada Health Act is meaningless unless it is enforced. So I would very much like to go back to my province, to Albertans, and tell them that while their conservative provincial government has abandoned them and has chosen profit over and privatization over healthcare, that the federal government will protect them. But I'm not hearing that from you. I'm not hearing that you're going to be protecting the people of Alberta. I am going to continue to stand in this House and ask for you to fight for our cherished public health care system and demand that we protect it from people that seek to privatize it and create a two-tiered American-style system.
I just remind the honourable member just about directing comments sort of to the chair. That's sort of done it in the third person instead of the first person. But anyway, I'll leave that with her for the next time, or second person, I should say. The U word is the thing that sort of catches it, is the usual thing that tips us off to that effect, but it's not meant as a criticism. And we'll go back to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to, however, reiterate that the Government of Canada is firmly committed to actively defending our publicly funded healthcare system. We will ensure Canadian citizens continue to have quality healthcare in accordance with the principles enshrined within the Canada Health Act. And this includes striving to eliminate extra billing and user charges, which do create barriers to accessing care. Our government will work collaboratively with its provincial and territorial counterparts to realize the Canada Health Act's goal of ensuring that access to necessary health care in Canada is based on medical need and not one's ability or willingness to pay, as I said earlier. As a government, we take that goal seriously, and our administration of the Canada Health Act does reflect that. The values underpinning Canada's universal public health care system are more important than ever as we continue to respond to the unprecedented challenges presented by the COVID-19 outbreak. The Government of Canada will continue to defend universally accessible health care for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for, this is by video conference now, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today in this House again to talk about the immense wait lists that we have for veterans across Canada. We know that veterans that are facing multiple challenges are having a further challenge of not being able to get their disability pension. In fact, it's well over 40,000 veterans that are now on the wait list. We had a report, Mr. Speaker, from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that highlighted the fact that if an investment of just over $120 million was made over the next few years, they would be able to address two fundamental things at Veterans Affairs. One, they would be able to get through the list, this terrible wait list, of which many members have been waiting more than a year, get through it in 1 year, catch up. And the second part that the Parliamentary Budget Officer pointed out was that this plan would make sure it never happened again. And I think that's incredibly important. So we know that Veterans Affairs workers have been very clear. They are doing the very best that they can. They're working very hard, but they cannot get to the end of this wait list because they simply don't have enough people to do the work. And with this situation, what we're seeing is a higher level of burnout of caseworkers, and we see veterans falling behind because there simply isn't the staff there to support them. I am very confused, Mr. Speaker, about why the minister keeps talking about the hires that they are making as temporary positions. It is very clear from this significant wait list that it is not a temporary job. These are long-term jobs that need to be there to support our veterans. And I think it's very important that the Liberals take responsibility for making the choices that they have made and stop blaming the Conservatives. Although I agree that the Conservatives did cut back significantly the places that veterans could go to get the support they needed, and they also cut down the staffing numbers. And I think that is why we are partially where we are here today, but this government has had 5 years to get it right, and they still haven't done it. We also have heard that because of COVID-19, the application process has become even harder. So this wait list is going to grow immensely. There was recently a Globe and Mail article that quoted Brian Forbes, chairperson of the National Council of Veterans Associations, who represents over 60 veteran-serving organizations, saying, quote, "The reason the new applications are down is because advocates like ourselves are facing the reality that without medical evidence, they're not going to give us a decision," end quote. So here we are, more veterans waiting longer. Mr. Speaker, I was also asking a question earlier this month because we're seeing the government spending money to fight veterans in court. One of the most terrible examples is Mr. Charles Scott, a veteran who has sadly had to sue the ministry to get action. The member of Edmonton Strathcona, his MP, updates me regularly on this very sad case. Mr. Scott's file had been lost in a pile due to many factors, of which I believe reflect the fact that there is not enough staff to address the urgent needs that veterans have. Because of this, Mr. Scott lost his chance to lock in the supplement career replacement benefits before the system was phased out. This is wrong. And he fought for our country. And now, because of the choices that this government has made, he is in a position where he is fighting for his rights from his own country. We all want to know that veterans are cared for. They step up for us. It is absolutely essential that this government finally steps up for them. Mr. Speaker, I will not stop fighting for veterans. The wait list is atrocious. Enough excuses. Get to action.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her important question. She's always on it, and I appreciate that. It's important to have those discussions. Mr. Speaker, in regards to the member's comment about litigation, it would be inappropriate to speak on that matter that is currently before the courts. But I will say this. The Government of Canada knows that all of us here in this country are enormously indebted to the past and present members of the Canadian Armed Forces for the sacrifices they've made on our behalf. This is why, Mr. Speaker, the well-being of the veterans is a priority to our government. Since 2016, we have invested over $10 billion of new money for our veterans and their families. That's money for education opportunities and career transition services for veterans, tax-free benefits for caregivers and services for families. It's money that has gone towards increasing physical and mental health supports and research into new treatment for PTSD and related health conditions. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this is sizable investment that has truly improved the lives of our veterans and families. Saying that the system works perfectly is not at all true, but
delivery gap exists and that is still taking too long to process applications and benefits and services. But we also know we're taking many steps to address these issues. En juillet dernier, nous avons adopté une stratégie.
Last June, we adopted a strategy to reduce wait times for veterans with enhanced teams and better use of technology. And we deleted certain steps in the process. This strategic document shows that the Department of Veterans Affairs has the data to change the way it works and make decisions quickly and to process disability claims, to offer better services to our veterans.
$200 million over the next 2 years to retain case manager employees and 168 disability adjudication resources provided in Budget 218, as well as hired an additional 350 employees dedicated to making decisions and reducing wait time. According to the PBO report, new hires made as part of this investment will significantly impact the reduction of the backlog.
According to the PBO's report, new hires that were done as part of this investment will significantly contribute to the reduction in the backlog. And this is what the department has done for several years to improve services for our veterans.
That in the most recent speech of the throne announced a few months ago that it intends to create a $20 million Veteran Organization Emergency Support Fund. This fund will help organizations with the resources they need to continue to help, of course, veterans and their families on the ground.
We are grateful to each of our veterans for their service and sacrifices, and we're going to continue to support them, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for being here to respond to my questions and concerns. But I want to say through you, Mr. Speaker, these are hollow promises, and I am sure they are not making veterans who are having to take their own country to court feel any better. Look at the history with veterans have been in the last two different party governments is that the Conservatives shut down offices and fired workers, and the Liberals governments are hiring a few people, but not enough, and then calls all of them temporary. We have a backlog that is continuing to grow and a plan that tells veterans that they have to wait another 2.5 years before they get the supports they need. Veterans are in desperation. We need action. Please listen to veterans.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize that everything we've done today in Canada, we owe it to the service and sacrifices of our men and women in uniform. They've made this country what it is today, a nation that fights for peace and values freedom, democracy, human rights, amongst others.
Toll this important work has taken on many individual Canadians. Nor must we ever forget stop working to create systems that allow our veterans and their families to receive proper care and support in post-service life. This government is listening to Canadian veterans, Mr. Speaker, and we will keep doing what we need to do to support these veterans as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.